Hi everyone. Um, thank. I guess this is my first time of doing this, so that will be quite interesting. Hi everyone. Um, thank. I guess this is my first time of doing this, so please be this thing be understanding a little bit because I'm not exactly very good at this. So, um, wow, I can't believe the noise. Hold on. So let me try that again. Because so I don't get feedback because I kept getting feedback the previous. Yeah. So yeah. So let me try that again. I'm still getting feedback. That's odd. Yeah. So yeah. I'm still. Hello, hello, hello. Testing. Appears to have been sorted out. Perfect. Nice. Mm, Peru. All right. So I guess the topic is about how our people are the least defended in this world, really. And this affects many African countries, specifically black countries and black communities all over the world. We've seen these trends, carry on, all the way in Haiti, the African American community, the Caribbean, to the Brazil, even in Brazil and other Latino nations. And on the continent is a very big one because clearly that is supposed to be our home base. And we have so many military bases all over the place. Then at the same time, our black men are not engaged in the basically the machine of power of the world, the military power of the world. Men are barely involved compared to the numbers others groups are, uh, you know, engaging that kind of, you know, getting their people in there. And I don't understand why. I've been asking that question, and the numbers don't lie. It's just there staring at us, and we don't understand why that is happening all over the world. So I thought I should bring this topic up so that some of our people discuss it. And I know that there are a few Nigerians here. Let me start adding them. Um, so they will be involved in discussion because Nigeria has a serious security challenge right now. Welcome, guys. Um, Let me just introduce the topic first. So, um, so Nigeria has a serious security challenge that we have been facing for a long time now, and what you don't tend to hear is people saying, "Let's get more people in there to solve this problem. Let's get more people in there to march into the Sahel and solve the problem." Because we know where the problem is coming from. We know the problem is not going to go away until we confront it. But somehow, in the Nigerian context, because of the distrust people have for the government and the tribal issues that we have in the country too, people don't see a situation whereby they want to get into the military to serve their country. Nigeria total military strength is about 220,000, and they are active. The ones that are in active duty about 150,000, and by that number, every Nigerian soldier is meant to defend over 1,000 citizens. I don't know about you. I don't know that you stand in the front of a mob of 100 people. Multiply that by 10. That is what one Nigerian soldier is meant to defend. And that doesn't seem like a rational approach to dealing with such a problem for me. And you go in Ghana, it's even worse. Ghana's defenses are left. Sorry, there's a feedback. Let me see if I can mute mics. That might help. Yeah, that should help. So in Ghana, one soldier has to defend almost 2,000 people, and you don't see that in many countries. You don't have a situation whereby um, in any self-respecting country like the US, Japan, South Korea, North Korea, China, Brazil, Sri Lanka, Algeria on the continent, Eritrea on the continent, Egypt, Morocco. You don't see that. Where you see this consistently is in black countries. It keeps showing up over and over again. The ratios are like one man to defend almost 1,000 people. And that ratio is not shown in many parts of the world. And we talk about why that is because we are poor. Sri Lanka is poor. It's not a very rich country. And Sri Lanka is poor. It's not a very rich country. And they what they do is there are about 21 million people in Sri Lanka, and I don't know how they do it because I've never been in Sri Lanka before. All I know is Nigeria, but they are able to recruit with 21 million people in population. They are able to recruit 400,000 into their military, and Nigeria is 10 times more than Sri Lanka. Nigeria is about 200 million, and we are having about 150,000 in active duty and another 60,000 or so as paramilitary. So altogether about around 220,000 soldiers. How can a country the size of Sri Lanka have more soldiers than Nigeria? And just as poor. And one other number that you want to hear about is that Sri Lanka spends about 2.2 billion this thing dollars in their defense, and they are still able to have 400,000 soldiers. Nigeria spends about 2.6 billion. One other argument you hear often is that we need technology. Technology is what will win the war for us. Technology is useful, definitely. It's a big this thing factor in any power's arsenal. But technology can only get you as far. The US, with all these advanced technologies, has got 10 times more soldiers than Nigeria. US has the most advanced technology. They spend billions. They have 10 times more than Nigeria. And if you look at the most advanced countries, it's almost like the more advanced they are, the more they have soldiers. And their police is the same. And so it tells you something that in the end, the most advanced technology in this universe that we know of are human beings. And our men are not engaged in this, black men particularly, are not engaged in this industry as much. Maybe in America, they may be slightly overrepresented. I'm not so sure. I think they are about 15% of the US military. So slightly overrepresented in the US. Clearly a country run by a European. But in the black countries, they are highly, highly underutilized. In Mali has got a border with Algeria, and Mali is 20 million, Algeria is 43 million or so. Mali has got 20,000 soldiers. Algeria, next door, has got over 500,000. Algeria has a terrorist problem, they solved it. Mali has a terrorist problem, they refuse to solve it. They bring the French in. It's recently now that they've kicked that French guy out. When we have problems, we bring foreigners in to come, and we say foreigners should come and save us. How does another woman's husband come and save you from your own problem? Are we children? Are we infants? We have to sooner or later wake up to the fact that we have to take responsibility for our own countries. If you fight amongst yourself, you can finish fighting. By the time you are done, the other people will be running circles around you. And I see this in many African countries. We keep worrying about our own tribal issues, our own problems, while the whole world is running circles around us. And one thing I've understood from a very young age is that when people come together, their power is magnified. Their power is not doubled. If you have two people come together, their power becomes four people or five people's power. If 10 people come together, their power is not 20 or 20 times. Their power magnifies even more than that. I've seen that happen over and over again. And our people don't understand the idea of group power or group economy, as a lot of people like to use. So that is why I've called this discussion, so that we can start getting to the bottom of why. Why is it that in sub-Saharan Africa, most of our nations are standing our men down? They are basically saying, you know what, you're a man, your duty is not to defend your country. Many countries, if you go on Wikipedia right now, you search maybe Sri Lanka, they will tell you the number of men or adults that are capable of joining the military that year. You know what they do in Nigeria? They don't show the number, because they know the shame that will bring. They hide the number. They don't tell you the number of men that are in that country that can join the military, that they don't put into the military. How can you wake up every morning, lock your door, go to work, expecting your house to be safe for you? But we don't realize that for our own nations. And I don't understand how we lost track of that, because we should be the most paranoid people in the world. We have been colonized, enslaved, and neo-colonized on top of it. And yet we don't seem to have woken up to the problems at all. This mask that is my avatar is of the Benin Kingdom, isn't it? The last king before Nigeria, Benin Kingdom fell to the Europeans, One of the statements he made was that after they killed some European soldiers coming into his territory, he said, Benin this day has swallowed a long pistol. We have to sleep standing upright. Since then, things has gotten worse. Instead of us to sleep standing upright, we are asleep too. We have just completely laid down flat. That is the context that I'm coming into the discussion with. So I would like to welcome our Nigerian guests. Christian is here, Chigozie is here, and Samson is here. I've not seen Matthew yet. Hopefully, he's going to be able to join us in time. I would like to everyone to introduce themselves. You don't necessarily have to give us your real name. I know you are all Nigerians, so just give us, you can give us whatever name you prefer, and then when everybody introduces themselves, then we can now go into opening comments about the topic. You can start, Christian.
Yeah, good evening. I'm Christian Chuku. I'm a Nigerian.
Glad to have you here. Glad to
Bona
have
fide.
you here.
Yeah, thank you to Nigeria. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, I love the topic they were talking about. How we can encourage our young and able-bodied men and women to join the military because Nigeria, we have our military cannot cater for the needs, the security needs that we have in the country. But what I see is that if we are going to achieve this, there should be a kind of trust between uh, the people and the government. There should be a kind of trust. Whatever you say now in Nigeria, nobody wants to trust the government again. You know that the facts
Mm.
you just put forth, they are valid, but there's a disconnect. Before we have this conversation, we need to the bridge that has been destroyed. We need to rebuild that bridge between the government and the people. And that will
Yeah,
be my
that's
opening
a valid
comment for now.
point. Yeah, nice one. Thank you. Um, Chigozie, your mic is muted. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, it's a pleasure having me here. I remain Chigozie, reporting from all the way from Lagos State, Nigeria. Once again, Mr. Tunanja, thank you for having me. Yes, with respect to the discussion bordering on the security challenges, I think the Nigerian case is very peculiar. It is multifaceted and unfortunately, 3 years down the line, after we become a federation, Nigeria, of course, plunged into the first deadliest civil war in the history of humanity, where, of course, over 5 million people died in the course of this execution. I will call it Nigeria executing the Biafran people. And of course, this has created a sentiment and have built resentment over the years. And now, when you consider Nigerian military formation or force formation, you understood there are certain factors that is playing a very vital role in the selection of who, of course, becomes the or controls the military. Coming from the experience of the Civil War, which of course uh, the uh, the impacts is still being felt. The the resentment across the ethnic nationalities has not been resolved, and this poses for us a very strong danger to our nationhood. Within the military formation on Nigerian case, that you have a particular people uh, occupying virtually all the military formation. You see, military hierarchies, where a particular section is being considered as a threat, you see, of as a threat of national security. And that is very unfortunate, considering, of course, that the large uh, land space and the ratio of our population to the military personnel. It is nothing to write home about. That is why, of course, it's not a surprise that Nigeria is failing in the fight against insurgency, because you can't just meet up. I mean, the number of uh, overstretched uh, military personnel. What I mean by force personnel, it has to do with the cost across both the military and paramilitary. They are not much, I mean, to meet with the myriads of challenges. Just for instance, for barely 2 decades now, Boko Haram has been ravaging the entire country, holding the citizens to ransom. I mean, bringing the Nigerian government to their knees, and nothing seems to have been, I mean, done. Nothing seems to have been done. Nigeria has lost the control over this fight against insurgency, notwithstanding that millions, I mean, billions of dollars has been voted to this fight. And the fundamental issue is that why is it that Nigeria is not winning the war? Apart from the, of course, the poor ratio of Nigerian citizens to the military formations. One key, fundamental key, playing a very devastating uh, role is there is no transparency, there is no sincerity, there is no integrity. Imagine most of the military personnel, officers in recent time have been seen complaining the poor, of course, equipment or armories that the high-ranking officers have procured. And they see that with this kind of, I mean, very poor facility, they can't, of course, be a match with the insurgents. They can't meet up with the, confront the Boko Haram, the bandits, and whatever, even the unknown gunmen. So there is insincerity, there's in-depth corruption that have eaten deep in the fabric of our existence as a people. The government is not sincere to itself. Even, of course, the military hierarchies are not sincere either, are not committed to nation building, are not committed uh, in protecting the territorial integrity of Nigeria. They are only driven by their, of course, selfish interests. They consider it as a way of course, looting the public funds. Money that was meant to procure ammunitions were diverted into private pockets, and nobody, of course, called them to order. And unfortunately, the people we have within the corridor of power are not helping issue there. Of course, they are the ones who appointed these security men occupying the highest hierarchy of our military formation. When you come to Navy, you come to the Army, the military, the Air Force have been fully influenced by the executive. So there is no merit in the choice of who becomes the military, the military head or the Air Force chief of staff or whatever, or air admiral. So it is being determined by the choice of the executive or who occupies the corridor of power. With this development, of course, the military has been compromised, and it is not longer the military being loyal to the nation, but now being loyal to whosoever occupies the seat of power, which is very devastating and worrisome. So, with all these multifaceted challenges, uh, which cannot lead us in any way in building nationhood, that is why Nigeria is still struggling. And that is why Nigeria, as it stands now, we are not a nation. Why? Because we are just mainly occupying a geographical space. And we have no direction. You can imagine with over 250 million population, and you have less than 500 military personnel. How would on earth do you think that you can make a headway, even with technology? You need man, you need human beings to man those technologies. So it is not an issue of technology. Of course, in the case of Nigeria, technology is not even in the scene. It's not, is we are down. We have not even started. We have not adopted technology as a means of fighting terrorism. That's why very close to the seat of power, between Abuja and Kaduna, you see over 200 people were adopted during the train explosion of recent, and most of them are still being held hostage. And the government is, helpless about that. People are being, your citizens are subjected to the point that they pay ransom to terrorists, non-terrorists. And you see the government negotiating with terrorists. I have not seen that happen anywhere in the world where the government initiated bargain with a non-terrorist for, of course, before their supposed citizens could be released. So our fundamental problem is that the civil war has brought so much disparity, so much division, even in every sector of our existence as a people. And not until those resentments are being resolved, those issues are being resolved. I don't see, even as it stands now, you can see that there are allegations that most of the southern military personnel were being technically or systematically eliminated. You see, most of them have been deployed to the war zone, the hottest part of the Sambisa, and none of them, of course, returned or survived the incidents. So it seems to be there are some uh, conspiracy or some elements of doubt that the Nigerian government is not committed to the fight against insurgency. And looking at the military, how the military personnel have been treated, their welfare are not being taken care of. Most of them complain, most of them are demoralized, are psychologically, defeated, because it needs one who is psychologically sound and heady to confront such a monumental national issue. But when they are not being taken care of, their remuneration and incentives are being withheld, are being denied, then you can see that psychologically the military personnel are defeated, as the case of Nigeria is, which is
Okay.
contrary to what we can see in other Western or developed countries who are committed to the cause
Thank you
of
very much.
protecting life and property of their supposed citizens. But it's, the
Thank
case
you,
is different within Nigeria.
Chigozie. Chigozie, I think
Okay.
I get the drift of your. You know, this is just your opening. This thing, you still have a lot of discussion to go on, and I get the idea. You know what you are trying to say. David Sampson, are you there? So you can make your
Very well.
opening.
Um,
Go ahead. Go ahead. You're
I'm here.
welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Tunaja. Good evening, Mr. Chigozie. And good evening, my respected uncle, Christian Chuku. And
It's
good
my
evening
pleasure.
to Pastor Matthew, who is also on this Zoom meeting. I want, for me as person, I believe there is the government of the day lacks that will to put an end to insurgency, simply because the funds that have been budgeted for this sector has as always from time past been limited by the same people. So when there's funds on ground and people and then people see government and then people see government business as a no man business, just an avenue to make money. So I think on the military, on the on the other side, the military does not have what it takes to put an end to insurgency. because even the military themselves connive with these bandits, connive with this bandit. We've seen we've seen on diverse occasions whereby armed men also work hand in hand with these bandits to collect ransom. Fine, Mr. Chigozes made mention of these people paying ransom. Now, who do you think collect this ransom in return? And now this brings me to the issue of now government giving amnesty to the repented Boko Haram. In the Western world, nobody does that. Ever since you've been seeing insurgency in this part of the world, no person has been tried. No person has been tried. So until when government take it, government make it a must that every bandit or terrorist that is causing havoc in the country should be sentenced to death. I think that is when the government of the day is really and ready to put an end to insurgency. Rather, these people have been given amnesty, and then these people will be given slots into the military, sorry, into the police, Nigerian Army, Customs, and Navy. And you have able and agile Nigerians
Mm.
who want to be people people that dream to be what enlisted into this paramilitary and then military agencies are not given opportunity to serve their fatherland. It is people that has even caused havoc now that are that is government is even considering on to help them. Now this also brings me back to the issue of former chief of army staff in person of Burutai. How much was budget for him to purchase ammunitions? Now every year there's a budget being earmarked for the military. Now, how much is being budgeted? How well are these people make have have made use of this budget? Now, what are the legislature doing? That's it. Do they even go on what oversight functions to know that now the money that was being budgeted for the military, how effectively do the military use them? So that is
Yeah,
my welcome message.
thank you. Dr. K, be nice, and you can have your own opening statement regarding why our nations and communities are not well defended. Be nice. Go ahead, you are
Salam
muted.
alaikum. Yeah, salam alaikum wa barakatuh, brothers and brothers. So Nigerians, let me ask you a question. Why are you guys just speaking around in circles? I don't hear any point that's being made. Yeah, I want some real points. How much is the Nigerian tax, right? What percent of Nigeria's money is actually taken by tax when you buy a good? I wanna see real points here, right? When we start having real points, we can start beginning. So according to the personal income tax of Nigeria, it's about 24%. How can the government make sure that they get this money? That's not where we start. And second, how do you make sure the government uses this money to accomplish tasks? Before we start talking about big things and Biafra and all these big things, we need to sort some basic issues. Can the government get the tax money from the citizens? Number one. Number two, can the government be trusted to utilize this money effectively towards a certain goal? For example, Nigerians, you guys don't even have electricity, right? How is it that you have the world's largest Africa's largest oil and gas, but you don't have electricity every day? You have to rely on, generators. This does not make sense. Even a country like Ethiopia with a GDP of only $100 billion, right, with 100 million population, has constant electricity. Even Somalia, a useless country, right, that has no commanding officer, has electricity.
Wow.
So how
Somalia is a
the last
useless country.
economy?
Come on, take it easy. I said be nice. You already calling Somalia a useless country. Come on.
It's a useless country. Come on, they don't
It's
even
not
have
a
a
useless
government. We know
country.
this. It's a useless country. We know
Be
this.
nice.
So
Come on.
how is it that
All right.
Nigeria, the largest economy in Africa, with a GDP of over $500 billion, right, doesn't have electricity? Yeah, go ahead, brothers.
Artifact of war. You are welcome. And if you want to have your opening statement.
Thank you, Oga, brother to Niger. Salute to Shigozi. Salute Christian. Salute to Dr.
My
K.
pleasure.
All right, all right. So yeah, to Niger, first of all, congratulations for the channel. I think that's the way to go. We need more brothers and sister to do the same by opening channel in order to conscientize and spread our findings, the knowledge, historical facts, just like Dr. K is doing already. So he has great content, and he's bringing us back to history so we can understand the present time and the future better. So I will start by saying that uh, any country or any nation that does not have military protection is going to be vulnerable to invasion, is going to be vulnerable to attacks, is going to be unstable, and it's not going to grow economically. So if you don't have a way to protect yourself, you will be vulnerable. Your people will never be at peace. That's what we see in Nigeria with Boko Haram. That's what we see in Mali, in the whole Sahel. That's what we're seeing in any other part of Africa, in East Africa. I think we have Mozambique and other places. So if you don't have power to protect your people, it is a big problem. And the number one thing that Africans should think about is to find a way to protect their nation, to protect their territory. We have had a lot of setback when it came down to slavery. I know some people hate to, they don't want to come back to it, but we have to acknowledge that slavery and the depopulation of Africa kind of like slow down the process of military proliferation in Africa, because those people, they are putting into place mechanism that will prevent African nation to be able to protect themselves. That's exactly what they're doing. We can see the proliferation of Western military bases, from Somalia, from Eritrea, the east, from the north, from the south, from the east, from Central Africa, all over the place. You have Western military bases. What do you guys think it is about? It is about taking back Africa. Colonization is not over. I hear a lot of people saying that colonization was over. We got our independency. We are sovereign countries. It's not the case. We are still fighting these days. Till these days, we are still fighting for our freedom. We have never been free. So on paper, the paper may say something, but in reality, we are still being colonized. And so what we need to do now is to partnership with a country like Russia. Russia has never been part of the slave trade in Africa. You can check that out. You can look at historical facts. Russia has never participated in the slave trade. Only by that fact makes Russia one of the top priority for Africa to work with. I think in 10 months, Mali was able to kick out the French. And the whole European Union, they've been present in the Sahel, and in 10 years, they were not able to fight against terrorism in that region. So you can see the difference there. So they are bringing military arsenals, but the terrorists are still there. So what are they really doing in the Sahel? So they are maintaining trouble in Nigeria with Boko Haram, in the Sahel, all those places. So those people are not there to help us. Now, we have first generation weapon. Russia has it. My suggestion is we should have military agreement with Russia I think you guys heard about the hypersonic missiles. You guys heard about the drones. You guys heard about the last generation tank. We need to acquire those weapons because if those people know that we have it, they will not come to attack our innocent people. So I think the number one thing that we need to do, we need to acquire those weapons. At the same time, we need to do what Nigeria is already doing. We need to build our own arsenals. We need to go and learn about those things. Yeah, so that's
Mm,
what I'm suggesting now. So number
thank you.
one, we spend money, the money that we getting from oil, gold. Let's invest that money into acquiring those weapons, and then at the same time, we can make our own, development in the military field. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, I'm gonna
thank
stop
you.
there. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your opening statement. Matthew, welcome. And so sorry, it took you, there was a bit of a technical issue. So you've made it here. There's a bit of a feedback on your system. I don't know whether there's sound in the background.
No, there is none.
Okay, you can go ahead. Okay, let me just recap. The idea is that the topic says that why are our nations the least defended? Because if you look at the numbers in many other parts of the world, even in countries that are considered peaceful, they have higher involvement in their military per population than sub-Saharan black distinct countries. And and in the context of Nigeria, the same thing is also present. We have 200 million people, and literally we have about 150,000 actually active. The 210,000 is even an overstatement because only 150,000 is active. In a country of 200 million people, it means that one soldier has to defend more than 1,000 people. And you know what it's like when you see a crowd of people, 20 people coming towards you. Can you imagine 1,000 people? You have to protect all of them. That is what a Nigerian soldier is expected to do. And so we are saying that why is that the case? Why is it that poor countries in other parts of the world can do better? I use an example like Sri Lanka that is poorer than Nigeria, and they have 400,000 soldiers with 10 times less population than us. So what is it that we have done wrong that has got us to this situation? So
Okay,
you can, yeah, go ahead.
thank you for the audience. From my own understanding and from my own conviction, I think the government insincerity is a major reason why they are not able to fight the plethora of insecurity. Because the reason is not far-fetched. If you look at the budgetary allocation to the military, if you look at the humongous amount that is being spent on security in Nigeria, you agree with me that money is not a challenge. And we know that the modern warfare, the current modern warfare, does not solely rely on the number of the military personnel in terms of the human personnel. So that if that was the case, we would have been talking about the capacity of Nigerian army in terms of the number. But currently, you drive the war against insurgency, against insecurity through technology. You can imagine the National Security Advisor the other day saying that it is expensive to acquire the technology through which you fight insurgency. And we are aware that Nigerian government have in sometime about 2 years ago withdrew about $1 billion from SS crude accounts for the purpose of fighting insecurity, out of which about 459 million US dollar was used to buy the 12 Tucano jets. So what am I trying to say in essence? What I'm saying is that I do not believe that the number of the military personnel will have is the bane of the reason we are not able to overcome the security challenge. Rather, one, it borders on the strategy we are using, especially the strategy. Because I'll give you an instance. Look at America under Donald Trump. There was an incident that happened in Iraq where they have to take out an Iranian military diplomat, that's Soleimani. It was done through technology. They followed him from the airport, and at the time they were convinced that the attack will record minimal damage. They took him out. That is what technology can do. I only remind you of what happened in Nigeria recently, not too recent anyway. There is a 27-year-old Philip Wanton, an American citizen, who was kidnapped in Niger Republic, taken to Sokoto State. We were made to understand that American security personnel came to Nigerian territory, Nigerian sovereignty in Sokoto State, and the operation was successful. I know they would have gone through it through technology. So what I'm saying in essence is, I think the government of the day is not serious about the fight against insecurity. I will still give you an instance. As we speak, about 160, yes, but the figure we know that is official is about 60-something persons are still in captivity as a result of the train attack. And this is Nigerian sovereignty, and they are within Nigerian sovereignty. The reason I'm making this analogy is there was a point in time where the Kaduna State governor said that he considered it as a better option that the bandits should be bombed. They were still regarded as bandits then. Those terrorists operating within Kaduna, Zamfara, Katsina, and Niger. That it would have been better if they bombed the bandits, even if it means killing some Nigerians who are in captivity. But the argument is, after they got those people released, what tied the hand of federal government, Nigerian Air Force, that they could not bomb the bandits until they came for this military operation, this operation that saw them compromising Nigerian railway. So for me, I think what is lacking is sincerity on the part of federal government. I strongly disagree with the narrative of the strength of Nigerian army in terms of the number. Look at what is happening in Ukraine. After Ukraine successfully sunk a Russian warship, where we understand that about 500 Russian soldiers were in that ship, Russia now resorted to using long-range missile. That is technology. I'm not saying we ought to have gotten to that level, but the way it stands, we have comparative advantage over Boko Haram, over ISWAP, over terrorists, because we have a platform. Terrorists do not have that. So it is a comparative advantage that we ought to deploy against them. So why is it that all the theater of operation, majorly in the areas I mentioned before, that's Zamfara, Kaduna, Niger, Katsina, why is it difficult for the government to use air platform against them? And even recently, you understand that the Kaduna State governor was saying that it's better that he will even personally go and look for foreign mercenaries. And I'll remind you this. Look at before 2015 election, when Jonathan was almost confused, he was left with no other option. He went for foreign mercenaries. You could recall that they postponed the election for 2 weeks. And within that space of 2 weeks, those mercenaries were able to push Boko Haram out of Nigerian territory, and the election was held in every strata of the society, including the ravaged areas by Boko Haram before then. So that is capacity. And if this government came on board and they did not continue with that contract, so it shows that one, Nigerian security personnel, not because of number, they don't have the capacity in terms of strategy and training. Then two, they are not driving the process through technology. It is evident, since even the person that should know better, I'm talking of the National Security Advisor in person of Mungunu, has come out openly to say that the the technology to fight insurgency is expensive. You can imagine even the National Security Advisor saying that if the part of the reason they are not able to fight insurgency, criminality, terrorists is because of lack of intelligence. That the locals may not be willing to divulge intelligence to the authorities. Now, one begin to wonder, DSS have all it takes to gather credible intelligence because DSS will know how the mandate to gather information, and they can cheat into the society without even knowing that they are DSS personnel. A DSS personnel can enroll in a secondary school, in a tertiary institution, not because he want to acquire this, any knowledge or get certificate, but for purpose of investigation. Why are we not seeing that here? Why will the government be pushing it to the masses? Look at recently, National Assembly, Senate to be precise, will pass a bill to criminalize ransom paying. A situation where they should have called a spade, face, look at the federal government in the face and tell them that you have failed. Change your strategy, change your approach, because you cannot continue doing the same thing over and over and expect a different result. Obviously, there is no way you can achieve result with the same approach they have been using that have been failing. That is why if you look at what the former president said, Obasanjo, that this government have done their best, and their best is not good enough, that you cannot continue to flog a dead horse to walk. But what I'm saying is, I'm not saying something cannot be done, but what I'm saying in essence is that our strategy is wrong.
Okay. I think can I this is just your opinion. Don't worry, you have a lot of chance to talk more. I think the idea behind this is that opening statements should be kept somewhat shorter because we are going to question, because nobody will interrupt you, you see. So because I have a lot of questions and challenges to what you said about numbers not being important. What do you say to the fact that the US with the most advanced weapons in the world has 10 times more soldiers than Nigeria? What would you say that Japan is the most advanced country technologically in the world, has more soldiers per population than Nigeria?
Okay, let me speak to that quickly. You see, I'm not saying number is not an advantage, but I'm saying that it's not the reason we have not been able to overcome the security challenges. Because if you look at when America fought Iraq, they bombarded Baghdad from outside Baghdad for about 1 week. They already brought down Baghdad before foot soldiers went in for mop-up. And it is even during the mop-up and other operations that America started losing soldiers. In the major operation, they didn't lose any soldier because it was through bombardment, through missile. In the same way, like I just cited, look at Russia. They have now resorted to long-range missile, and all these are technology. I'm not wishing number away. I'm not saying number is not important, but it will get a stage where, because the way it stands, we are not in a conventional warfare. If you look at when it comes to guerrilla warfare, the weaker side is always advantageous because they look at when you are. They look for soft targets anyway. They look at when areas that are vulnerable to be attacked. It's not as if the bandits, the terrorists come out to confront Nigerian soldiers that they will defeat Nigerian soldiers. It is a warfare. It is a guerrilla warfare, and the weaker part is always advantageous because they look for soft targets to make a point, and they keep everybody panicking. But when you are in such a situation, you drive the process through technology.
See, you have to understand that there are sliding scales to these things. The way I look at it anyway, from my point of view, there are sliding scales. Technology is important to a point. Like you said, America bombed all those places, but that is not going to give them the country. The people that what is going to end them that country is the people, that the soldiers that they marched in. Without those soldiers, it's just bombing operation that they are doing. They will not own that country. They will not govern that country. You see what I mean? And you see, if you look at Nigeria now, if you see what's happening, the east of Nigeria, northeast of Nigeria, was pacified to an extent anyway, not totally pacified, but to an extent it's safer now. But the problem moved somewhere else. Why? Because our military is stretched thin on the ground. The press conference by the NSA head recently basically acknowledged that he actually acknowledged that our borders cannot be defended, and also acknowledged that basically saying people should report suspicious activities.
But Mr. Ture,
Yeah,
are you aware?
hold on. The police officer there also stated during that conference that they have to move soldiers and police from officers from different regions to other regions where they are needed. You see what is happening in Nigeria? We don't have enough people. Because of that, they are moving people from one area to the other constantly, and the military and the police are spread thin on the ground. And this is why you can never, if you knock them down in one area, they will move to another area. And you have to understand, you said something about the technology of these people that are coming in. Their technology and their strategy is quite sophisticated. Like you said, some of them are, I think somebody on the panel earlier on said that some of our officers are compromised. So if they're compromised, they're being given information, and some of them have sophisticated weapons too. So you can't just say, oh, because they are not flying F-16s and stuff like that, you underestimate them, because the forces that are driving them are not where you think it is. They are coming from outside. It's not only Nigeria that is this is affecting. It's affecting many countries in Africa. This is not only a Nigerian problem. And if you don't have the numbers, you have not even started getting ready to address the problem. That is the biggest. That's at the heart of the whole problem. Because I use an example of the most advanced country in the world, Japan, technologically, has more per population soldiers than Nigeria, and they have not even been to war, and they're not even allowed to go to war by the Americans. And yet they
I'm
have.
not saying number important, but I say that is not the bane of Nigeria inability to overcome security challenges.
But I just argued that the NSA official said they cannot secure the entire country.
Please, look at it from this angle. There is a situation.
Yes, I think I can agree with Tunaja, as I rightly maintain that the military formation has been infiltrated and highly compromised. Before you win, in fact, what we are talking about Nigerian case has to do with internal conflict. It's not just external conflict now, aggression. This is within the internal setting. Nigeria, of course, Nigerian government seems to be helpless in tackling and curbing the level of insurgency. Why? Because we have people within the government hierarchies who have vested interests in the insecurity of the nation, who benefit from the security crisis. You see? And in as much as we have this double standard within the said government, you can see in recent time where the bandits had confrontation, face-to-face confrontations with the military base. Even the Nigerian Defense Academy was brought under attack, and they overrun the Nigerian Academy, which is the symbol of nationality, which is the symbol of our existence as a country. You see, they overrun the bandits, or whatever you call them, the military become so helpless that they invaded the military, Nigerian Defense Academy, and looted the armories, of which most of the armories they are using are from the military cantonments. So the fundamental issue is that, and one of the military personnel argued that when they want to attack, the military hierarchy will silence them, will not allow them to, because there was no order to confront them, which means there are people there protecting, benefiting from the insecurity of the nation. But unfortunately, people are being killed. You see, one of my colleagues said that we should involve foreign aids. Before the advent of, before our independence, before colonization, our locals, our forefathers, as a way of have a defensive mechanism, a way of evading, of course, attacks. Even to the extent that they confronted the British Empire, the British government, not until there was, of course, a sellout before the kingdom, Benin Kingdom and other Igbo area was brought under attack, was defeated by the British. Otherwise, we have a system that, of course, that is very familiar with our locals, where we can control or secure our people. But the important issue is that there is high level of insincerity on the part of those within the corridor of power. Some of them are merchants. They benefit from the civil unrest, and that is very unfortunate. So our fundamental focus should be, why is Nigeria drifting to this point? You see, it only takes a responsible government. It only takes a committed government. I mean, to protect, of course, its citizens and the property of the citizens, which is one of the essence of governance. So if any government that fails to protect life and property of our citizens, then it's a failed country, it's a failed government. And suffice me to say, under this premise, that as what is going on in Nigeria now clearly shows Nigeria is a failed country. Because when you cannot protect the life and property of your citizens within the internal arrangement, then how can you, I mean, counter any external aggression? It's very unfortunate that what you are talking about, the level of what is destroying the fabric of existence, is internal rift, internal conflict, driven by ideology, driven by sentiments, driven by the desperate quest to control power, to control resources. Most of these insecurities, bandits are being imported by the said governments. You see, that's why, of course, the past military head of state, Abacha, cited, he made a very emphatic statement that every insecurity, every, I mean, crisis that endured beyond 24 hours, it means that it's being sponsored by the states, by the instrument of the states. You see, that clearly defines the state of our nation, and it's very unfortunate. That's why the war against insurgency can never be won. I certainly cited by Gumi. He said in the next 2 decades, Nigeria cannot defeat Boko Haram. Why? Because there is no commitment, there is no sincerity on the part of those within the corridor of power. They allow insecurity to strive because they are gaining from that. You see,
Okay,
and that is very unfortunate.
Can I say something about that? I think when people say that the top brasses will gain from insecurity, I think they are missing the fact that even when all these countries that are more advanced than Nigeria, let me just highlight them again. I think they are all there. Okay, I think I'm just using the wrong one. Still getting familiar. You see these countries listed here. I don't know whether you can see them clearly. Let me see if I can zoom in. If I can zoom in, then you can see them more clearly. So these are the top most advanced countries. And I can assure you that almost every single one of them have more soldiers than Nigeria. Even the ones that we are like 10 times more than their population. And their militaries are well funded. They make a lot of money they have a massive military industrial complex. Everybody knows about the American one. So it doesn't make sense to say wrecking your country is how you make more money. Except something is pathologically wrong with those people. Something else is going on here. Because these people are well educated, some of these elites. Many of them are educated in the West. They know what it's like. They know what those countries are like. So why is it that they insist on keeping our country this way? Because sometimes I fear that these governments we have in Africa are behaving like caretaker governments, awaiting our recolonization, because they are not running our countries like countries that should become independent. Look at Nigeria now. And you, as you can see clearly, if you look at the 1993, during that period, there was a lot of problems in Nigeria. Babangida really did a lot of damage to Nigeria's structure. And Abacha tried to heal it to an extent, came up a little bit. But look at what happened in 2001, a massive jump in recruitment. It tells you what Nigeria is capable of doing. They added over, that's the military was increased by over 50% in 1 year. It's not like they cannot do it. Somebody's choosing not to do it. They know what they need to do, but they don't want to do it. And I ask myself why this is happening. This is why this topic, I'm highlighting it, because now this is Nigeria. 200 and this in 20 something thousand. I don't know whether you can see it clearly. Can everyone see it clearly?
Yes, yes, of course.
Okay, yeah, 223,000. So now let me go to Egypt. I will see if I can search Egypt. I think you can search it here. Look at that's 220,000, and Egyptian population is about half the population of Nigeria. Let's see whether when it loads up. Let's see. Let's see if I can get it to load up. As Egypt's.
You see, what I will want to chip in, Mr. Tunaja. You see, the
Go ahead.
fundamental issue, as I rightly cited, is as a result of people are apprehensive, some regions are apprehensive due to the after effects of the. To consider the process of selection. You see, before you are enlisted in Nigerian military, there are certain considerations that must be brought to fore. You see, your tribe, your state of origin also play a vital role. It is not based purely on merit. It's not based purely on national patriotism. It is purely based on sentiments and ethnic divides. So, like for instance,
I get your point. I get the point you are making about
predominantly
sometimes
from the
there are.
northern extraction. You can understand from the
Can you hear
northern
me?
extraction.
Hold on, can
Yes,
you
I
hear me?
can.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think the I hear your point that there's an element of being tribal about the people that are absorbed into the military. But
Exactly.
see, I think because that problem is there, but we also know that the defense minister right now is from Delta State. So it's not totally removing all of them. They are there. And I will have to if there's going to be a kind of a recruitment that needs to happen, you can say every local government area needs to bring certain amount of people, or every state needs to generate a certain amount of people that they are going to come and look to join the military. Because look at Egypt now. Look at Egypt today. 835 million, thousand, soldiers. And I'm telling you right now, because I think the number is going to this in currently, because this is 2020, if I'm not mistaken, or 2018, it's about going to 900,000 now. So if Egypt can do this, and Egypt's half the size of this in Nigeria, and it's in Africa too, let's not mistake it. Why do you think they decided to do this? They had terrorist problems, you remember? They used to be bombing in Egypt. And if you look at, they had relatively low, and they never had as low as Nigeria. This is why I call this a black nation problem.
Exactly.
It's not
Yeah,
African problem. It's a black nation problem.
yeah, to
And
Niger.
yeah,
Yeah, let me know when it's time to talk. Sorry to cut you off. Go ahead, please, but let me know.
yeah. Don't worry, you will speak next. Sorry about that. So if you look at them, they have always had higher numbers constantly, doing their due diligence and getting their men to do the business of securing their nation. And if you go to Algeria, the same thing you see. If you go to this in, I don't even want to go far afield. If you go anywhere else in the world, Singapore, Sri Lanka, India, Brazil has got about. Let me type Brazil so people see. Brazil, that people think is a kumbaya country, carnival and all the rest. Let's see Brazil. Look at that, 700,000. And actually, the real number of Brazilian this military sites is actually bigger than that. I don't know how these numbers. Let me confirm it from this thing. Brazil military size. So if you look at the total number there, I don't know whether anybody can see that. You see the total reserve there, over 1,000,000 that they have. Nigeria doesn't have any reserve. We
That
run
is
our countries.
fundamental.
We run our countries as if it's a summer camp. Like we never intended our nation to be a nation. And
At
this is
all.
what
Of course,
translates.
sorry for cutting you short. The the former military head of state, Ibrahim Masu Babangida, listening to one of his interviews, he said Nigeria was never a nation. So before you can consider those factors, you must decide to build a nation. It is when you build a nation and you now drive the process of nationhood, you can now integrate the security architecture. The security considerations should be brought to fore. How to protect the entire integrity of the nation. But now,
Okay, look
as
at
it
this
stands
now.
now,
Look at
it
this.
clearly shows that it's very
Look at what
unfortunate.
is on the screen now. Look at what is on the screen. Ghana military size. What do you see
Mm.
there? Please read that. What do you see there? Was that Chigozie? Please read it so you
Yeah,
can absorb, get into your
it's
listening
very.
system. No, not it's very. Just give
Let
us a
me see
number.
if
I
I
would like you
can.
to read it. Oh, you can't see it.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay.
I thought you could see it.
Yeah, the
Okay, the
number is
number. Hmm. Go ahead.
166,000, if I'm not mistaken.
No, sorry,
16,000.
16,000.
16,000, I mean. Yes.
16,000 for a country with how many in population? Let's give you the population of Ghana. 31 million. Do you know what it would take to defend this country? One soldier has to defend about 2,000 people. So this is not a Nigeria only problem. If you go to any other part of the world, let me just replace that now with Singapore. Singapore population, you will see, I will do that first. So you see that something else is going on here. This Singapore population, 5 million. Singapore military size. Let's see. What do you see? Including reserve, almost 300,000. That is 5 million. 6 times less than the population of Ghana. And they have going to 300,000 soldiers as ready in case of anything. So this is okay. Let me go to another sub-Saharan African country. Should I go to Kenya or so we see what we are dealing with here? Kenya military size. See that? 29,000. Then let me say Kenya population. So you see 29,000. You just saw Singapore with 5 million population have almost 300,000 soldiers. Kenya military size. Oh no, sorry, population. Sorry, I mistake that one. You are seeing that 53 million or just about 54 million people having 29,000 soldiers to protect them. This is not only a Nigerian problem. This is a black nation problem here. And something is not right. We run our countries as if it's a summer camp. Everybody can come in, do whatever they like, and we don't have any defense. No, nothing to protect ourselves. This is why our countries are poor. We live in sub-economies. So, sorry, artifact of war, go ahead. Sorry, I took a bit long.
Yes, to Niger. Uh, so this is what I call being factual and being this is what I like. This is how we should be doing research and not arguing on the panel and who's the best, who's not. This is the kind of work we have to do every day. you know, and these numbers are mind blowing. And something, just like you said, something somewhere is not right. It doesn't make sense. You know, when you look at the GDP of Nigeria and when you compare it with the GDP of Sri Lanka, you see a gap. There's a gap there. We look at Brazil. We looked at Japan. When it comes down to the population size versus the military size, there is a big gap. So, what does that mean? From my perspective, it means that the black nations have to be maintained in security, because if there is peace and security, there will be prosperity. So, in order to maintain those nations underdeveloped and be vulnerable to any form of attack, division, they have to have a weak military defense. And that's what we're seeing here. And that's why year after year we have attacks in the Sahel, northern Nigeria, in Cameroon, in East Africa. Those people have a way to come in and create trouble and division so they can have access to our natural resources. Just imagine, just imagine that all nations in Africa were at peace. How those people will put their hands on our resources? Basically, they will not have access to our resources. Look what is happening now in Central Africa Republic. They have gold, they have diamond, they have all those precious minerals, natural resources, but the country is poor. If you look at the airport of Bangui, the capital of Central Republic of Africa, you will not believe your eyes. They don't have hospitals, they don't have school, they don't have university, but they are producing, gold and diamonds. Why do they have to always call for friends, for the US, for the UK to come help them? Because those people have put those mechanisms into place in order for those countries to rely on them all the time. In order to understand what you're explaining here to Niger, let's look at Mali. For 10 years, the whole European Union army, they were not able to to fight against terrorism. But in only 9 months, 10 months, after the Mali government and its people signed an agreement with Russia, they are able now to keep their borders safe. So that's one thing. So when I connect the dot with Mali and connecting with the data that you have just presented here, now we understand where the problem is coming from. So they are puppets. They are people who have infiltrated our government, who are preventing us to increase our army size.
Yeah.
Now, there is another point that I wanted to touch here. In modern warfare, it's not all about military size. It's about technological equipment. I can give you 1 million people in your army, but if you do not have the technological equipment, with only 20,000 men, I can beat 1 million men. So at the same time, we should increase our military size, but we should also look at the latest technology of the 21st century. For example, hypersonic missiles, right? Hypersonic missiles, they are not detectable by radar. They are not. It cannot be intercepted. Okay, a hypersonic missile cannot be intercepted. That's what Russia has, and that's what America is afraid of, because they have no way to intercept hypersonic missiles. Now, there is also what we call the sea base hypersonic, the Zircon. I think you guys are familiar with it. There is the T-14 Armata tanks. So those tanks can go anywhere. They have a radar system. They can communicate with aircraft. So at the same time, we should increase our size. I think we should look at acquiring latest 21st century military equipment. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Who else? Who hasn't spoken for a while? And Dr. K, I don't know if you are
Please,
there. If you want to add, go ahead.
please, before Mr. K, Dr. K comes up, I want to react to what my
I've
brother
not,
just said. Is it the
hello,
fundamental issue with?
I've
Can
not
you
spoken
hear
in a
me,
while.
please? Just in a minute. The fundamental issue with Nigeria is not hypersonic and all that. Is not our fundamental issue. We needed to fight and conquer poverty. That is the fundamental problem we have. You cannot, if you have not been able to conquer the basic necessities of life, it is needless talking about conquering the world. We should first of all address the issues, our local issues. Our Nigerian population are dying of hunger. You see, there are malnutrition. Even you can imagine a mere malaria claims over 200,000 people on annual basis. So our fundamental issue is poverty. When the government can, of course, come up with policies on modalities on how to bring the millions, over 70 million of our population are in abject poverty. Now, you can now begin to address the issues of security because it's an aspect of security. When people are not, their safety, their food or shelter is not guaranteed. So you cannot have a perfect structure. You cannot have a perfect security. So the fundamental issue with Nigeria is not buying hypersonic and all that because it will also tell on our budget. Do we have such budgets? Are we so robust to take care of those budgets or procurements? The fundamental issue is no. Even just to execute, implement our concurrent expenditures, Nigeria is borrowing to sponsor its expenditure. So it's unfortunate and it's needless talking about hypersonic or talking about other Western armories. We are still
Okay.
borrowing to eat. We are still borrowing
Okay.
to
Please,
take
please
care of our basic needs. So
let's
it's
try to keep it
immaterial.
brief because this is a discussion between everybody, so that you give people chance to be able to question some of the things you are saying, because your argument now is that because of poverty, we can't, that we should prioritize poverty first. What maybe have you considered that is because you don't have security, that's why you have poverty? You can't trade one for both. When you go to work every day, don't you lock your door and your windows to make sure that when you come back, everything you work for doesn't get stolen? You see what I
Exactly.
mean? So,
Exactly. Thank you to Niger. Thank you for making that point.
No,
so we
it's
have
not
to
true
realize
because
where the source of the problem is coming from. Because if you say, "Oh, I have to this thing get money first before I can worry about my security," you're going to lose both. You're not going to have security and you're not going to have the money. That's what happens in life.
but
And
but
that is
but
what
with
a
due
man's job
respect
is.
to Nigeria,
Go ahead.
with due respect, what is fueling Nigerian insecurity is poverty and illiteracy. So these are fundamental issues. It's not that when the citizens are educated and they are relatively okay, so you reduce the crime rate. That is fundamental. But when they are still struggling with how to survive, how to eat, feed themselves, of course, it will escalate to
Can,
social
yeah, sorry.
crimes.
Whoever is blowing their nose, maybe they should mute their mic before they this thing blow their nose. So yeah, I get what you are saying, but it's sometimes I worry that we place the cart before the horse, because if you look at China, there are examples that nations were thoroughly and severely very poor. Millions were dying when they established a very, very strong military and created their nuclear technology. The Russians, a lot of them died. They just lost 28 million people in the war, and their country was on its knees. But from there, they built up. Because first of all, if you don't have security, everything, there are so many examples. Everything else will fail. Anything you try to put together will fail, because others will come to undermine it, especially if they have something to gain from you. You can't have a house full of gold and everything, and you say, you know what? Let me go to work first with the door open, and everybody knows where it is. Everybody knows my address. Let me go to work first. Then when I come back, then I'll buy the padlock. No, they will take everything first. Then when you come back, you don't have any this thing and nothing to protect. Then you sell that padlock to go and eat again. Then tomorrow you try to do the same thing again. You will fail. So this is how the world works. Sri Lanka was poor. Till today, Sri Lanka spends less than on their defense than Nigeria, but yet they have 400,000 soldiers and they are more secure. If you see that map in the world, you see that map you are looking at in the world. That is the size of most nations and their militaries, and they are not even talking about their population. Look at where Nigeria is on that map. Nigeria is hello. Your mic is on. Let me mute him. Let me see if I'm muting. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, I'm just getting. I really don't know how to handle this. So yeah, if you look at the Nigerian, I don't know if you can see those numbers. Nigeria is showing about 220 something thousand soldiers. You look at India, 5 million. China 4 million. Brazil is showing total of 2.1 million total personnel. Brazil, that is of less population than Nigeria, if I'm not mistaken, or quite close population, has 2.1 million. And okay, you can say maybe Brazil is slightly richer than this in the Nigeria. You can say that, but how do you explain that of Sri Lanka? How do you explain that of smaller economies like let's see what this one is. That one is South Korea has South Korea. I don't. This is ridiculous. The amount is just stupid. It's 6.7 million. That's South Korea, one of the most advanced countries. Are you seeing South Korea in this list? Are you seeing South Korea there on that list? One of the most advanced countries technologically has got 6 point something million people involved in this media. I don't even know how they do that. I don't know how you can pull that one off. You see why I worry. When you see some of numbers, you have to ask yourself, what is going on in your country? What is going on your continent? Why is it that these people are like this, while your own country is like everybody has? Oh my God, who is that? Let me mute mics now. Okay, it was Matthew. So if you look at the map, South Korea is showing that their military size is ridiculously high for such a small country. And we are not asking ourselves, why is it our own is like this? I think something more is going on. I can't even explain it myself, because you would have thought by now that one of these countries around these areas, just one of them would have just flickered on and increased their military posture. Is it that something is inherently wrong with black people? Is it that we are being oppressed somehow? I've heard of Dr. T talk about us having low IQ and stuff like that. Why is it that we leave our land, that's the most blessed continent on earth, the greatest inheritance that any group will die to have? That continent has genetic base of humanity, and we that on that continent, we've been there forever, and we just left it undefended. I can't make heads or tail of it, because we try to reduce this discussion to it's because there's poverty. There's poverty everywhere. Yeah, it's because corruption. There's corruption everywhere. It's ridiculous how much corruption is going on in the world. The world lost about 5 point something trillion to fraud in 1 year. 5 point something trillion. Do you think that the whole Nigerian economy is not up to a trillion? Where do you think all that is happening? It's not. Except Nigeria is making all that 5 point something trillion. That's why we are the most corrupt part of the world. So something is going on here that doesn't add up. So I don't know, Dr. K. Do you have any explanation for what we are looking at here?
Atunaja.
Okay.
No, go ahead, Dr. K.
Yeah. I've always said this before, but I don't know what's going on, but I do think that there's something to do with our makeup. We don't have a good threat awareness clock, an internal threat awareness clock inside of us. Like, these people came first. It was the Arabs, right, as a large group, or we call them the Hyksos, right, in ancient Egypt and Sudan. And then they started going around the country. They started enslaving the Habesha people and the Oromos. Then when they discovered the Swahili coast, that's where they went. Then obviously they went into West Africa. And the issue is we've never really learned from these invasions. It seems like things bad, astronomical things happened to us. What happened to Congo is unforgivable. It was first it was the Arabs who tried it, then the Portuguese, and then the Belgians, and over 10 million people died in Congo. But that history or that understanding of how dangerous these people are, or the fact that we have to be careful about them or build systems and strategies. For example, military technology. We don't even have military technology, right? It's like we're just not learning from anything. We just honestly, I'm not even sure we can call ourselves human beings. A human being has to be free and able to make decisions based on learned information. We are just repeating tasks. We're just repeating what's happened in the past. And I have no idea why we can't just break free from this loop and be able to take things seriously. I agree with you 100% when it comes to safety. I would even go as far as we need to be able to manufacture our own weapons so that we can do it at will and at task, and also be able to defend our situation. Honestly, we need to seriously look hard at this issue. And I really don't know if the leaders, okay, I would say the leaders are not equipped. I believe that, in Africa, we really need to start practicing a democracy that is not one practice everywhere else. We need to be unique to our problems. I believe that, if you're going to become a governor of a state, for example, or, forget the president, even just a governor level, you need to have passed some kind of test that is fair, but allows you to understand world economics, world politics, and also strategy of military warfare. Because that's how you're going to be able to get people who can have vision. Because that's when I'll say we're lacking vision. Why is it that our leaders get in power and they're people who lack vision, able to see the future, how things relate to us and affect us?
Hmm. It's a bit of a tale, how this has happened to us. And I think because we are in small countries, relatively, we are in our own little enclaves, so we don't see the bigger issue that is going on. And if you look at the African map, there, it's very interesting that they actually made it small, because in reality we are quite small. But geographically we're a lot larger than that, because this map is one of those maps they said was misrepresenting the size of this in Africa grievously. But I don't know whether it's that grievous in terms of military, because we are really tiny. The way we defend ourselves, we don't see the bigger picture, because we are inside our countries and we don't understand what other people are doing. All the countries we love to enjoy, we praise. We praise the US all the time, but look at them. Look at their military size now. 2 point something million. We don't copy it. We never copy it, even if we know that's what they did. Look at, we like to praise the United Kingdom, tiny country, 300 and something thousand. Like Nigeria is 4 times bigger than that country, and they have more advanced weapons than us. They have nuclear technology. Look at their personnel, still 370 something K total. And they don't see, people are not slouching. Oh, that's France. Sorry, the one for UK is 220 something thousand, with about 4 times less population than Nigeria, and with their nuclear submarine. If Nigeria has nuclear submarine, they probably wouldn't even bother having 50,000. They'll be like, you know what, we have done our job. That's the end of it. Let's just go home and forget about it. That kind of attitude. If you go to Russia, 3 point something million in total. Why do you think these people do these things? I don't understand why our people don't understand. The reason why they are doing it, because it provides them security. Any Nigerian that is here knows ShopRite. They know ShopRite is in Nigeria. ShopRite has security guards. They don't say, okay, you know what? We don't need security guards because you're not going to make money. People are just going to come and start snatching people's purses and phones and all the rest of it. They're not going to make money. It's not because ShopRite likes security guards. It's because they know that it will help them make money. Security is money. If you have security, people are not getting kidnapped in your country. People are not getting bombed. Women are not getting raped, and all that stuff is not happening. You are going to have people who come into the country and pour money inside your country. And even within the country itself, people will be able to go out at more hours of the day and carry out economic activities. Nigeria is practically shut down at night in many areas because people are afraid for their security. All these things is why we are poor. It's not the other way around. Poverty is not what is creating insecurity. It's the insecurity that creates poverty.
Yeah, I have a question.
How many powerful countries are poor? Yeah, go ahead.
I believe that in Africa, we don't actually, in general, we don't have a concept of competence. Our concept is if you have a position, whether it's a powerful position or even a corporate position, where you have access to making decisions and or money, you already made it. There isn't really a concept of, let's say, you want to be the best chef in the world. There's a concept of, okay, you have to get the skills, you have to get, other people to agree that your skills have reached a certain level. And then there's an international quality control for you to be a great chef. However, when it comes to Africa, the way we do trade with each other, we don't really have this concept. You don't have the concept of, I am good at my job. That is not a concept at all tonight. And I will say that's probably one of the biggest issues. It's like for you to even be able to, let's say, plan for the future and have vision for your continent or country, you need to even take your job seriously to the point whereby you're seeing beyond just your term. I believe, unfortunately, in most African cases and leadership, we are not thinking about the future. We're not thinking further than the current, administration that we're part of. And that's an issue. This goes from bottom all the way to up. So I would say that's why we don't think about ways to protect ourselves when it comes to military efforts.
Yeah, it's a shame. Somebody highlighted, a Nigerian highlighted, which was very interesting. But I think that was Christian, if I'm not mistaken. He said something about trust between the people and the state, and I see the logic in that, and I agree with that to an extent. That Nigerians don't trust their government, so why should they, invest in security? Why should they, volunteer to go and fight for that government? Because they don't know whether the government is going to take care of them or their pension and their families and all the rest of it. I get that argument, but it's still, that argument is not going to stop Boko Haram. It's not going to stop anything. Sooner or later, the people themselves have to say, you know what, we are going to demand that you increase soldiers, and we are going to have to insist that every state contributes to the military, and it has to represent the national character. And if we put money into this military to increase the military budget, we are going to make sure that this thing is transparent too. They don't. You see, my problem is that nobody talks about these things, because if you talk, they focus more on the fact that we are even a nation in the first place. Like, oh, let's tear the country up and start, as if that has ever really made anybody richer. Look at Sub-Saharan Africa. Yeah.
You dominated the argument. You make other people spectators, perhaps because maybe one's opinion is at variance with your own.
Maybe you are right there, but I'm not stopping you from talking. Dr. K. So you can go ahead.
Chigozie has spoken up to like 4 times, and I've been making an attempt to. And you haven't.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I think you were muted at first because there was sound coming on from your this. So, but you can go ahead. Sorry, just go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, now let me use Nigeria's situation as a scenario where I would have agreed with you. I'm not saying number is not important, but where I would have agreed with you about where I would have agreed with you that the number is the bane of our problem in overcoming security challenges is if, as we speak, if Nigerian military were engaging Boko Haram, ISWAP, bandits, terrorists currently, real time, and they don't have the number to go around to do it in all the theaters of operation, I would have agreed with you. Like I told you earlier, I said this is guerrilla warfare. The people you are fighting, the insurgents, they are not coming out to confront Nigerian soldiers real time. They look for target, they attack, they go back to their base to hibernate. So if that is the situation, even as number is important, it is not relevant in getting at them in a guerrilla warfare situation. If there is a battlefield where the Nigerian soldiers are coming, the oppositions, the Boko Haram insurgents are coming, it's understandable that number is important. But the scenario demands for technology, demands for intelligent gathering. The what's it called? The NSA have said it all, that the locals do not even have confidence in the authorities to divulge information, and some actionable intelligence that is needed, they don't even get to the authorities before time, because the lifetime of some actionable intelligence is so short, and the confidence to give government the information is not there because there's no synergy. The area I would have agreed with you is if you are looking at drafting the locals, traditional institutions into the security architecture, I think that will achieve more success. I'm not saying number is not important or is not relevant, but the situation at hand in Nigeria, even if you have the number, you cannot overcome it, because we are not able to overcome it is not because of not having number. That's my submission on that.
Yeah, see, you do have a point to an extent about intelligence gathering. In the end, you still need the numbers, even in the intelligence and the people to action the intelligence. They really need to action it in overwhelming numbers. We know where these people are, and it is the thing with Nigeria is that if you move too many resources to the north, who is going to protect the river state, Lagos, Bayelsa, all the oil producing areas, not to mention Abuja and our ministers? You know, our ministers have a lot of soldiers protecting them too, and politicians. So we don't have the numbers to stretch ourselves to action, or even the intelligence that we have. You can have intelligence that, oh, they are coming to bomb somewhere, but if you don't have people to get there, who's going to do it? Nothing is going to happen. You're just going to be watching them on CCTV camera or whatever you want to watch them get away. As a matter of fact, what I'm saying is not only I'm not the only one that shared this opinion. I've shared this opinion a long time ago, but recently I saw an intelligence official on TV. He was saying that what sensors are not going to do anything. Intelligence is not going to do anything. That even if you have sensors there, by the time they blow, they can even use this in RPG to knock the train down, capture the people. By the time you come with whatever you're coming with, you just be videoing them running away. Are you going to blow up the car? So he says you have to go after these people. You have to have people to go after them. This is how you deny them space.
Yeah, Tunaja, I wanted to say something.
Go ahead.
I have a question for Mr. Matthew. Mr. Matthew, you live in the neighborhood. You have maybe an apartment or a house.
Okay.
Do you choose which day you are going to lock your door based on the fact that, in that neighborhood, there is not a lot of breakout. You know, there are no thieves. There is no, there is security in the neighborhood. Do you choose when you have to lock your door, or the point I'm trying to make here, Mr. Matthew, is as a country, you must be ready at any time, because you don't know when and how the enemy will strike. Look at Sri Lanka. We saw the data for Sri Lanka. We saw the data for Brazil. They are ready if anything happens. Are you saying that we have to wait until there is an attack before we start recruiting? before we start increasing the size of our army? No, there is a threshold. There is a threshold. We must reach a threshold. Tonight, just show the data. And if we look at the trend, we're going to see that there is a threshold. There is a minimum that we should have. We must have all the time. And African countries do not have that minimum of when it comes to military size. So that's the point I wanted to make. Thank you.
I'm not saying this number is not important. That's not what I'm saying. Don't get me wrong. What I'm saying is that even as number is important, even if you have the number currently, there are areas where the number will be put to good use. As we speak, we are not in a conventional warfare where you have the opposition and you are battling the battlefield. This is a guerrilla warfare where the weaker part is advantageous. They come at will, look for soft targets, make a point, go back. Under such scenario, you need technology and strategy to combat it. In generally speaking, I am not saying we should not increase our capacity in terms of this number. We should do that because nobody know when the need for number will arise in case of maybe external aggression. Currently,
Yes,
we're even doing external aggression, not even external aggression. So if we are not able to get the capacity in terms of technology, irrespective of the number we get, we cannot combat it.
yes, Mr. Matthew, I think you are flip-flopping. Because earlier, that's what Tunija mentioned, and I mentioned it. In addition to the military size, we need to have the latest technological, modern warfare equipment, right? But you said that we have to worry about, we are poor and we don't have the budget. We don't have the budget to invest into that. So I think you are flip-flopping. You have to be consistent in what you're saying. So keep in mind, here is how the Nigerian military could win the war against Boko Haram. Listen, I'm almost finished. If Nigeria had military size, they could easily encircle, right? They could pinpoint exactly where those terrorists are hiding and encircle them and stop them in the area where they are. So with the military size, the advantage would be to encircle the terrorist group, right? And by encircle them, you can prevent them from attacking in the future. So that's one advantage of having the military size. Now, we do not have, even though we do not have the funds, we do not want to invest, or maybe because there are people preventing us to do that. But by having a military size, a consistent military size, we should be able to contain, those terrorists in a specific area. So, and also, last point. When it comes to budget and money, that's not what Africa lacks. We are rich. We can even do trucks. That's what Mali is doing. Mali has gold. Mali is producing on average 70 tons of gold every year. You can go look it up. So when you have gold, you are credible on the international market. Anybody in the world can give you loans. Anybody in the world can give you the latest, military equipment, modern warfare equipment, if you are credible. So that's why the Russian went to Mali and Central Republic of Africa, because they saw the potential that those countries have, and they were ready to step in and help them. So even if you don't have liquidity, even if you don't have cash, but you can use your natural resources to get the weapon that you need. And I think Nigeria has the potential to do that, right? Nigeria doesn't have to have the cash on hand in order to get those weapons. So that's one thing we should consider. So don't worry about the budget. Don't worry about the budget. We have the resources that we can use to get the weapon, and that's what we should be doing. But there are people who are preventing us from doing that.
I totally disagree with you.
I think he was addressing Matthew. Let's let Matthew respond because he may not. Yeah.
I never said that paucity of fund is the bane of Nigerian government not being able to overcome security challenges. You can recall that I've even said that Nigerian government withdrew $1 billion from SS crude account to fight insecurity. As we speak, there's a budget, a proposal to even buy arms and ammunition from America to the tune of $1 billion. I never said that. That was it. But the area I strongly and vehemently disagree with to Nigeria is, irrespective of the number of the military currently, we are not likely going to defeat insurgency, criminality, because it is not a conventional warfare. It is a guerrilla warfare. What I said is, I said even as number is important, but it's not the panacea to overcome the security challenge currently.
See, okay, do you know that Egypt was not had the same problem? Why do you think? Okay, give me one reason why you think Egypt has that kind of high level of security level, and the same thing with Algeria. Are they stupid?
What I'm saying is, if you look at Nigeria's scenario, it's not as if Nigeria, if you match Boko Haram, match bandits, whatever name they go by, if you match them in a battlefield, Nigeria will neutralize them. I've said it here that Nigeria have comparative advantage in terms of air platform, and this non-state actors do not have it. So the challenge we have, even as the number is important, what we need to overcome the security challenges is strategy and technology. Even if you increase the number, you are not going to overcome the security challenges until you drive the process through technology and strategy. I think I have to sustain that point.
Okay, I think I get why. Okay, I get that you're sustaining the point, but you have to sometimes try to see the reason why people are saying the numbers matter. One, there is a lot of data showing that when you increase the size of your military, you deny your enemy space. There is only as much strategy can do for you when you don't have the people. I just gave you an example just now. You can have an actionable intelligence that you are supposed to act on, but before you send your men from one position to another, the event is already finished. Your people, by the time they make it their way there, it's finished. But if you have people close by, then they will go and react and stop the incidents from occurring. Security soldiers are like nerve endings of a nation, so that whenever something happens, they can respond and take care of it. If being present in different locations doesn't matter, why do you think Americans have so many military bases around the world? Why do you think France has so many military bases in Africa? Why do you think all the many European countries are having? Because they are in their country, they have satellites, they have missiles, they have everything. Why do you think they are here? Because they want to take advantage, make sure that they deny us space and time. Why do you think Russia is doing what it is doing?
Okay,
Because they don't want America to be next door to them. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Can I come in? Sorry, can I come in?
Okay,
Can I come in? Sorry.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, I can ramble
What
on
I
sometimes.
want to say is that,
David,
okay, what I
Yeah,
wanted to say is that,
my network has
see, I maintain the fact that, okay, for instance, of increasing the military size,
strength.
while you can't be able to maintain it, you don't have the funding to sustain it. So the fundamental issue is not just increasing the military size. The fundamental issue is the inability of the government to sustain it. I cited that most of our military personnel are demoralized. Their entitlements, allowances are not being paid, and the government are giving excuses that they lack they are sort of funded as the way you can maintain them. So it is just as good as nothing. So the basic thing and the fundamental issue, the uniqueness of our problem is economic security. If we can combat its economic security, like in 1990, the China you are hearing today that are enlisted as one of the world powers, 98% of our citizens is poor, but the government concentrated on how to lift those 98% out of poverty. and builds confidence and hope for them. Then when they were able to achieve that, and the poverty rate of in China now is less than 2%. See, they are able to stabilize themselves economic wise. They have that economic security. Now you can now empower the citizens who also are productive, gainfully employed, that can pay taxes to the government. Then the government will use those taxes to finance security and increase the military base. If these things are not done, are not put in perspective, so it needs less rigmarolling, beating about the bush. The fundamental thing is to be economically secured. Irrespective of the fact that we have natural resources, then of what use are those natural resources if we can harness it to the betterment of all? So the fundamental issue now is not by the buying of Tocano. Why was, like for instance, recent past, the bandits brought down one of the Tocano jets that was procured by the Nigerian government. Do you know amount of economic loss west that is? Why? Because the fundamental issues have not been addressed. It is not, we understood that there is need to increase the military size, but the issue is not increasing it. Well, the challenge is not, we have the numerical strength, but what about the sustainability? The
Okay, can I
salaries,
answer?
Yeah,
Can I
salaries
answer that
of those
question? I
people,
think
can I
you
just
made
that is
that
the
can I
point.
just
fundamental
cut you?
issue.
Okay, let me
Can
allow
I
some
say
other person to
something?
go. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just say this? Yeah, yeah, I'm always on this point, on the same line of thinking that we need economic stability first. But you always talk about increasing the military size. To make military people really fight for their country, they must be patriotic. You understand? So I'm going to ask you that question: are Nigerian military patriotic to Nigeria? If they're not, if something is happening that they are not patriotic, even if you increase that number, there's not going to be any change. What if they're not patriotic? What is making the Nigerian military not being patriotic? Because I can tell you the numbers of Nigerian military right now can defeat Boko Haram. Maybe they don't have the willpower to fight because something is stopping them from being patriotic. The idea is not increasing the military personnel, it's trying to make them patriotic so that they can fight for Nigeria. If you go and even look how much they pay military in all these other countries, you realize that it's even lesser to what they pay Nigerian military. But these people can still fight for their country because they have some patriotism. So if you cannot push patriotism in your military, there's no point increasing the military personnel. It's better you have 10,000 that can fight and sacrifice themselves for their country. So that's just the point I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I
I think
see.
I think the fundamental,
Let me just
that's what
ask a question
informed that.
about that. Can I ask you a question about this? So
Okay.
you said that the military, that because we don't have the money, Sri Lanka has five times less GDP than Nigeria, but they can fund twice the number of military than Nigeria, and with about 10 times less than the population of Nigeria. They were able to do that, and they are a poor country relatively. And there are many poor countries that are non-black that have done the same thing. And we have to ask ourselves that, is it about money here? Something else is really stopping us from defending our people. And see, what's his name, Chigozie?
Yes.
I'm worried that we as men are making every excuse under the sun not to do our job, to defend our people. And we are going to pay heavily for it. Our forefathers have been enslaved. Our countries have been colonized before. And the people, they are still watching us right there.
Matthew, please mute yourself, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So our forefathers have been enslaved and they are still there compromising us. They have a military base. America has a military base in Niger Republic. France has one. So they can be in Abuja in 2 hours if they need to, if we step out of line. And because we are not doing we as men, our primary duty is to defend our women, our children, and our communities. That is the primal duty of a man. If anybody
of,
knows
of a
anything about,
government in this perspective.
see,
The
but you see,
primary function
you
of
are
a
the government.
government.
That is, you are the
Excuse me,
government.
can I come in? The
Go ahead.
primary essence of governance is to protect life and property. That is the priority, the first
How many women
duty
have
of a
created
government.
nations before? How many
Now,
women have created
okay,
nations? It's the men.
yes, let me come in. When it comes to security, is the business of everyone, but it is the primary function of government. Now, who are those we have within the corridor of power? They are poor mentally. You see, we have people within the occupying the seat of power who are poor mentally, who are, I mean, educated illiterates. They don't pay priorities to security, issue of security. For instance, even the little security personnel we have are being assigned to protect the political elites. You see, over just a governor, we have over close to 50 military personnel drafted obelisk. Why the
Yeah.
entire population is being left at the mercy of whatever happens to them? Look at the president occupies almost half of the military population, safeguarding the only.
Yeah. Who wanted to say something?
Yeah,
Yeah,
tonight,
so,
I
so,
I wanted to
hello,
quickly say something here, please,
hello.
please.
Go
Um,
ahead. Go ahead.
so
Go ahead.
so Chikozi must
Sorry, David, you're going
understand.
to speak after him. David, you're going to speak after him.
Oh,
Go ahead.
okay.
Chikozi must understand that for a country to prosper, you need security. Nigeria is an example. Nigeria has a central bank. That's the number two top priority. But Nigeria lacks in terms of security. And that's why you see Nigeria not being where it should have been because Nigeria lacks in security. So Shikozi should understand that security comes first and then central bank. When you look at the francophone country in Africa, they do not have central banks. That's why they cannot prosper. They do not have their own currency, just like Nigeria has. And Mali has been fighting to get its central bank and security. So I just want Shikozi to understand that the number one priority is security. Once you have security, you can prosper. And then comes the central bank because you need to control the flow of your economy, the flow of transactions. You need to have your own central bank. Nigeria has it, but lacks in security. So I will stop there.
Okay, okay, now please can I chip in something?
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, in line with what last last speaker said, I think security is paramount, is the key to every society that intends to develop. Because without security, investors cannot invest their money in in an economy that is not secured. That is not secured. Now, by that, going just let's take a look at the recent recruitment now. As it stands now, Nigerian military is recruiting now. I think recruitment will end on the 6th of May. Now, and
Sorry, your line has gone off, gone mute.
recruiting just 1,000 man and then protect our borders, protect our land borders. It doesn't work that way. Now, the last speaker said something about increasing manpower. Sorry, increasing the numbers, the numbers of our military personnel. So me, I think it's a welcome idea because when you have large numbers of military personnel, then you can delegate power, delegate authority to them. Now, when you have a lesser numbers of people of this military personnel, what the government intends to do is just to overstretch them. And now you stretching them, you will not see that what effectiveness from them carrying out their what assigned duties. So I think I will go with the speaker that said now the government need to what increase the numbers of people of persons that will be absorbed into the military. So because
Yeah,
now
that's well
according
said. I really agree with that. Go ahead.
yeah yeah according to the UN international standard, I think it is it is one military man ratio 300 no ratio either 50 or 50 citizens. But now, how do you see even the ones who are supposed to be protecting us now are even protecting these VIPs, these athletes, politicians? So on this end now, if you want to tackle insecurity, you you need more of these people to what absorb in. You need more people that will be absorbed into the military. Now let us narrow our discussion into Bola Ahmed Ashiwaju, which is the APC presidential hopeful. Now he said, see, when he eventually gets, see, peradventure he becomes the president of this country. He said now he will recruit 100,000 military men. He said that during when he, I think that was when he went to Kaduna or thereabout, and then people were like making jest of him that that's too much. He said, see, that is the only way you can put an end to what to this insecurity issue. Now, when you have more hands on deck to tackle insecurity, so that you can at least delegate power to this set of people, so that these ones you have will not be overstretched. When you stretch your military, you will not get results. That is impossible. Every country see today that is developed as times two of the military protecting our people as citizens. But now Nigeria reverse is the case. Thank you.
Wow, wow. That man, I never thought that we would live to see the day me and you agree on something. Man, that's so well said. Because you actually said something that I wanted to ask you about. You said something about the UN saying that they need to have about one soldier to 50 citizens. What number is that? I'm asking
One
David. You said something about
one
UN.
one
uh
military personnel ratio 50.
to 50 citizens.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't even know
According
that.
to the
That is very
yes,
interesting.
yes, yes.
Nigeria has one military person to 1,000 citizens.
Wow.
We all know that this
That is
number
this is what
is grossly inadequate.
these people are what
We
they
have
are being overstretched. They are
the
being overstretched.
number will not solve it.
Matthew, you were saying something?
I
Hello.
say we all know that the number I have is grossly inadequate, but the situation we had at hand, number will not solve it.
So
Okay,
what do you
I
think
don't
will
know.
solve? What do
No,
you
no.
think will solve the situation?
I think we solve it. We
Action,
solve it. Yeah.
yes. Strategy, the right weapon.
But somebody has to carry out the strategy. Don't you understand? I just gave you examples of if something is
See,
happening about 10
Pastor.
miles away, if you don't have people there,
Hello.
what are you going to send air over there to intervene?
I'll give
I don't know.
you an analogy.
Yes, that's
I'll give you an analogy that if Nigeria military personnel were to be in battlefield with Boko Haram real time, and we are lacking the number to continue the fight, number would have been a challenge in this scenario. But currently, it is a guerrilla warfare where the opponent come at will, look for soft target, hit it, make a point, go back and hibernate in their in their forest.
Matthew, okay, Matthew, let's drill down to this now. Let's drill down to this. Okay, say 10 miles away, there's an incident. Boko Haram is attacking this in a train line, and you have about 10 soldiers with you here
yeah.
because now we are sparsely this thing. How do you deploy them there before the Boko Haram finish the operation? Because you don't have people, you don't have soldiers deployed in every region and spread all over the place. So how do you send somebody from here to that location because
and
the
there's no
Boko Haram
military
might
base
finish
there.
their operation in 20 minutes.
I think that's where the technology
Yes.
comes in to
But
Nigeria.
the technology is not going to stop Boko Haram from doing what it's doing. If you like, you send a missile there, it's
Because
not going to
see,
stop Boko Haram. So
I-
what is
If
going to
if
stop
you
the
have
Boko Haram?
good surveillance, you
Naija,
may stop them before they do anything.
hello,
But I
Naija,
need to
I think the technology on this
is
now, it's not going to drive itself there. It's not going to drive itself there. Now that's why you need manpower to make sure that everything is on deck. Now that is when the issue of manpower comes in. That is when you need people who will drive this technology. Technology cannot drive itself. It's impossible.
Exactly.
Well, but
Human beings
I've
are the
seen
most advanced technology. If you
brother.
put
But look,
sorry,
I've
sorry,
seen
sorry,
the youth.
Kifaru, hold on. If you put sensors everywhere, you know what human beings do? To let you know that human beings are the biggest
Yeah,
weapons, they are the most advanced. They will dodge the sensors, and like they have always been doing, it's not like
very
we don't
well.
have drones in the air right now. They will dodge it and still go and carry out whatever they want to do, and they will go to where
Okay,
they know you
now
are sparsely populated and you can't respond on time, and they'll do it and they'll disappear. We don't even protect our borders, for crying out loud. How are you supposed to protect the country like that? So sorry, I'm just
okay,
we have to
now
drill down
now
to the nitty gritty.
sorry, sorry. Can I sorry,
Go ahead.
sorry, can
Of
I
course, go
show me
ahead.
something now? Now when now last week, I think last month, when there's this Kaduna Abuja train attack now, are you now is somebody telling me that see now there's no the Nigerian army does not have technology to detect that these bandits are now operating along Kaduna Abuja expressway. So why didn't the send that
shot
technology
yourself.
to that particular
Mr. David,
hello?
you just shot yourself in the foot now.
Yeah, yeah.
Because let me remind you what the minister of
What food? Okay, go ahead.
Amici, he said he
I
raised
I cannot
a proposal to acquire the necessary technology for surveillance, and it was turned down. And Ushibanjo presided over the fake meeting, and nobody.
hello, sir.
So in
I can barely hear
terms
you,
of
sir. Can you
I have a point. In terms of the security to man the rail line is not there before now. It is now that the government is going to go back to do it. It's on record. Go and verify.
See, it's not
that
about.
I
See, there
can
were people calling from that train telling people that they were being attacked, but nobody can respond to it. Even if
exactly
you have surveillance, you can't be there. That is the problem. There's nobody around there to stop them. That's why bank robbers can come
now
in, even when police stations are just 10 this into 1 mile away. They can go to a bank and rob a bank and get out. You need more people. You need more ways to block them off from escaping. Matthew,
I
are you
think when it
understanding it now?
I think
Now, get another point. I've said it here before. The Nigerian government, I want you to disagree with this. Let me see how it goes. The Nigerian government has comparative advantage in terms of air platform. Two of us.
They don't have how do you
I
mean
think
that
if
they
you
don't have
have,
advantage? They have an advantage over the terrorists, of course.
hello, Pastor Matthew. When you say
Are you
advantage, now
fighter jet?
There is
hello, sir.
feedback
Sorry, can I
coming
take you?
through. I don't
Now,
know where the feedback is
now
coming
if you
from.
say
I want you to answer this.
now,
Are you telling me that Boko
now
Haram
Pastor,
fighter jets? They own fighter jets?
now okay, now okay,
They
now
don't own it.
now haven't you seen
It means
Boko
that
Haram bring down Nigeria fighter jets?
Go ahead.
Hello.
No, go
Now,
ahead.
haven't you seen the same Boko Haram bringing the same Nigerian Army Air Force fighter jets? Now, how many persons in that scenario lost
Sorry for interrupting you.
their life?
Matthew, there's feedback coming from your this thing. That's why I just muted you. Not because I want to stop you from talking. There's feedback coming from your this thing. I don't know why. Maybe there's some
are
sound in
you
the
watching
background.
from YouTube and some other? Do you have to, does he have two devices on?
Who knows? Yeah, I don't think he's hearing us.
I'm hearing you.
Yeah, okay, yeah, the noise has
No.
gone away now. Okay, go ahead, David.
Okay. Now, so my question is, Pastor, in this scenario, you are against the government not recruiting more ends to also assist the military to fight this insurgency. So now you made mention about technology. Now, can the technology drive itself to win or to end this
You didn't
insurgency?
get me.
That's my
You
question.
didn't get me. I'm not against the government recruiting more. What I'm saying is that even if you have as much as the strength of African army in terms of the number, the situation we have at hand, number cannot resolve it. Because
Oh
we
yeah,
are
no.
not in a
See, no. See, why
I
do you say
disagree with
number
that.
cannot resolve it? You keep saying that when they tell you that the density matters. You can't have
go
soldiers sparsely all over the place.
right, go and study conventional warfare. In guerrilla warfare, the weaker part is always at advantage because they hibernate somewhere. They are not engaging Nigerian army in real time. I've said it here that if you have a situation where there is a battlefield where Boko Haram is consistently fighting Nigerian army, you now determine whether Nigerian army is being depleted to the level where they don't have capacity to engage them. But as we speak, there is no battlefield anywhere where they are fighting in real time. They are hibernating somewhere for where they come and look for some target to attack, go back there and come again. So after that scenario, you need strategy and wherewithal to get their location to take them out. Not the number. I'm not saying number is not necessary as a country for a country, but the situation we have, even if you have a number, you cannot combat it with that number because you need technology, you need strategy, you need actionable intelligence to overcome it.
See, okay, strategy. I agree with you. Obviously, that strategy is also very important. You have to have a strategy, but strategy is like saying, "Oh, I need to go and make food for myself." But if you don't have food in the first place, there is no strategy that is going to work. That's the point.
Can
You
I
have
say
to have
something?
the numbers to be able to cook with. Sorry, go ahead. I'm mixing
Yeah,
cooking
okay.
and
You know, Cameroon and Nigeria, we always we had the same problem with Boko Haram. Okay, but for some reason, Cameroon, I think they say they have successfully pushed out Boko Haram out of the national territory. I don't know how far it's true, but people say yeah, it seems like that. So how did they do? You can't find, as his brother is saying, you can't find Boko Haram because they're using guerrilla warfare, the hit and run. So what the Cameroon military did, they had to infiltrate these people's villages with intelligence. Okay, they have spies all over the place. They have people who are pretending to be Boko Haram, and because of that, they could spot out Boko Harams and their family and their family members, and they start carrying out target killings, and that's how they succeeded to like push out Boko Haram, fighting them, set them out of the national territory, and then they have a rehabilitation center, really, really big one in the north of Cameroon. And a lot of all these Boko Haram fighters, they have been learned, they teach them how to trade, teach them so many things. I think that is a strategy. I don't know if Nigeria has got the same thing. They can use it. It's going to work because
Sorry,
it's
can I chip in?
difficult to fight a conventional, to fight a guerrilla warfare. No matter how good you are, no matter how good your technology or military is. So I think the strategy that may be one. That's just my own
Can I
opinion.
can I chip in something? Can I chip in
Go
something?
ahead, please.
Can I chip in
Yeah, go
something?
ahead.
Now, I ask Pastor to if Pastor now when the late president of Chad, now when this bandit or this Boko Haram was when it was a menace in his country, now what did he do? He had to what recruit more hands into the Nigerian army, into the military land. Now equipped, now increase more of the soldiers. Now and then also went there and attacked these bandits. There was this particular spot in which they were actually sharing boundary between Nigeria and the Chadian government. So the man had to take the fight to the border where these people are. Now, as at that time, I don't think the man made use of any equipment. Or what he needed as at that point was to recruit more ends into the army, and which that one gave him victory on his own hand. Because he had to rely on the military equipment. I don't think he would have won the war because now military equipment on its own cannot win the war. You need more ends on deck to fight these people when it comes to physical combat.
Yeah.
Hello.
Chigozie, I
Hello.
don't know. Chigozie hasn't said anything for a while, and Dr. K has been quite
So
quiet. I don't know whether he's
You
gone to
know
sleep.
Dr. K.
Dr. K is regular.
Okay.
After he throws, then he goes to sleep. So Chigozie, I don't
Dr.
know whether
K,
he
Mr.
wants to add
Chigozie,
something.
Dr. K is eating Shima.
Mr.
In Shima.
Chigozie. Okay.
Okay. Well, I'm having
Maybe
difficulty connecting, hooking up. We can be talking about
network.
technology. Why we
Okay.
don't even have power to power our phones. The government have not been able to fix the problem of power. And you can see now what we are using
Exactly. To power
to
the
drive
Generators.
an industrial hub, let alone we have difficulty in
yes, very
fixing
well.
most of our
Well
industries
said.
moribund and are running on diesel. And you are talking of a supersonic. In fact, that sounds
Tucano jet.
Tucano
Tucano
jet and
fighter jet.
hypersonic. So
I say
that
right,
still brings
right
us
now,
down
right now, I'm fine with
to
only machete.
our
If they have only machete, I'm fine at this rate. As long as we have
okay.
enough people everywhere, so that those people they will chase them into the forest and chase them out wherever they go. So go ahead, go ahead. Sorry for interrupting.
So the issue is that we have to address a problem bedeviling us. Let's fix the issue of power. Now let the government be decisive about driving an economic hub to get millions of its citizens from out of poverty. Then that in turn could also generate more funding for the government to increase and facilitate the military advancements. Because you cannot be talking about advancement when your own citizens are impoverished. Most of them cannot pay taxes. They are either unemployed, over 70 to 90% are either unemployed or underemployed. So who do you expect to pay tax? And government need tax in order to execute and facilitate most of these things. And that is what, of course, depending on loans, when you don't know how to pay it, when you are not productive, you see, you keep on consuming. That is very unfortunate. And within the corridor of power, there are vested interests. You see, of recent past, the government of Nigeria paid over 100 billion to Mieti Anla to pacify them. But they can procure 3 point something billion gadgets for surveillance and to man the train facilities. You can imagine the irony. You paid Boko Haram, you paid Mieti Allah 100 billion plus, and you don't
Who's
have
Meti
3
Atla, please? Just to get
billion
some
to
context.
procure equipment. Who are you deceiving? So we are not ready yet as a people. We're not telling ourselves the truth. There are vested interests across ethnic, political, and religious lines, and not until we set those things aside, and we cannot chart a way forward. In the next 100 years, Nigeria, Africa will not get out of this. That's why, of course, the people like Mazin Nadekanu, who are speaking out, who want a way forward for Africa, have become, of course, a prisoner of conscience because he's looking for the emancipation of different people. We must be mentally emancipated. There must be a mental revolution before you can drive physical revolution. We are mentally retarded, and people have been deceived to the point they can easily be bought over by ethnic and of course, religious sentiments, which cannot lead us anywhere. The process of selection who becomes, I have applied for 3 consecutive times to be listed in DSS, SSS department. I was turned down because of not because I don't qualify on the basis of ethnic nationality. So how could we drive a viable system? How could we, move forward with all these local sentiments and all that? Nobody, no country can move forward. The North Korea and South Korea you are citing, even the China, because they are were able to unite themselves and have a common front, and of course are willing to build their own empire. But here we have divided and vested interests, which of course is rather weakening our fabric of existence as a people rather than strengthening it. And I think for me, this is not ending anytime soon. So we should forget about supersonic, Tocano, and whatever. It is not in the interest of our nation. Of course, I'm sorry to say that if IBB will say that we are not yet a nation, I think there are fundamental issues. We to pay attention to those words, because
Yeah,
what
I
makes
think
a nation
Chigozie,
is
let me add something
it,
that will surprise you. Let me add something that will surprise you. Do you know that when
okay.
Western people, this is surprise you. Do you know that when Western people build their first atomic weapons, today Nigeria has access to more technology than they had at that time when they did it. Just let that sink in. They had less technology than we have today, and they built their first nuclear weapon at that time. It tells you
Okay,
that it's not because we are incapable, it's just because we haven't woken up to our duty. We as men sit here and watch other men that are 5 foot tall in Asia, like in Philippines and Sri Lanka, able to do their due diligence and defend their people. And we make every
okay,
excuse under the sun not to do the job.
okay. Let me come in. There are over 68 items under federal government under exclusive list. As a man, you are referring to a man. Can you own uh, a facility or a factory that produces as individual? The government will come after you. So it boils down on government policy. They will clamp down on you. Because during the 1966 Civil War, the Biafrans were able to invent Ogbunigwe, which is the latest in the history of Africa. See, the ingenuity of our people has not been tapped into because of sentiments, ethnic sentiments. They tend to, I mean, clamp down and narrow the opportunities we have to grow, to develop as a people, only on the basis that these are from this region. We don't have to give them the opportunity. We can drive the engineering. We have competent men. We have Igbos are talented, and other, of course, the ethnic nationalities can tap into it. The problem is not that we don't have men. If for 3.5 years, Biafrans were able to manufacture and resist the invasion of the Nigerian state against the Biafran state. For 3.5 years, something they thought in 48 hours they will be able to wipe us off. But unfortunately, after years, they found it, of course, they were counting their losses. And the fundamental issue is that we have not learned from the history, and we are not prepared to chart a way forward. And not until that fundamental issues have been addressed, you cannot own a factory. You may have the idea, you may have the ingenuity, but will they allow you to develop? No, we have
But
people that can
they didn't
produce
stop
car.
innocent though. They didn't stop innocent though. Igbo people have done very well in Nigeria.
Do you know how much frustration? If not that innocent, what about Ibeto? What about other people that are industrious? They were either their licenses were withdrawn or they were frustrated. If not that Innocent is a strong man, he resisted all their, of course, attempt to frustrate him. You
But
see, otherwise,
what
Innocent
you
would
are
have gone
missing there
down.
is that, you see, what you are missing there is that this is the nature of the industry all over the world. The strong ones will rise to the top, just like Yorubas, run a lot of this in financial institution banks. We have Delta people, Zenith Bank is owned by and this is it's not an Agbo man that owns Zenith Bank, and Igbo people own a lot of things in Nigeria. They run business in Nigeria from the north to the south. So every group has areas where they dominate in the country. I think when we say we feel marginalized, what we are saying is that we want to dominate other areas where other people actually dominate. And
No, that is actually wrong. With due respect, what we are calling for is to create an enabling environment where every individual has the right to strive and to develop at its own pace, not in a process that we will be caught. I mean, narrowed. Our chances of survival or advancing will be technically that are controlled. You see, rather than tapping into the resources, nobody is
I
talking
agree
about.
with what you are saying. I agree with when you said that everybody should be allowed to flourish based on what they have to offer. And I see nobody will dispute that in the context of Nigeria. And I know because of corruption and ethnic tribalism and just downright favoritism, really, you have people doing these things where they favor certain cliques of friends that they have and stuff like that. They favor them because they know them. You know, look at Abiola. Abiola was known everywhere and he's a Yoruba man and he was very popular in the north and everywhere. So, but we have to separate that. To me, I feel like we have to separate that from understanding the fundamental because I would rather, you know what, somebody once said that they would be rather crying on a BMW than crying on the ground. In other words, problem will remain, but I would rather be strong while I have a problem. You know, that's what I'm saying. We will have all these tensions. You know, the UK, they have tensions too. You know, the north of the UK, of England, doesn't get as much resources as the south. It's even more stark in the UK. And you have that tension, but they don't you don't hear it on the news. You don't hear that people are fighting and saying you are discriminating against us. Most of the money is spent in the southeast, specifically of the UK. So, and you have to understand that they have these type of issues in many countries. But what they discovered was that, you know what, better to be strong and have this problem than weak and have the problem. So you have two problems then: weakness and the problem still remains. You see what I mean? Oyibo people, they went to World War II. They killed each other in the millions. In the millions. And immediately they turned around and just came together and created the European Union. Do you know the kind of juju that takes? The kind of biting your lip that takes? Some of those people lost their family members. They know people that died in that war and they still went around and did that. Do you think our people will have that kind of mindset at all? Even come close. Today, we haven't even forgotten what happened about 30 or so years ago. This is
Of course,
what is creating this
sorry
situation
for
we see on the
cutting
map.
in.
Go ahead.
The issue is that Nigeria will never have such drive because you cited the European Union. Why? Because they were decisive and they were committed. They were sincere. They were able to define their boundaries. They were able to map out economic development or how to revamp the economy of the Europe, each region controlling its resources and of course developing at its own pace. But that is not the case with Nigeria. After the Civil War, you see, the 3RR, reconstruction, rehabilitation, and reintegration, was not carried out to letter. It was abandoned. It was just a mere political propaganda to deceive the people.
But
They
I
said,
just
of
told you
course,
that the same thing happened in the UK too. I just showed you that the same thing is happening in the UK right now as we speak. And I'm telling you that that group, those parts of the north, they don't dominate anything in the UK. It's not like you Igbos that dominate some things in the country. The part in the north, I don't know them for anything. That you need to see some of the things they say about them. You know, call them mud bloods, call them, you know, Dr. K knows about all those sort of things. That's a kind of words that they used to describe some of all those people in the hinterland. In America, they call them Bible belters and, you know, people that like to hug their guns and all that kind of stuff. You have that kind of snobbishness in every country. But remember, the point I made was better to be poor and strong and secure and than not to be poor and not secure. Better to be poor and have security than be poor and not have security. Don't you agree with that?
totally, I disagree because poverty is economic insecurity. When you are economically insecure, then every other thing cannot fall in place. So you have to drive an economic uh, revitalization where your supposed citizens will be independent to some extent to take care of their basic necessities. So we are still battling not just insurgency, we are battling with economic insecurity. You see, average Nigerian cannot be proud, be cannot boast of 2 square meals, balanced diet. We have insecurity.
Are you reading what that man put on that picture?
This
See,
is reality, not just reading. I'm in Nigeria, maybe you are in UK. We are feeling, I'm telling you, there is no light now.
no,
And
that
probably,
one looks like it's in
my,
America. The one that put
if,
that
if,
this
my,
is in America.
if my battery is less than 15%, because
Oh,
I
sorry.
was not able to charge it. So these are fundamentals. When people are economically secured, then you see that you can now reduce the rate of crime. You see, most of those people you call bandits are people that were neglected by this government, by the society. They were not given opportunity to develop themselves, to access, education. You see, as a way of course, equipping them for the future. They were denied or deprived the right to education as even as a child. And they grew up now and are constituting nuisance to the society. You don't have to blame them. The government is to blame because they failed to do the basic necessity. How can over 15 million out of children, Nigerian children, are out of school? And what does that portend? That portrays monumental danger ahead of us. You see, you can see now that we are not getting out of this wood anytime soon. A country, a government that is no more concerned about the welfare of its young ones, of course, is preparing for a very disastrous future. Of course, which unfortunately, in my own opinion, and based on the realities on ground, we may not have what is called a future.
Okay, you see what you are saying now. That brings me to this map again, so that you see why we are where we are today. Why our future is so compromised, because our men choose to focus on the wrong things. This is why we are where we are today. This is why most of these nations are weak, because we focus on the wrong things. We just talked about how Europeans that went to war slaughtering each other in this region continuously, and they were able to figure themselves out and came, organize themselves and come and take, look at how small their area is, and they come down and tear us to pieces because we won't let, we cannot see beyond the greater threat.
Tribalism.
We exactly, we see our neighbors as the greatest threat. Right now we are playing a game of checkers while other people are playing 4D chess, not even 3D, 4D chess. We are busy looking at our noses when we should be looking at what is coming from the horizon.
I saw, yeah, just sorry for cutting you short. I heard the brother mention Kano, what's it called? Kano, the Biafra separatists. Do you think what he's doing is correct for Nigeria? Whoever said that?
Was it
Sorry, I
for
didn't get you.
Kanu?
Yeah, he was. So I think
Okay,
he mentioned that Kano is trying to sensitize people. But do you really think Kano's approach in Nigeria is a solution?
okay, thank you. You understand that what informed the position of Kano in the first place? These are decades of marginalization, subjugation, and of course, uh, uh, insincerity on the part of the government to address myriads of problems that is befalling us as a people. You see, dialogue should have been the best way of course, sorting out ourselves when we come to negotiating tables. But the government over decades have, of course, been playing hide and seek game in respect to that, living in denial while, of course, everywhere is being engulfed. And we are caught up with the realities now. These are issues that would have been addressed, ironed out on round tables. But unfortunately, of course, it is now staring at all that we truly don't have the future we are all claiming. Because you cannot say you have a future where your own citizens are being adopted and subjected to such all level of psychological, emotional, and physiological torture. They are paying ransom before they will be redeemed within your territory. And you say you have a government. These are what informed the position of Mazen Nandekano. He's saying, please let the government do the right thing. And if they fail to do otherwise, of course, there is no other means of that to invoke, of course, the fundamental human right as enshrined by United Nations Charter, which of course recognizes self-determination. So his approach is diplomatic. He's acting within the ambit of the law. He has not in any way digressed. You see, of course, the whole world can testify that we have IPOB in over 165 countries who are law-abiding citizens. But unfortunately, even the Nigerian government that does not have regard or respect for law is now, of course, holding Mazen Namdekano behind the bar without, they have not been able to, of course, prove substantially, beyond any reasonable doubt, whatever allegation that have been levied on him. Now, Namdekano was just asking for one thing. Let the right thing be done. Let people have sense of belonging. Let people be treated as human beings. We cannot be living in a country we call our own, where we are treated as aliens. We are treated as people that have no value. But unfortunately, most of the regions neglected those clarion calls. But now it has gotten to every region of the country. Benue has become a slaughter field. Kaduna, Jos is not left out. Zamfara, even the home country of Mr. President, Daura, Katsina State, people are under siege. People are being adopted at will. So what are we talking? What is the essence of government? What is the essence of nationhood? If the government cannot protect its life and the life of its citizens and the property of the citizens, then, of course, suffice me to say, you can agree with me on this premise that Mazen Nandekano position is justified. And of course,
yeah. Can I say
beyond
something?
any reasonable doubt.
Can I say something? I think Kano's position is that what some of the things he might be justified to say, okay, maybe they are being marginalized and stuff like that. But when I look at Nigeria today, every part
It's
of the
not
country,
maybe, it is the reality. You can even testify,
let
not
me
just
explain. Let me explain
maybe.
now. Let me
It's not
explain.
an assumption.
Okay, you are saying that, but that's why I'm telling you, because sometimes your truth may not be the objective truth. When you look at Nigeria today, the north is poorer than the south till today. And okay, let me specify. The north is still poorer than where the Igbos live. So
Who should be
how do
held
you explain that?
responsible?
Okay, see, now you just
Thank you
switched.
very much.
You are marginalized,
Okay, thank you.
but you are even richer than the people that are marginalizing you. Hold on, let me finish the point. You see, you can't eat your cake and have it. This is why we have to be objective about what we are saying here. Do you understand when people have actually been oppressed? Like, let's give you an example, like the African Americans now. When they are being oppressed, they make them, they try to destroy their earnings. They literally destroy where they live and pass policies to marginalize them so that they remain poor. They put drugs in their neighborhood so that they remain poor. Today, their family income is less than what the other groups earn in their country. Even Nigerians that go from Nigeria to the US today have higher income on average than African Americans. That is what marginalization looks like. But when you say you are marginalized in Nigeria, when you are richer than the people that you claim to be marginalizing you, how is that objective? How is that objective? You are richer than them, and you are saying they marginalize you. Go ahead.
So what informed you that it is an individual effort? We are ingenious in nature. We are entrepreneurs. So we are driven by the zeal to accomplish, and we are not giving up. Take for instance, after the devastating effects of the war, from which lasted from 1966 to 1970. Of the eastern region was destroyed. So of course, you understood the marginalization policy of, I mean, giving 20 pounds to every, irrespective whether you are a billionaire or what, you are being given 20 pounds to survive. So the function of northern retrogression is not caused by the eastern region. The north has been in control of power for over 40 decades. They refuse to develop their region with the power available to them. You see, they have comparative advantage. They have a large expanse of land which they can go into farming, animal farming, and they forgot the granite pyramids.
Go ahead. You were saying something. I cannot hear you. Okay, so let me add something. Go ahead. You wanted to say something.
Tunaja.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I think I'm in support of Chigozie on the issue of the Igbos being marginalized.
Okay.
Let's look at this current government. In the issue of security, from the position of the National Security Advisor, Chief of Defense Staff, Chief of Army Staff, Chief of Naval Staff, Director of DSS, Custom, name it. There are about 17 positions. As we speak, there is no Igbo man in any of those positions. That is marginalization by us standard. There's no other name you can give it.
Okay, let me just stop you there. I'm going to let you carry on. See, when you say marginalization, you have to notice, you have to specify the area of marginalization, because when you say general marginalization, then you are being wishy-washy. You say marginalization in governance or in defense or in those areas, because in reality we are all going through the same mess in that country: poverty, insecurity, power failure, poor education. We are all going through all of them. No area is, as a matter of fact, the Igbos in many of these metrics are actually doing better than many parts of the country. So when you say in defense that they are marginalized, maybe in defense, maybe I will admit, I will agree with you on that one. But we have to specify, because when we say we are being marginalized, this is why I said to Chigozie that when he said about marginalization, he's actually saying that in other areas where other people dominate, he wants to dominate in that area too. That is what he's saying, but he disagreed with that.
No, it is actually wrong. That is not my perspective. What I'm saying is that in a federating unit, and we have quota system, which of course the government recognized, which is part of the constitution, that there should be equitable distribution of our common wealth and of course resources. So when a particular region controls virtually all the aspects of our existence as a people, then what did you call that? You see, when of course the presence of federal government is not felt within the entire south, precisely southeast, what do you call that? You can say, of course, we have, for instance, we have the governors, we have the, of course, the local governments arrangements. But back then, when we, of course, rely on granite pyramid as the major stream of income, and there was 50-50 derivation. But now, when it was discovered that we have oil as, of course, the major source of revenue, we are just reduced to the point of 6%. It was only during Jonathan it was reviewed to 13%. And you can understand what marginalization is all about. So we are saying that let there be an equal opportunity given to everyone, where, of course, I can have access to some opportunities without being limited on the basis of my ethnic nationality or where I hail from. Of course, it is not a surprise. Even the Muhammadu Buhari, the president of Nigeria, said that without, of course, having regards or the things or any recourse on his position, which we are seeing that is happening. Of course, the Southeast had been turned to have been militarized. Most of the security formations are predominantly occupying the Southeast, where the entire North are left to be deserted, left, I mean, at the mercy of Boko Haram, banditry, and all that. What did you call that? Marginalization, intimidation. Even when people, of recent, people coming back from Easter service, Sunday service,
Do you know what I call that?
we are
Do you know
rounded
what I
up
call
and we are
that?
killed.
See,
These are
hold on.
military
Do you know what I call that?
activities.
Prioritizing the most valuable area. The South is the most
It
valuable
is
area
it,
in the
it is
country.
not it is not true. The intention was to intimidate and to subjugate the people. If
Of course,
if
there's a level of
prioritizing,
that. See,
if you
see, 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 see.
if excuse me, if you mean
Because they,
prioritizing
yeah.
the most valuable, then it means it is not fair. What should
It is
be
not
the
what.
most valuable? It means the citizens should be prioritized, the safety of citizens. The porous regions, the volatile regions are being neglected. On the basis that, of course, we have vested interest in this.
But
Let's
Chigozie,
flag down these
for
people who are
your
calling for
argument, see, Chigozie,
self-determination.
your argument should mean that the Northerners should be the ones complaining even most. That why are you going to defend them while our people are dying here? They should be the one complaining most about it. But you are complaining that they go to your area to secure it more because those areas, I said it before, Lagos, Port River State, Bayelsa, any area that produces oil is extremely valuable to the Nigerian state. They have to put soldiers there, like real numbers there. So that because those areas, if they have problems like Boko Haram have in the north, we are in big trouble as a nation. So that's why you don't see as many soldiers in the north as they should be. But you are reading it from that point of view to think that they are deliberately trying to intimidate you. If you are talking about intimidation in the south of Nigeria, where the Ijaw will come from, if you see the intimidation that goes on there, this was like oil has been coming from their land for how many decades now? They don't have much to show for it. So if we are talking crying about marginalization, believe you me, there are many groups in Nigeria that you see. If I show you the groups in Nigeria that are not Igbo and are not Hausa, not Fulani, not Ijaw, they are about 24%. They are not.
Yeah,
A lot of people have been marginalized. You don't just know it, and
yeah,
Igbo people are making their own like the only one going on in the
yeah.
country.
Oh,
Can I
okay,
cut you
so
short,
sorry,
Jaja?
sorry, excuse me, just 30 seconds. Do you mean now we should relax and because others are not speaking up, because probably they may have been, of course, clamped down. They have lost their voice, and you think that it is a crime for people to cry out when they feel marginalized, when they feel,
Oh no no no
of
no no
course,
no! Make
it
no
is their
mistake. Make
fundamental right to
no no no.
express themselves.
I'm
If
not saying you should
they are
never.
not happy with
You
what
should
is
not.
going
No
on,
no. You should
the fact that
complain.
others are not
But what
crying
I'm
out
saying
does
is
not
that
mean
see,
that they are not
Chigozie, let
feeling
me
the
hear me out here.
pains.
Hear me here. I'm not saying you should not complain about it, but don't put that at your top priority. Because let me play this for you so you see what is going on. You are missing the bigger threat. Let me play this video first.
Fundamental to
Let's
the
listen.
global prosperity of the
Can
advanced
everyone
countries.
hear it?
Okay? And Africa had a role to play. It has a role as a raw material producer. We will not allow sub-Saharan Africa to escape that. Okay, we do everything to keep sub-Saharan Africa where it is, also impoverished. It's absolutely vital for the prosperity of everyone else. So let's get clear about that. Okay, and this means all the economic structures, all the global institutions, and the economics we teach everyone is all designed to keep Africa exactly where it is. And whether it is Europe or US or now China, it's always the same. We need Africa to be impoverished because
So can everyone hear it, or they are not hearing anything?
I can hear it.
Or you can hear it. Somebody was saying there was no sound. Is it very low or there is no sound? Let me carry
No,
on.
It's good. It's good.
there was no sound for about some few seconds. Then you had to bring it back. There was no sound.
Okay.
There's no sound again. It's gone.
Yeah, no sound.
The sound keeps going on. I'm not. You see, I'm not an expert in this. Can you hear anything, or you can't hear anything?
Yes, we can hear. I think when you mute the panelists, it mutes the sound also. I don't know.
Okay, let me play it again and see whether you can hear anything.
Now we are hearing.
I'm not hearing it.
Yeah, no sound.
Yeah, to Nigeria,
No
when you
sound.
select the video to play, do you have to select the sound option?
Yeah, I did select it. I thought I did. Sorry guys, because this is not my greatest skill set. I don't know how to handle this thing very well. Let me see if I can figure it out. Okay, I guess it is about the volume. I think I will get. I'll figure these things out. This is just my first time of trying this. Can anyone hear anything now? Nothing.
It's really, really fainted background sound.
That's odd.
It's very faint.
Yeah, to Nigeria, close the video, restart again.
Okay. Let me see if I can restart again. And yeah,
Yeah,
technical issues everywhere.
yeah.
Yeah.
Stop sharing.
Yeah,
Stop
I
the
think
sharing screen.
I have come across
I
this
should stop
video
it there.
before.
Yeah, stop
Yeah,
sharing the
I
screen
think
and share again.
it's
Stop
everywhere
sharing.
on
Okay.
the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me share again.
Yeah, before you share it, there is a button. You have to select the
Yeah,
sound
share
option.
system sound. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and this means
Perfect. Perfect. Perfect.
all the
Great.
global institutions and the economics we teach everyone is all designed to keep Africa exactly where it is. And whether it is Europe or US or now China, it's always the same. We need Africa to be impoverished because we need those raw materials and we need them dirt cheap. Okay, so that's the message. It doesn't mean to say that there's nothing Africans can do. Of course there is. Okay, but this is the opposition that they're fighting. This is what it's about. Because if something different, I assure you, living standards of all those in Europe and North America and Asia is going to fall. Okay, and that is a big price to pay. I assure you that the West is not going to allow that without a big fight. Okay, so this is what it's fundamentally about. What I want to show you is how these structures are operating. It's just 20 minutes, so we can't do very much, but just to give you a little bit of an idea. And why I keep the ideology part there is because we are part of the producers of ideology. At universities and academic institutions, we are complicit in this whole enterprise. Okay, so the job of many Western academics is to convince Africans they have to keep doing what they're doing. Okay? And to show them it's your fault that you're poor. It's not our fault. It's your fault that you're poor. You know, so this is what we do in academic institutions, and I want to show that as well. We just start. This is what it's basically about, so you know what it's about. But I want to just show you the extent to which Africa is specializing in the production of raw materials and basic agricultural goods. We know the basic forces that have caused this underdevelopment. We know it's colonization. I will not discuss that very much because my colleague speaker is going to go into some aspects of this. But I do want to discuss the global economic structures, the global financial institutions, and economic ideology, briefly, to give you a flavor of those. Let me start with this. You can't really see it so easily, but if those of you who are interested, you want the PowerPoint, I'm sure we can make it available to you. But the thing that you really need to see is the top line. Okay, and the extent of dependency is captured by this statistic at the top. Okay, and you compare it with all other income groups, and what you see is essentially in that one statistic how dependent sub-Saharan Africa is on raw material production. Okay, this is the very heart of what makes sub-Saharan Africa beat. Okay, here, just to have a look at one very important additional statistic. With all this export coming from sub-Saharan Africa, how much does sub-Saharan Africa account for in terms of global trade value? We know there are vast resources coming from there, but look at the bottom line in terms of global trade value. Look at that. 0.5%, 1975, 0.95%, going down to 0.1. To 0.1, meaning that with all these vast resources being produced, how much are they getting for it? Nothing. Nothing. This is a very significant piece of data. Then I just want to show you what has happened to sub-Saharan Africa, because what we know, and from all studies, no country ever develops without manufacturing. Okay, producing raw materials will not take you anywhere. Producing basic agricultural goods will not take you anywhere. And let's have a look at how much manufacturing activity takes place in sub-Saharan Africa. We can look over the last 15 odd years, 15, 20 years. And we see manufacturing has actually declined as a percentage of the total. This is percentages of total production in sub-Saharan Africa. How much of it is accounted for by manufacturing? So this figure here is 17% of the total. Most of the rest, when we talk of industry, it includes manufacturing, but the bulk of it is mining. Okay, raw material extraction. This is the bulk of it. And here we see actually raw material extraction has stayed the same. What has caused industry to fall is the fall in manufacturing production. This is deliberate because we will never, as Western economists, as Western policymakers, we cannot afford to allow Africa to industrialize and start producing manufacturers. Okay, so we will do everything to stop that. And
so I just thought I should highlight some of the threats so that some of our people on the continent and in Nigeria specifically should understand the greater war that is going on out there. While we as men are busy doing this, another man is saying they are deciding our future. And when we finish doing what we are doing, we are going to find out that we don't have anything left to call our own. We will lose it both. By the time you stop being marginalized, you will not have a home, a country to call your own if you focus on marginalization. Because like I said, better to be powerful and marginalized than powerless and marginalized. It's just illogical. We have to walk and chew gum at the same time. We can have our tribal issues, we can have our marginalization issues, but our children deserve a better future than this.
I see a lot of
How
lack
could
of
how
patriotism.
could that be possible? I think
I
we
see.
don't encourage indirect slavery. You cannot
Um,
be a citizen of a country and you are subjected to such all level of uh, uh, or I mean all level of unjust conditions. So why the Igbos are crying? Of course, it's on the news that most of our houses are being raised by the security personnel. These are not terrorists or probably
um,
security personnel under the disguise of Nigerian army. They are invading our homes, these innocent homes, adopting young ones and killing them. You see, over 5,000 youths from the east are missing. Most houses have been razed, burned down. Over 50,000 people are displaced. So what do you call that? How can you
Um,
leave
mm,
crucial issues untouched and disaster is looming? He says it's better
can I?
we allow that we live in such pain and agony in a country you call your home. That
Okay,
isn't fair
Can I
enough.
say
hold on,
something?
Kifaru.
Can I
Yeah,
say
go ahead.
something?
No one,
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, Chigos, yeah, I've heard what you are saying. Yeah, go ahead, Kifaru.
yeah. I think I can say a little bit about this because in my country, I think the brother should have heard about the Ambazonia people. It's almost the same kind of thing. When this Ambazonia thing started, I was really part of it. If I tell you the people I've met, the people I've had number with, the people who are in jail, but after some time, you start to come to reason. You say, but well, why am I, why am I trying to divide my country? You understand? We need to start thinking of Nigeria as a country that we need to, or Cameroon as a country that we need to protect. All of us. You know, I know sometimes it feels like you're being marginalized. That's how I felt. But when I left my own town, I went to the eastern side. That is even where the president came from. The roads were as bad as the roads in my own area. The people were living in poverty just as the people in my own area. Sometimes I think we make decisions without even traveling in these different regions and see how these people really live. I think if you move across Nigeria, yeah, the mindset to think you're being marginalized or you've been held at the bottom, you might think that is not true. I don't know if you're Igbo. Everyone knows that Igbo people are the most richest people in Nigeria. As True Niger said, if people are complaining that they are marginalized, it should be the Northerners. But I'm not going to say you don't have right to fight for a better life or for whatever reason. But if you just need to say, well, we can't continue in this 2022 trying to split Africa because just the fact that we are trying to split Africa, we want to remain in our own little splinter cell, it's going to cause the continent to be unstable as long as it's going to stand and all these development things we want might not come. I know there's some sacrifices we need to make. There are a lot of people right now. We've got refugees in Cameroon, in Nigeria that are running. Why? They can just come. We know we have differences. We need to sit down. This is our own problem. We can't fight the government. It's impossible. That's what they thought. But you can't really fight the government because they'll tell you they have this complete. They have the right to protect the national sovereignty of the country. And because of that, if they label you as threat, you're trying to split the country, they're gonna treat you as such because they'll tell you this is the right, this is Nigeria, and we need to protect the integrity of Nigeria. And that's the same thing the
Okay,
Cameroon military is saying. You get
okay,
my
thank
point?
you. Can I come in? You want to
Can I?
protect the you want to
Okay, let
protect the
see.
integrity.
See,
I am not
Chigozie,
against.
Chigozie,
Can I
Sorry,
hold
say
on,
something?
Chigozie.
can
You
I
have
say
your chance
something,
to talk.
please?
You have your chance to. Matthew hasn't said anything. That
Okay,
hasn't said
okay, okay.
anything. So
Let me
you have your
comment.
chance to talk.
Let me
Because
let me
other people
comment.
will not be able to talk. Okay,
Let me comment.
after Matthew, that can talk. Matthew, try to keep it brief because if we carry on going very very long here, we're going to be here for 10 hours. Okay.
Okay, on the
All right.
issue of marginalization, I totally agree with Mr. Chigozie that the Igbos are marginalized in so many areas. You cannot use the prosperity of the Igbos that they are enterprising. You cannot use it to say they are not marginalized because that is their personal lifestyle. They are enterprising. When you talk about marginalization, you talk about equal access to government positions. If you look at the Nigerian constitution, it talks about quota system. It talks about federal character. And federal character tells you that if you are given that position, it have to reflect geographical spread. And if you look at the issue of security I cited, you see that you don't find any person from the eastern part of the country in the security architecture of Nigeria. That is marginalization. Now look at the issue of innocent they raised the other time. If innocent were to be a northern, as we speak, government policy would have made that company to grow beyond what we are seeing. By now, they would have
God
made
bless you.
innocent moto Nigerian moto. And that is what it takes, because if you look at the government, they are talking about local content. What is local content more than you see an indigenous automobile company? You make a policy that compares all government, whether state at the state level, at the national level, if not individual for now, to ensure that they patronize innocent motor. If you do that, that company will grow fast. And they are not doing it because they don't like the face of the person who has that company. I'm not saying they have not done anything at all. But I'm saying that they have not done enough because it is the first Nigerian who have been able to record that feat. And what they need to do is to use policy to promote that company. So if you look at the issue of Nigeria,
Sunday, I gather your point. I get your Matthew. Sorry. I get your point, and I take it that you agree with Chigozie regarding marginalization. Even if I disagree, I'm not going to come back at you at this moment. So we allow that to speak because he hasn't said anything since he came in. That welcome, and I saw your message. I didn't see your message in a long time, and I just saw you send the apologies. I didn't reply to you on time. And so welcome, and so what do you think so far?
No worries to Niger. I think I would like to contribute, but my mom just called me at the moment. So I have to answer that, but I will come back later.
I will teach you now. All right. Okay, so now let me respond to what Matthew and Chigozie said. You see about that marginalization. You see, you have to be careful when we use that term because there are people really, really being marginalized around the world. You just heard Kifaru talk about how his people felt the same way until he traveled to where the ruler comes from and discovered that they were all living in similar conditions. But in the case of the Igbos, it's even opposite. If you go to other parts of the country like the north, you find that they are even poorer than the Igbos. And then you look at it from the point of view of the Igbos too. If you look at where the Igbos live, their territories are by and large controlled by Igbos. They are one of the most homogeneous groups in Nigeria. But Igbos are in southwest, northeast, northwest, everywhere. They were even in Medjugorje. There was an Igbo lady that was in Boko Haram territory, even at the heights of Boko Haram 3-4 years ago. She was still a head teacher. She was still there doing her job. Igbos are everywhere in the country. So when we say people are marginalized, we need to, because it means that there is some level of injustice, serious injustice, grievous injustice that's being meted out to these people. African Americans, their income in that country is almost 10 times, like, I don't know how to measure it, like 10%, while other people are around 70% or something like that. The gap between them, their income and the other groups is massive. That is what you call real marginalization. But if you look at the Igbos now, their income level may even be higher than many parts, not even may, definitely higher than many parts of the north that we are claiming
Okay.
marginalized them. And okay, let
Okay,
me make
sir.
one
Please,
final point about that.
can
Let
I,
me make
can
one
I,
final
can I,
point about
can I,
that.
can I come in this respect? Can I come in?
One
Okay.
final point. The federal character issue that we highlighted too. What the federal character talked about was having people from every region in certain ministerial position. It doesn't tell you where you place them. You can decide where you place them, the people that you get from other regions. It doesn't mean that there's no an Igbo man in the government, in the appointed to the federal government. If you check it, the documents are there. I've had a Nigerian tell me the same thing. I said, have you brought it? Bring the documents to me. He brought the document to me. I said, have you looked at the documents yourself? He said he hasn't. I said, check the names and see where all of them come from. You will notice that the federal character is very much there. If anything, the South is actually maybe overrepresented.
You are
But
not. You
people
are
say
wrong.
this is
You
why
are
it's
wrong.
not real. Do
You
you
are
have a link?
actually wrong.
Do you have a link for this document so
You
that
are
I can
wrong. You are.
post it here?
Okay, please. You are absolutely wrong. Well, I wouldn't want to double into. You said that
Okay.
in terms of you said in terms of revenue generation. Look at Nigerian has a way of sharing commonwealth. It's based on allocation, and it is the number of local governments that decide what you get at the end of the day. Now you have that over 75% of our national wealth goes to the north based on their number of local governments. Allocation is decided based on number of local governments. For instance, Jigawa State and Katsina State was created from Kano State. Why there were 44 local governments. After the creation of Jigawa and Katsina, they still retain 44 local governments. And they are dropping off over 75% of the allocation shared on monthly basis. So who should you blame for, of course, being poor? You have to blame the South that only have why the North controls the South only have 25%. Why the entire North have 75% of our allocation. So who do you have to blame? That is a fundamental issue. You
But
don't
you
just
just saw the
base
video. You just
individuals.
saw the video of where the source of the problem is coming from. We are just fighting over scraps. The source of the problem is coming from outside Nigeria. It's not only inside Nigeria. We have to recognize that and fix ourselves. That is why I showed that video so that you would know the people that are plotted against us already. If we don't figure
And
it out and fix ourselves, they are going to win.
to Nigeria, lest I forget. Lest I forget. You see, when they were talking about
Can you hear me?
issue of whether one is justified to start calling for secession, I want to bring
Yes.
something to your notice. You see that God, that is by providence, God did not create Nigeria as one. Because there are unifying factors naturally. You do not choose your language. Language is a natural unifying factor. If you look at Nigeria, the way the Hausas have that distinct language has been given to them by God. By providence, the Igbo have their own language. By providence, the Yorubas have their own language. So you cannot tell me that they are created as the same people by God. They are created by God as three different persons. So if you are coming together to coexist as one entity called Nigeria, it should be a unanimous agreement, not somebody coercing you into that entity called Nigeria. And more so, as the charter that Nigerian government is a single people that talks about self-determination. So I'm trying to say that there's nothing wrong in anybody calling for self-determination, secession, as long as it's using the ambits of the law. So if today I say I do not want to be part of Nigeria and I want my people to secede, I don't think I've offended any relevant section of the constitution, whether locally or internationally.
God bless you.
So
I think you
God bless
have,
you.
and when you say because we are separated, nobody can force nations together. You miss the fact, the basic fact, which is surprising, that nations are not formed by flower throwing ceremonies. It's bloodshed that create nations, and nations are created by men.
I'm
That
talking
go out
about
there and
providence.
say,
Providence get back to creation, not the one the earthly
we use the
people
term
are doing.
that nobody can force you to join a nation. I'm trying to let you understand that nations are created by force. That is what happens. Empires are created by force. You think the
And
Europeans came to Africa
I'm
and
sorry,
said,
sorry for cutting, and can also be splitted by force, which you are afraid to accept.
"Oh no, no, I
Admit.
agree with
If
you. It can also be split by force. But while
okay,
you are splitting by force, other people are forming bigger groups to swallow you. And it's almost like we are being swallowed chewed by a lion right now. And you know what our problem is? Oh, let's punch each other while the lion finish our carcass in the meantime. It's like two animals fighting, and a big beast comes in and was eating them both, and both of them still didn't focus on the beast. They carried on with their fight until the very end. That 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 animal will never make it, and that is our problem. We keep fighting for stuff that we are not going to own if we carry on fighting. That is the weirdest thing about it all. Everything we are fighting for, we will not get it if we don't stop and face the bigger threat. There's people out there
I think
looking at
I
us and
disagree with
saying,
you.
we want to. So you think the people that enslaved our forefathers that colonized us are gone?
Of
No,
course,
Chico, do you think they are gone?
let me tell you, they have no greater influence. It is the
They
internal
don't have any
conflict.
influence.
It is the internal pressure that can destroy a man. But when you are at peace with yourself, it's when you let your door open. Then the external can come and take advantage of that because you
I agree
refuse
with
to
you
do
on that
what
one.
you refuse to do what you needed to do. You refuse to harmonize. For instance, Rwanda have been in bloody civil war. But after the war, a leader came up, Paul, what is that his name? He said he called them together. We have been embittered for quite a long time. Now it is time to review. He was decisive about that. He called different regions and was able to unify them, was able to draft a new Rwanda, has a plan for a new, usher in a new Rwanda. Today, Rwanda is something you can
Do you know
reckon
what
with.
he did to Rwanda?
You
Do you
see?
know what he did so that you understand the dangers of what we are facing here? When Kagame came in, he outlawed the need to identify yourself by tribes.
That is exactly,
He
that is
put
the fundamental.
hold on. Then he put a hate speech law. When Buhari wanted to put a hate speech law, we stopped him. Can you imagine if somebody says you are not allowed to talk about Yoruba, Hausa, and this in Nigeria? Do you know what people will say? Tribalism. This is a problem. We want something, but when we see it, we push it away. That is madness. If you ask me, I don't know what is more madness than that. Somebody
Okay,
tells you,
okay.
go ahead.
Let me come in. The Buhari you just cited, he was the one who made this emphatic statement that if he fails to win the 2015 election, that baboon and monkey will be soaked in blood. He made the statement. He never denied that. So what can you? Is that an elder state? Is that an elder statement? So
See,
you cannot give what you don't have. That is the reality. The fact you can't gag people from expressing themselves. He have condemned the previous government before he came in. And what he condemned them for, he was not able to live up to responsibility. Jonathan was even better off in the fight against insurgency. Of course, people can have something to eat during Jonathan. We can have, of course, the exchange rate was something, of course, you can go by. But today, what is happening? Of course, all his promises and the propagandas were false, and we only need that time to prove him wrong. And that is what we are in. We are trapped in that mess. Rather than, building, unifying the country, he ended up destroying our fabric of existence, our unity, and have sidelined almost all the structure of our existence, economy.
is being controlled by an average Fulani man, while we have over 250 ethnic nationalities within Nigeria. What do you call that? Is that fairness? Is that how a
See,
country should be built?
he is
And
just in
if
office.
somebody
He
says
was,
we
see,
are fed up with this system, we can decide and take our destiny in our hands, acting within the ambit of the law. Self-determination is never a crime. Most countries are less than 2 million, 5 million. They are still a country. So how can we be populated to the tune of 250 million and we are just as useless as anything? We are not moving. We are stuck in the wheel of motionless and despair. There is agony and pain under under the disguise of being one Nigeria, sustaining one Nigeria. People are dying. So we are
see,
talking
is
that let an, a referendum be conducted. Of course, before we become Nigeria, during the amalgamation, we were once three ethnic, we were once three nations, the Yoruba, the Hausas, and the Igbos, before we are brought together. And after the
okay.
expiration of that
Let me ask you now,
amalgamation, of
Chigozie,
course,
let me ask you some
we have not
questions.
started the way forward.
So if you become separate now, you are going to be, you still have ECOWAS to be under. You still have the African Union to be under. You still have the
That
UN to be under. Are you okay with that?
There's
but
nothing wrong with that.
that would be
Oh,
there's
okay.
nothing
You
wrong
don't
with
have
that.
anything wrong with that. You are willing to be under people that are far more removed from you than be under
That
people
is
that are
by
close to you.
it is not true. What we are
But
asking
that
is
is in
that
theory is what you are saying. You are saying I would rather be on my own and be under these other bigger people that we don't even share anything together with at all. We don't share borders with them at all. I would rather be with them than be with my next door neighbor. That is a recipe for divide and conquer, like this lady said. They will divide you and conquer you. These people are formed groups of billion. Like the NATO group is a billion. China is over a billion. India is over a billion. Nigeria is just 200 million. And we are still looking to splinter off. They will take us apart. I can tell you right now, King Jaja of Opopo is an Igbo man. When the day they came and took him was a shameful day. Because when they invited him to the ship to come and have that meeting, he said, I hope you are not going you can guarantee my safety that you are not going to arrest me. The moment you ask that type of question as a man, you have already lost power. This is a man that connived with Western Europeans to defeat a lot of other chiefs in the Delta area and Riverine area and became powerful himself. But in the end, they took him again. Yoruba, when the white people came to Lagos, there was another chief in one of the ships that attacked Lagos because he wanted to take over from his brother. And guess what happened? After he took over this, they made him king, but Yoruba came under the control of the Europeans. And they used the Yoruba people to go to the Igbo land, and from the Igbo land, they use all of them to go after the Northerners. This is the story of our people. Divide us and conquer us. And we are not learning, like Artifact of what said, we are not learning from what the mistakes of our forefathers. The guy is telling you, we just saw the video. He's telling you what they are doing. You heard it loud and clear, but your focus is still on the mistakes of your forefathers. That these people, people next to you are your enemies. Your Igbo people, I just told you, they fought wars. They killed each other more than any Hausa man has ever killed any Igbo man. Yet they got over it and still started running circles around us. Why do you think this world favors them? Because they understand the power of working together. We don't understand that power. We hold on to our feelings and hold on to our grudges for too long. There is no reason why you shouldn't hold on to that, but you should still be able to understand the bigger threats. That is all I'm saying. You can have those grudges. You can even still wish to break Nigeria up peacefully, but see the bigger threat. And know many of you people, when you are talking, you don't see it. It's like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That is why you are so poor. That is the biggest reason why. It doesn't have anything to do with your next door neighbors. If we don't realize this, we are going to be in big trouble. We are really going to be in big trouble. If you think what happened to our forefathers was bad, it's going to be worse. The one that is going to settle in on us again. Sorry, let me just send a link. Anybody can go ahead.
Okay, thank you see, with respect to what you said, you remember you refer to China in terms of population and India, but you didn't take cognizance of the fact that the poverty index within Nigeria is far greater than India, China, and Russia put together. We are about 252, 250 million, while China, India, and Russia is about 3 points or close to 3 billion in population. But the poverty index within our country, the country you call Nigeria, is far bigger than these countries put together. So what are you saying? Over 70 to 90 million of Nigerians are poor. So don't you consider it a greater threat to humanity? Why,
Okay, I
of
will show
course,
you. Let me show you
we
something now. Let me
cannot
show you
deny
something
the
so that
fact
you see what you are dealing
that
with here. Let me show you
if
something.
being together will impoverish us, if being together will expose us to more risk of extinction, you
Chigozie,
see,
are you seeing
then
this? Chigozie, are you
it's
seeing this?
needless, of course.
Chigozie, have a look at the screen. Are you seeing that? That India GDP per capita, 1,900 and something dollars. Nigeria's GDP per capita, let's see, 2,000 something. What is our excuse again? Let me see. We keep saying we are the poorest, we are this, we are not like other people. The only area we are lacking is our coming together to fix our country and our lands. People talk as if Biafra
Sorry,
is
this
occupied by
GDP,
foreign
how does
soldiers.
it affect a common man on the street? How
It
does
tells you
this
that there is see,
reflection, this
Nigeria has money.
statistical
Let's face it, we know Nigeria has money.
reflection affect common man on the street?
We know Nigeria has money. Let's not pretend. We all know Nigeria spends as much money
Nigeria
going
has
to
money,
watch
and where is the
movies.
money?
Let me give you a reason. Let me give you one now. Nigeria spends as much money going to watch movies as they spend on their defense. Do you know that?
Since,
We spend to movies.
sir, I
Movies.
think what we should be factual in this argument. Nigeria has money, but Nigeria, of course, visits India for tourism, for health challenges, for medical trip. Indians are productive. They are
Because they are organized.
technology-wise, they are driven. What is Nigeria known for, if not for
Because we are
Boko
busy
Haram and the banditry?
tribalism. Because we are busy pointing fingers at each other, we are not busy focusing on the bigger problem. Indians have fixed their country a long time ago. They fixed the fundamentals, security. They fixed it first. We keep arguing. Do you think India doesn't have different languages? Their gods are more than what you can't even count their gods that they worship. They have different
Uh,
cultures, different ways of life, and they still manage to get themselves together and get things done.
to Naja.
Yeah.
Yes,
Hi.
brother. One thing that really that I don't really like is when we talk this kind of nonsense the brother is talking about. That he's saying that anything Nigeria is known about is Boko Haram. This is the kind of stuff that I don't like to hear. Please, brother, don't say that again. I'm not Nigerian, but I consider myself to be Nigerian. Okay, so don't say that again. We have to stop diminishing our own self. We are destructing our own self. We're coming from so far. We have suffered a lot and we continue to fight. But to say that Nigeria is known to be the only thing we know about Nigeria is Boko Haram, this is nonsense, brother. Please don't say that again. Please. Now, the brother was asking, how does it affect a regular man in the street? One thing you have to keep in mind is, just like Tunaja said, we have to come together. And that seems to be the most difficult things that we are not capable of doing. We have to come together, whether you Igbo, Yoruba, from the northern region, same thing in Cameroon. The Igbo problem in Nigeria is the Bamileke problem in Cameroon. I am a Bamileke. We own the economy in Cameroon, okay? But the politics We are being kicked out of the politics. The economy is us. We own, basically, we run the economy in the country. But there's a group of people, another tribe, who is preventing us to access politics because they decided that we already have the economy. It's similar, it's a little bit similar to the Igbo problem. So these are the kind of situation, just like in the video to Niger just played earlier. The video is a testimony. They are trying to keep us divided. As long as we are divided all the time, that's the perfect state they want to keep us in. They want us to be like that. Keep
Yeah,
on being divided. Continue
yeah,
to divide yourself. So
yeah,
one thing we need to do is we need to start manufacturing. Nigeria is already doing that. The other country needs to follow. We
yeah,
need to buy our own product. We need to consume the things that we are manufacturing. We need to be the first consumer. We need to stop importing stuff. There are a lot of stuff that we are importing. Wheat. We can do agriculture. We have fertile lands. We can grow our own wheat. We can grow anything in Africa. So we need to go black. What I mean by going black is we need to buy black. We need to manufacture black. We need to eat our own food. We need to stop buying McDonald's, KFC, all those junk food. We need to eat the regular normal food. Our ancestors used to eat fonio. Today, we are addicted to rice every day. Our ancestors ate fonio. Fonio is far healthier than rice. So the first thing we don't even need to do trade with with the Western countries. We can do trade among us.
hold
Only
on a second.
among us we can do trading between us, and we will prosper. But we
Yeah,
are lacking to get united. We
yeah,
are lacking to be united. That's the biggest problem. So
yeah,
I'm going to stop here.
yeah. I
Okay,
mean,
okay, thank you very much. Let me address this issue. You have no
can I
right,
say
of
something? Can
course,
I say something?
to.
Can I say something,
Excuse
brother?
me, can I say something? Let me respond to
No,
this. You have
Okay,
no right
Chigozie,
no.
please see that.
to
Wait, let Chigozie
my.
please keep it
I have
brief
right to
so
my
that we
opinion.
can.
So you have no right to condemn me. You are not part of Nigeria, and I understood what is happening within this country. What dominates the media, what dominates our daily news is insurgency, terrorism, and all that. So when I cited
But you
Boko
forget that there
Haram
is
and
Nollywood.
banditry, I
You forget that
understood
there's
what I'm
Nollywood.
doing.
There is
And
Afrobeats.
and 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 and,
There is
and
Echo
beside that,
City. There is a lot of good things happening in the country too.
beside that, I think you are expressing your frustration, and it takes two to tango. When it becomes if reality that we our problem is to agree, then if we you are certain we do this and do that, how can you strive in the midst of insecurity? Farmers cannot go to farm. People have been abducted even on their way to their destinations. There's no security, and you're talking of all this. How can you trade without, of course, even the economic activities have been threatened? So how can you build that trust in such a system that already has collapsed? So what you are just is mere expressing your frustration. There is no unity. If there is no justice, you cannot pacify other regions. So if we cannot agree to build a nation, if you can't agree to move together, as the Bible rightly said, can two work together without agreements? Then if it becomes clear that we cannot agree, come together to agree, then let's find a common ground on how to, of course, move ahead rather than being stuck in a wheel of motionless and despair. We can't continue this system. For 62 years, we have been discussing of how to keep Nigeria one. Then if we are not succeeding, let's try the alternative. And I don't know why most people are afraid of the alternative. Of course, different
Actually, it's the
countries have done
opposite.
that.
We have been obsessed with talking about division. It's actually the opposite. Nigeria has been going on and on since the end of the Civil War about division. We never, ever really talked about how to found our country and make the country strong. We never did that. Because somehow we have been conditioned to keep thinking about division. When they know full well we will never be able to do it without tearing ourselves worse than what Somalia did to itself. Somalia is a homogeneous country. Sorry, Somalia is a homogeneous country. Look at how long their civil war went. You think that had anything to do with tribalism? These things we are gonna doom ourselves if we focus on the wrong things. Sorry about that, Dad. You can go ahead.
It's quite funny as well. Don't you think also it will be an advantage to kind of disadvantage Somalia or destabilize Somalia? Because if Somalia was unified and strong, they could really make some really strong demands into the region of that sea over there. So it's kind of preferable for Somalia to be divided. And it's funny, it's a homogeneous country, but still they were able to divide Somalia like that. That's unfortunate. And you will notice a lot of things when you speak to Europeans and you talk about African unity. One thing they love to pick on the most is that, but there are so many tribes. Are you guys ever going to be able to unify? You have so many tribes, you have so many days as well. It's like the one thing they like to highlight to shut down the conversation of African unity as well. And some of us tend to keep parroting it all the time, you know. We definitely need to overcome that as well. Although it does seem that who the heck is this? Oh, bloody heck! Oh, it does seem that we do have patriotism when it comes to our tribe. But one thing I do want to know, Tunisia, right after the 60s, Kwame Nkrumah was actually on a program where Ghana was actually manufacturing and was industrialized, and Ghana was actually producing. You understand what I mean? So a lot of these Pan-Africanist countries, because of the leftover colonial infrastructure, they were immediately industrial and they were producing. And I think even the colonialists actually wanted to industrialize Africa, but something went awry after the war where they say we can't have Africa. They wanted Africa industrialized only if they controlled it, but because they couldn't control it, they now reversed the whole situation. And now Africa was just to remain a kind of resource colony as well, to remain a resource colony, and that's the way they will keep exploiting it as well. I don't think necessarily these people are caretaker government for them to retake colonize. I just think they are just prolonging a system of exploitation. And all these capitalists, we are in a capitalist world, and all these capitalist governments as well, they support a greedy organizations to go and rape from African countries as well. It's the organizations that are doing this, and they have been emboldened by the governments across the world. You understand what I mean? So we have to do something, because Tunisia, it's such a common sense thing that you need to recruit a lot more military for internal security, because how is somebody going to invest if you don't have stability in your country? You know, you need to have stability. You need to recruit security forces, government, military for internal stability at first. If you want to fix the internal security, you enable for a market to grow. When the market grows, then you are able to now have the means to buy external security technology. You understand what I mean? But first, there must be a market to facilitate it. China could never have got to the position it is if they didn't focus on developing their own market and selling within their own market. But now they're able to afford buying the most expensive technology. And also they played on the greed of white people. The greed of white people of having slaves. White people like to produce things for cheap, and they like to sell things. They like to sell, and they need for competition, and they need for a slave force. This is what the greed they play, and it's quite interesting. The need for competition of white people will be another reason that could industrialize Africa. Because as we're speaking right now, there are companies that are coming to build infrastructure in Nigeria, but they're realizing, oh, there's no power, there's no electricity. And what do? They are now expanding into building and going into power supply for Nigeria. Nigeria cannot be ignored in the next coming years. I tell you, there's so many companies that want Nigeria. They want ideas. It's up to Nigerians themselves to get their politics in order. Because I imagine there will be a lot of people making money from Nigeria, and we really, Nigerians really not look at this deal Nigeria made with what do you call it, with Europe because of the Russia situation. I just feel so. I hope Nigerians can win from this as well and not just get ripped out. When you look at the comment section of Nigerians, they say, all right, we want this deal, but we should make them pay in Naira and we should double charge them more. So ordinary Nigerians are speaking facts and are speaking common sense. But why is the common sense not being implemented by the leaders? Who knows what deal they have negotiated? But we've always seen that African countries always lose in these most opportunistic moments as well. So all I can say is that there's something wrong with the leadership, and there has to be a way in which Africans can start to get their demands. And the tribalism thing sometimes is a bit overstated.
God bless you.
It's a bit overstated. I'm telling you, Kwame Nkrumah was on the path. Look, man, if people are winning and benefiting, they will forget about the tribalism as quick as possible. But when they are losing, the tribalism is overblown. Everybody starts saying, "Oh, is that people's tribe? Is that tribe?" That's because the failure is the reason why the tribalism persists. The failure of African states from working is the reason why tribalism persists. You understand what I mean? That situation is not. But I'll stop there for now and catch my breath.
God bless you.
Thanks. Yeah, who is next to speak? Let me just show you something, Chigozie and Matthew. Since see, look at the list of active separatist groups in Nigeria. Basically, European Biafra movements. Just Europe. We are not talking about other parts even. Look at this Azerbaijan. Look at the list. These people. They are there. They have how many of them? I don't even know how they list them. These people, they have their own territory format. They have their own there. Belgium, autonomous movement. Look at the list. Look at the page. Look at how long the page is. Look at how long it is. This is in Europe alone. Georgia, all of them, separatist movements. How do you think these people manage to do this? Still have NATO, still have European Union, and we are able to still function. We allow our own to debilitate us. You see what I mean? We are not the first to have a Biafra movement. We've had it, but it's paralyzing us. We can't see beyond it.
To Nigeria, what is your problem with if Biafra should become a sovereign state?
Because
please ask him.
Teenager, can you hear me?
Yeah, gas them up. I can hear you. Let me just answer him quickly so he can go. Sorry, I forgot. Man, this thing is blocking your this. I'm still getting a hand with this.
What problem do you have with Biafra becoming a sovereign state?
A sovereign state.
I don't have. See, what I have with it is that we are busy dividing ourselves when we should be uniting and being stronger. That's one. Secondly, let me make the second reason. Secondly, the path to get from now to there is not clear. The clearest path to it is war. And war.
But that shouldn't bother you. It is not war. So I think you have been apprehensive and overwhelmed by your uncertainties. Most countries of the world, of course, we are split, and they are doing well. They are doing perfectly well today.
You are relatively younger. Maybe you don't know what it was like. Wars send nations backwards. Because the problem with this argument is that if you want a referendum now, would you allow all Nigerians to have a say whether Biafra remains inside this, or you want only Biafrans to decide? If you have a referendum and say, should we break up the country or should we stay together? You find that majority wants to stay together. Then what happens?
Conduct referendum within this.
Conduct referendum and let the people decide.
But I just showed you a list of countries where they have them. Why are you not seeing referendums happening all over the place? Because they still want stability more. Because if they focus on that, they're just going to be creating new nations. It's not going to do us any good. The reason why you even have the first tribes in the first place, because somebody decided, you know what, I'm going to go to that small village, knock their head together, and make them a bigger tribe. Because they discover that when they have a bigger tribe, there is benefits to it. Hence, they don't go back anymore. We have a nation that we can work with and build stronger and this and work with the African Union to make it stronger. We already have a lot of power in ECOWAS. What do you think will happen in ECOWAS? You don't know of the instability that will lead to. The point is that the gains are not there. The only gain you are gaining from it is, oh, I just call myself a nation. It doesn't change anything. Somalia is an independent nation. They didn't have Biafra or
opinion. It is
there.
not binding on. It is not binding on over 70 million people who are advocating for this. So
I
you are
strongly
just one out of 70 million.
Tunaja, I want to ask Chigozie. Chigozie, are you for Biafra liberation? Is that what you're for entirely? Chigozie.
Okay, you directed the question to me.
Yeah, are you for the liberation of Biafra or the separation of Biafra?
I am for the liberation of humanity. And I discovered that if being together as a nation will keep us stuck in a wheel of motionless and despair, just as we are seeing, Nigeria is now moving forward. In terms of in every facet of existence. Let me come in. And of course, people have called for, of course, restructuring or the devolution of power. Let the center be made weak while the regions be made strong to drive a viable economy. And the government, people within the corridor of power, because of what they are benefiting, they said no. How can over 68 items be on exclusive lists that some people have oil, some people have bitumen, some people have zinc, they can't tap from it. The state can't tap from it. And people are dying. There is no employment. People are underemployed. There is insecurity. You can't even go to farm. People are hungry. Then what is the essence of being big, big brother Nigeria, and yet we are impoverished? We are the center of poverty, the world center of poverty. Of what effect, of what use, of what importance is that to us? Yeah. If we are bigger and we are big for nothing.
Yeah. So can I ask you a question? You agree that it's the Biafrans, the Igbos, that are gaining the most from in terms of economically, they are controlling Nigeria's economy and they're gaining the most as well.
No, that's not true.
That's not true. It is absolutely wrong. That perception is doctored. It's not.
So
it does not reflect the reality.
Igbos are not winning in the market in Nigeria at all.
Igbos dominate not even in the market in Nigeria. So I don't know what Gas them up is saying. Okay,
either way, what I want to ask is, why would you want to get away from a market that's you're actually gaining a lot from, and you reducing your market into a little Biafra land instead of being what you're already gaining from Nigeria itself?
Can I answer that question for you, sir?
Look at Chigoze's brother. Chigoze, look at your brother. You see him, he's looking good, isn't he? He's looking really handsome.
Let me come in before he make his contribution, please. See, you shouldn't be afraid of market. You see, we have Igbos virtually in Europe, in Asia, in Australia, in Canada, in doing marvelously well. The fact that we are calling for self-determination does not in any way limit our opportunities. Of course, we can also build bilateral agreements with Oduduwa or the northern parts to advance. Of course, it is trade by barter if that becomes necessary. So the issue of splitting Nigeria for good, for the better of humanity, for the benefit of all, cannot be seen as a threat, because we can't continue as one Nigeria. We know that we have no vision. We are not moving anywhere. You see, we are just circumventing the cycle.
Even power, simple power. Now we have we gas inflation. You see, yet we cannot fix the issue of power,
Your problem
let
is that you
alone
keep
driving the
putting it
economy.
down
So
to the
the
fact that
only
it's
way
a country
to
called Nigeria. Don't you see that?
To
That
Niger, can
the
I
solution is
respond?
wrong. You are going to the wrong
okay,
solution
To
when the
Niger,
threat is coming from somewhere else.
can I respond to the gentleman's question?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So, first and foremost, I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm not Biafran. I'm Isoko. So,
Yeah,
shout
right.
out to my Biafran people. Shout out to all my Igbo people, Igbo Kwenu. But I would not be a member of Biafra because I'm Isoko. I have no beef with Biafra. Biafra is for Igbo people. Let them have their Biafra. I think, funny enough, I actually agree with Tu Niger in the sense that Tu Niger is right on the surface level. Yes, Nigeria should work. We are in the modern world. Nation states exist. I don't want to get into the history of blah, 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 who created the nation state. I don't want to talk about the environmental issues that will come with you people's industrializing. I won't touch any of that. So I will just keep it simple and say, yeah, to Nigeria, I agree with you. On the surface level, Nigeria should work. Nigeria was working. I keep pointing people again. When did Nigeria's problems
Nigeria is
start?
going to work.
Look,
Nigeria is going
let
to
me
work.
finish, brother. Let me finish, please. Nigeria's problems, not just only Nigeria, Africa's problems in general, started with the IMF structural adjustment programs. Obviously, the Biafra thing was an issue because this is the part that Nigeria is not addressing. So let me get to where Nigeria. It's not that he's wrong, but he's not addressing. And you, brother, with your question, you're not addressing. And I'm going to address it, and then I'm going to answer it. And I'm going to put a challenge to my Biafrans and my South Nigerians. The issue is this. As they've been saying,
where is South?
wait, let me finish. Oh my God, brother, can I? Oh, gee, hey, now wow.
South.
Now, wow, brother, let me finish now.
You're very funny. You're from Isoko.
Let me finish now. Wait, let me finish.
Let the man finish now.
Hey,
Mr. Matthew,
Igbo man will not allow somebody to talk. Let me be an Isoko man. Is it by force? Let me finish, brother.
Talking about
brother, can I finish?
Not just Igbos.
Brother, can I finish?
Please, you can go ahead. But I want to
thank you. Don't point it out. No, don't correct me.
Igbos.
Don't correct me, brother. Oh, hey. Tunaja, please control your panel, please.
Mr. Matthew, calm down, Mr. Matthew, calm down.
At the end of the day, we don't have to look. Listen, I already said simple. I gave Igbo people and Biafra their acknowledgement. I wish and I hope, as an Igbo man, you do the same for me. Leave me and my Isoko alone. I want Biafra to exist for you, Igbo people. I didn't beef with you. So let me have my right if I don't want to be a part of Biafra. I have nothing against it. Don't force it on me. The same issue you have with Nigeria being forced on you, don't force it on me. I've already acknowledged Biafra should exist. So then leave it at that. Brother, you see, brother, you're doing the wrong thing, and it's wrong. I just told you, brother. Let me finish, please. You have taken me away from my point. I've already acknowledged whether you agree with it or not. Igbo people have a right to their Biafra. Don't try and include others. If I'm telling you as an Isoko person, I don't want it, leave it like that. If you go to someone's house and they offer you food, if they say they don't want, you cannot force it in their mouth. Just like Igbo people are complaining, saying Nigeria is not working. I want to explain that to Nigeria. Don't be a reverse colonizer. Just cool down and accept it. Now, to Nigeria and the other brother, this is where you guys are having issues. Nigeria is not working for the average Nigerian, particularly the southern Nigerians, whether they are southwest, southeast, or south-south. Nigeria is not working for them. That is why if you go to the American embassies, you go to the foreign embassies, most of the people trying to leave that place called Nigeria are from those regions. You rarely, not that you don't see, you rarely see northerners trying to leave Nigeria, because to a certain degree, there are many aspects and factors. They are okay with the status quo. I won't say they are okay, but they are a little bit more comfortable because the people in power, Nigeria somewhat works for them. So the fight that you guys should be fighting, in my own opinion, should not necessarily be, the Biafrans trying to agitate, or the Oduduwa trying to agitate. You guys are wrong, because if you split up the Nigerian nation state, it will be problematic, it will be chaos. I agree with you. But that energy that you are using to tell them to separate, that they shouldn't separate, it should be told to the centers of power that they should do the right thing. I'll give you an example. Niger Delta has the oil. Niger Delta oil has been feeding Nigeria all these years. Zamfara just found gold. What did Zamfara say? The gold belongs to us. That's what they said. It's our gold. We're not sharing with Nigeria. And nobody from the north, the people in power, are complaining about it. So that's my issue to Nigeria. You have to address that. It's not just to Nigeria. Wait. I'm almost done. To Nigeria, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. So that I'm not saying that you haven't addressed it. I'm saying that is the beef. When those people in power in the north start to address those concerns, you see less need for agitation. So now this is my challenge to all of us from the south. Let's stop being cowards. It's not even if we don't separate. For example, I've been shouting, our ports. Why is Lagos port the only port that is open? Open all the ports.
That's true.
So that way, because we have hard men, all these South boys, if it's time to do cultism, if it's time to kill people, you see South boys ready, like idiots. But when it's time to do hard men and open your fucking ports, none of them are there. Our women can't go to market without being raped and harassed. Let's stand up and be men. Look at this happening in Dubai. Most of those girls, look at Italy, it's mostly South girls that they are shitting in their mouth.
Yeah.
You never see a North girl that they shit in their mouth. You will not see it. So we South people, let's stop being weak. I'm sorry to say, I think it's the Bible. That Bible turned the other cheek. Stop reading the Bible. Go back to our tradition. Let's be men again. Let's be strong. And when we stand in that Nigeria, then the northern people cannot do anything to us. But the truth of the matter is, our southern leaders, our governors will sell us out. Our senators will sell us out. They talk rubbish in our face. In that Aso Rock, they all lick northern yash. All of them. All of them. So unfortunately, someone like myself, I'm not going to fight. Because if I go and say, let's fight, the fight is the same South people that will betray me. Look at what they did to Abiola. Look at what they did to when Abiola was supposed to win. Yoruba should have scattered that country. They did nothing. Nothing they didn't do. None of them stood like men. But when it's time to do cultism, attack people on the road in Lagos and all that rubbish, you see them. South boys were strong. Look at NSAS. Most of the boys killed are South boys. Are you telling me Northern boys are not doing 419? They dare not kill a Northern boy the way they kill our Southern boys. They burn police station down. When will we be men? Burn down the police station. They kill our youth. Burn it down. Nothing will happen. Let the allies, all of them, all you hard men for the South. This is where you be a man. Show me you have power. If it's time to rape women and our women walking down in the South, they can look at our girls selling their culture, going to Dubai so someone can shit in their mouth. You don't see Northern girls doing that. And Northern girls are in even more poverty. So that's what I'll end there. If you are from the South, stop complaining that the North is oppressive. Let's work together. Let's stand and let's fight. If you're not ready to do that, shut the F up and continue. Let's be women. That's all I have to say.
I would see. I think you are saying you should fight the North or something. That's if you want to fight. I think for me is that we have to focus, because these divisions happen. It's not only in our country. We just need to figure out a way to say, you know what? I see the nonsense that we are getting. The way they are treating us. Let's move from there and figure out a way to make our country strong first, because there's a bigger storm coming. And so that now we can focus on ourselves. We don't have the luxury. I don't know how we got to the point where we think we have the luxury.
Niger, it's quite very not good. Like, some of these black girls, they go to Dubai just to get shitted on in their mouths to Niger. What do you have to say about that? Come on.
That's the problem. South men, we complain. We are like women. Our women are being used and abused. Look at Italy. All the South girls is there, those girls running there, sleeping with white guys. You don't see Northern girls doing it. Why? This is what I'm saying. Look, if we South men, it's not about fighting North. I have no beef. I even like Islam more than Christianity. I'll tell you the truth. because that Christianity is nonsense, in my opinion. I have no beef with the North. My issue is that we know that the North has been playing these games. So let's open up our ports. Let's stand. You kill our youth, we burn your fucking police station. That is then, by the time we do it, by the time they burn police station in Benin, burn in Aba, burn in Owerri, by the time we start doing it like that, you come to our land, you fuck up, you die. They too will say, you know what, let's make this Nigeria work. Then what two Nigeria is proposing will make sense because everybody has mutually assured destruction. You come to our land, you try, you die.
Brother, from what I can understand, you actually subscribe to Niger's idea for military and all, but you want to address the other issues, the divisions in place or the unfair treatment.
Yes, those before. Look, I'm not. To Nigeria will tell you, I'm not even a fan of Nigeria or Africa doing what he's saying. He will tell you. But if it is to do that, that is the best way. And the divisions actually come from the South people because the South people are not even serious. Because like I said, if you go to that Aso Rock, I've been there. I've been to that Aso Rock. I would say, you understand? I know, look, all of them will talk A in our fronts. When they get there, they're all licking Northern yash. They're kissing Northern ass when they get to the North. They're not strong. They're not serious. So it's now South people, Southwest, Southeast. Let's stop playing games. Women should be free to walk the road. They shouldn't be raped.
Exactly.
Let's open our ports. Let's have road safety. For example, if all these conductors had men, you tell me that you're a man, and the bus is leaving the bus station, and the seat belt is not working, the tire is not properly inflated. If you have accident and we check, that's your life. It's the end of it. Let's do common sense measures. By the time we take the South serious, even something simple as littering, dirty that is in our road, people will just drink pure water, throw it. Drink bottle, throw it. If you do it, we cut off your hand, we kill you, we break your head. Don't come here and destroy our land. That is when they in the North will say those people in the South, they've changed. But they know our people, give them small naira, you can shit in their mouth. That is how they know us. And the principled ones that will stand will always be betrayed. To Nigeria, I already told you, Jaja of Opobo, Nana of Ishakiri, Oba Kosoko, all of that is the history of the South. We're a bunch of freaking sellouts. How do you think the slave trade happened? You had the ones that didn't want to deal with the Oyibos, and you had the ones that wanted Madras, Indian cloth, rum, gin, whiskey, and bullet and mirror. And they said, I don't give a damn. Forget the old traditions. Sell them. What were the Arochukus doing? The Arochukus were selling Igbos left and right. That's what they were doing. What was Nana of Ishakiri doing? What were some of the Ijos doing? That's Jata of Opobo, an Igbo guy that became Ijo. What was he doing? Selling people. So the South has always had that problem. They are not seriously principled people. That's why the North doesn't take us serious. They know we just talk, we talk garbage, we're not men. When we're ready to be men, then we'll be serious.
I want to ask you something, right? Do you think, obviously, things that could have made a people very principled was something like a religious philosophy? But as I posed this question before, that African, even though we had our own philosophy, it was not widespread for the entire people. It was only, you can only go to your elders to consult on matters. You didn't need to read a book, or the people were not taught, you know. So, and you know, an educated person is a person that is not fit to be a slave. So if you have a people that have been given a religious philosophy or some kind of philosophy, that's an education. So Northerners had exposure to Islam that they could refer to for spiritual guidance.
Because Islam, that's why I say I prefer Islam. Islam says it in the Quran. Peace be upon the Quran. It is better to die than to be oppressed. They said that slavery, oppression, death is better. Is better. The Christians, that the South, let me tell you, the South people were weak. We talk, go to any, if you want to register a business in Nigeria, I saw it in my eyes. In that Lagos there. Yeah. I saw it in my eyes. All the top management, they're all Northerners. And again, I have no beef. I'm not tribalist. I have no beef with the Northerners. They're doing what they're supposed to do. Go and see all the South people speaking by force Yoruba. By force Yoruba. The Northerns, they don't even speak Yoruba. Everybody, whether they're able, they're speaking by force Yoruba, trying to be down.
Yeah.
What is wrong with us?
So
our women get abused. Our women get raped in the market, all kind of stuff. Yeah. What is wrong with us?
What I think, because to Niger, that's quite interesting, right? You will not find Somali women in Dubai letting themselves down like that. You will not find any Muslim.
No, brother, don't say that. Don't say that, brother. You don't know.
No, hold on.
You don't know. No, you don't know because you don't know.
Hold on.
You don't have the facts.
Hold on. Let me say what it is.
No, let him say his point. Let him say his point.
You will not find Somali women going to Dubai and having Arab men sit in their mouth. So what?
That's a fact.
You know,
that's a fact.
Muslim African women in other parts of the world degrading themselves.
Unless it's in France. That's the only place you see Muslim women from West Africa. They are even stupid too when they go to France. So only place is France. The girls that are ready to sell out is the African girls.
To what level do you find a woman to the point where you just open her mouth for another man to shit on? Like, how much of a slave do you need to be? Like, how much of a...
It's not slave, my brother. It's not about slave. It's that these people forgot principles. See, the South people, everybody in the South is living a life of oppression to each other. So everybody gets a fancy car. You want to look down on somebody. You have to oppress the person. You live in an estate. You this. That's how they all live their life. That's why I don't take them serious. They come on, they come, they say the North, this, we're going to agitate, we're going to separate. They're all talking bullshit. Because even in that Biafra, when Biafra separates, they'll still oppress themselves because they haven't learned the fundamental lesson. They don't have principles anymore. We South people don't have principles again. At least the Muslims, because the Quran, they have the principles they can find in the Quran. We've abandoned our culture. We don't want it. Everything from our culture, we say is evil. We say it's juju.
Yeah, I have something to say here, please. Okay, so there's a situation. We cannot deny it. We have the facts. Everybody saw the video. But it's not because it's about maybe some West African woman that you guys would think that others are not doing it. Okay, the gas me up is talking about the Quran. But those people shitting on their mouth, are they not Muslim?
Of course, Muslim? Yes.
Okay, so what? Yes. So leave the Quran stuff, man. It's nonsense. When someone is bad, someone is bad. Okay? When someone is bad, someone is bad. So what you're talking about right now doesn't make sense.
No, it makes sense. Let me tell you why, brother.
Wait a minute. You said the Quran, they respect this, but those people shitting on their mouth, are they not Muslim people who are reading the Quran? From the royal family?
Yes.
Family? So what are you talking about?
Okay, I agree. I agree.
Take other human beings for slave. They took us for slave. Human beings will take other human beings for slave.
I agree.
So you as an individual, how low do you have to?
But this is what Tunaja's point is to say. When you have power, people treat you differently. So look at, for example, even though Tunaja doesn't like him, you look at Mansa Musa when he did his pilgrimage. To this day, he affected the whole Arabia, the whole Arabic world. This West African who is Al-Haji, stranger, someone who is that's what it means, literally, right? This person who is not originally from the area came, understood Islam, took his Hajj, and was respected, gave away gold. They said, no, this guy is somebody. And again, I'm not saying that you have to be Muslim to be somebody. So what I'm saying is that now I can look at it on an individual level. But let's say me and my women, because I have wives, we're in Dubai. That man will always look at me, no matter what, and say, at the end of the day, I know I can always give his women maybe $50,000 and I'll shit in their mouth. They have a price. They know that. And I'm upset with our men and I'm upset with our women. Because when I talk like this, the women will be writing on the chat, patriarchal, patriarchal, patriarchal. They'll be writing bullshit. Where are they writing the patriarchal now when they're shitting in their sisters' mouths? Go and write the
What do you
patriarchal.
have to say about that to Niger? That specific one to yourself, to Niger.
I think that one is because of our weakness as men to defend our people. You don't see Saudi women going to do some stuff like that. We have not done our due diligence to, this is why we're having this conversation.
Yeah,
Why
but
are we the
to Niger,
weakest?
I just hate when we always think that it's because of us. I hate that because
Of course.
we've been talking about the party, and we've been talking about how bad we are, but we are not seeing those people who are shitting in the mouth of our sister. They are not bad. They are not the one doing anything bad.
You know
But
why? See, I'm
I
not saying
never
they
said
are
they
not.
no,
weren't bad. I
See,
never said that.
artifact of war. I'm not saying they are not. I'm just saying that we as a people are responsible for making sure that doesn't happen. You don't see white women coming to do that for us because their men have done their due diligence. They pay the price to keep their people secure and prosperous. That's what we need to do. That's why
But you see,
I'm
yeah,
looking inward instead
yeah,
of looking
and
out.
then
I agree. But Tunaja, that's why I said Nigeria has to walk, and we South people have to take the stand first. Because because now, like I said, you don't see northern women doing that. Like Fela had a song. I love Fela a lot, right? Whether you guys agree with him or not, he had a song before he died. He said in the song, basically that when you lower your value of your currency, these IMF programs, when you devalue your currency, he said at that time, because euro didn't exist, said when he goes to Italy, he has to spend 80 lira to sleep with a woman. When he goes to Germany, he has to spend how many Deutschmark? He has to spend how many franc? When he goes to England, he has to spend how many pounds to sleep with a woman? He goes to America, spend how many dollars? He said now, after they've devalued our currency, any white boy can go into Africa for pennies on the dollar and sleep with our women. So he was saying, Toto don cheap oh, Toto don cheap oh, $5 Toto don cheap oh. He's saying pussy has become cheap in Africa. And if you think I'm lying, go to your Pornhub, type in Africa. You'll see white guys all over Africa, sleeping with women for pennies on the dollar. But you don't see any African guy that, even, not that they don't want to, not that they can't afford, because like Tunai just said, they don't have the power. There's no white African guy in Kinshasa or in Lagos or in wherever that can go and bring a white woman that he'll shit in her mouth and pay her money, or he'll sleep with her in any which way. Our women are, because of money, we've lost our principles. So in the Nigerian context, it's mostly the people from the South and they're the loudest ones. They talk the most. They have all the so-called business. They have all the PhDs. They make fun of the people from the North. Oh, those people, they're backward, they're illiterates. But those same backward illiterates run the country. You can't even sleep with their women. I've told this to Tunaja many times. In the Nigeria there, a South man, no matter how rich he is, he cannot go to the North and sleep with the Northern women like that. But a Northern Nigerian man can go all throughout Nigeria and sleep with the women.
Can I say something, Gazimov? I think sleeping with your woman or putting shit in your mouth, I don't think how that's got anything to do with the North dominating. I think that has to do with the culture and the morals of your own women. Do you think that has got to do because the Northern has an upper hand? I don't think so. Maybe the morals of your own women are just so low. That's why everyone can sleep with them and pay them pennies. Don't you say?
I agree, because they don't have culture again. They're all fake pseudo Christians. I agree.
Why are you blaming the Northerners for that?
I didn't blame, brother. I don't say that. I never blamed the North. I just gave an example of Southern men's weakness. I never blamed the North. They're doing what they're supposed to do. If you can slap somebody, unfortunately, I wouldn't slap people. I'm not here to abuse anybody. But a lot of people, if they can abuse you, they will abuse you. If they have the opportunity. So a person from the North, if he has power, he'll take advantage. If the women in the South are stupid enough for a few dollars to sell them cheap to one allergy, that's their own problem. I don't blame the allergy. I blame the Southern man. Because like I've told South men, do you know that it's easier for a guy from Turkey, from Saudi Arabia to marry a Northern girl than you that is from the so-called South, even with all your money? They will never allow you to marry their women. So is South men, is South women. We're in a state of being silly. We talk a lot of shit and we eat a lot of shit. We talk. That's our problem. We're not serious about standing and being principled. Look, the way I'm talking right now, the Southerners will sell me in 1 week if I'm in charge of Nigeria. 1 week, even the Northerners will actually like me because I will do things to develop the North. The Southerners will be the ones to sell me out. I promise you that. My own South people, they'll be the ones to sell me out quick because they all want
Okay,
their opportunity.
so you have been given a lot of negative points. So what is your own solution? How can you make the Southerners men wake up? What do they need to do to save their women, to protect their women? That's going to work. Just want to know your own opinion.
Hello, everyone. Can I, go for a minute?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
All right. Hello to everyone. To Nigeria, well done. I want to start with this secessionist movement we are seeing in Nigeria, and I agree with a lot of things the Isoko brothers come up with concerning discipline and the South, and it still boils down to this secessionist movement. I feel that secessionist movements in Nigeria are usually a knee-jerk reaction to what the government of the day is. So if there is a little bit of leniency in the government is favorable to these other parts of ethnicities, then they do not kick for a secession that much. But once a maybe brutal or not so good government is in power, then all of a sudden then they start pushing hard for it. And the second thing is this: I think that these people, these ethnicities, do not understand the times and maybe um, the power that they have. And it surprises me that the South have so much educated people, and then they do not understand that they have a lot of advantage. For instance, the poverty we talk about in Nigeria, if you really look at it, if you really look at the data, you find out 80% of the poor people are in the north, and it's just only 20% of poverty or thereabout in the south. What does that tell you? That tells you you have an economic advantage. What do you do then for the future? We're entering a world where even the influence of politicians will become less, and it's those ethnicities or those nations or whatever, those people who can create wealth, who can advance technologically faster, that will have real power. So all this, by then, if you want to buy politicians, you can buy politicians. If you want to get your secession, you get it easy. But I think these ethnicities, for instance, the Yorubas have a lot of educated people in the UK. Doctors in the US are Yorubas and Igbos too. So what do you have a lot of influence? Can you come together and pull in resources and make your regions better? Create kind of what Sheung and Nicola Kokuti called a shadow government. Create organizations. I was speaking to an Igbo man at work, and he was from Anambra, and he was telling me about how people from his own areas are billionaires. And I agreed. I said, yes, a lot of people from your area are billionaires. But how does that translate to infrastructure and to the lives of your people? Can you say, can one billionaire say, okay, everybody that is going to school here for the next 10 years, I will send all our Igbo boys in this small community to technical schools up to the university and see what they will produce for our region? I think Southerners need to understand that they have a lot of advantage. Therefore, secession, I don't know, if you really want secession, in my own point, from my own point of view, you have to look at it in long term. You want to get power, you want to get economic power, you want to get power, technological power, and so on and so on. Then you want to get to a point where even you have a lot of your people in the UN, in this and that and that, and then you can coordinate and say, okay, today we are going to secede. Because one thing that baffles me was I like the Igbo people for their ingenuity, and I'm part Igbo, but I say this: if by the time Ojukwu wanted to secede, he was so organized and could not do it then, the organization that the Biafra people have now, can they really secede? They cannot. Then I think they have to navigate power in other ways, not just brute force, where you have people and people wearing security guard uniform and wooden rifles. That's just what I think about.
No, brother, you said it all. And unfortunately, the mentality of a South person. Look, you go to the northern part of Nigeria. I'm not saying all the big men in northern Nigeria are all beautiful people, but they help their own. And this is to a point. This is why I've told this to Nigeria before. You just said 80% of the poverty is in northern Nigeria, but the northern Nigerians, other than Boko Haram and herdsmen, are not looking to really agitate. This goes back, and that's why I said Nigeria knows me. He's probably shocked that I'm actually agreeing with him. This goes back to definitions. We're not poor. We're only poor because we're not on the world market system, because we're not working in a job, spending $10 a day, using credit cards. The guy that's in his village with his 2 wives, farming on his land, he's quite happy with his subsistence farming. Mm-hmm. He trades. That same northerner uses his radio. He listens to BBC. He knows the price of dollar. He knows the price of euro. He can calculate the price of dollar and euro in his cows very quickly.
Yes, what
they are not poor. What we are told we are poor because we are not following their system. So part of the problem is we Africans have to stop following what they tell us.
So will you say the Southerners are greedy people?
No, greed is everywhere. It's not about the South. The problem of the South is this.
Why
the South has copied
their own people.
Because the South,
they don't have their own people?
I'll tell you, because the South people have copied the white European system the most. They are the ones that follow the European system the most, thinking that is how it works. So like the brother said, you have all these billionaires in Ebola. And I personally, like I said, Igbo Kwenu, shout out to my Igbo people. I love you guys. But I think it's a myth that the Igbos dominate business and all that. Yeah, Igbo people enter into market. But let's be real. Richest men in Africa, richest men in Nigeria have never been Igbos. Dangote, Adenuga, the richest people in Nigeria have always been Hausa, Fulani, and Yorubas. So then they say, oh, that the Igbos love money. What will we say about Dangote? What will we say about Abiola? What will we say about Adenuga? These are the tricks. And it's even shameful that the Igbo people are falling for those tricks. Because there's no Igbo man that has the kind of money that Dangote has. That has the kind of money that Adenuga has. None of them. That this guy that owns Boa Cement, which I'm a shareholder of, by the way, shout out to Boa Cement. But that guy, you understand, Rabiu, whatever his name is, Igbos don't have that kind of money. You understand? So the problem is the people in the South copied the white system. They are the ones with the PhDs. They are the ones you see in UN meetings. They are the ones you see on YouTube with the fucking fake American English. They are the ones that their children are playing NFL, NBA. Giannis, Antetokounmpo, all those ones. Shout out to Giannis, no beef with him. But those are the ones. They love the whites. They are the ones that blend in. They are the ones that come to America telling the white man, oh, we are better than the African Americans. They come in and say, we appreciate education and blah, blah, blah. But they don't understand how power works. So they live an individual life. They build fancy houses. They live in a prison with a armed escort. But the northern guy, like I said, other than Boko Haram and headsmen, the northern guy is rich. He lives in his place. Him and his malams, they are bokis. They all live together. They eat from the same pot. They pray together at the same time. You dare not touch the rich northern man. His people, they will die for it. You touch him, his blood. Now, many of our southern big men. Look, even Lebanese run Nigeria. What are we even saying? I don't want to get too deep. Lebanese run Nigeria.
He said quite a bit there, and I know tonight
no,
you are aware of
how
some
Lebanese
of this.
can run Nigeria where the richest people in Nigeria are Nigerians. How do you say Lebanese run Nigeria?
No, when I say that they run Nigeria, I'm saying like in the sense that they can come. A Lebanese, look, brother, I don't want to get too deep on Niger show, but I can get deep, so I'll just leave it at that. Niger knows me already. It's sure I want to be respectful of him because he's my guy. You understand? But Niger knows what I'm talking about.
But Lebanese are not technically running Nigerian economy. They're not that
powerful. Yeah, I don't know.
No, I didn't say they run. I'm saying that they can come and do whatever they want to the most part. They're a minority group.
That's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
Willy-nilly, anyhow they like, they can just come and do whatever they like in that
Yes.
continent. What we are, see, let's try to get to the bottom of this, because how is it that these our leaders just keep allowing these people in, and our people just watch it and just look from afar? Even if we like to talk as if we are very, very clever professors and all the rest, they just watch it happen. Like in Zambia now, recently, I think a couple of days ago, America wants to open a military base there, and the government didn't consult the people at all. It's like,
because to Niger, I've told you this already, my brother. The Nigeria, I've told you this already. Unfortunately, look, all African leaders, especially if you look at even Francophone Africa, that's why they're against Mali so much. They're all agents. They're all allegiance to these Masonic Illuminati people of the West. That's just the fact. They don't have, look, African culture, the leaders were accountable to the people. That is real democracy. I can show you colonial reports where the British themselves, the French themselves are admitting that, oh, wow, in Africa, in North America, the Native Americans, they had a more democratic system because the leadership was held accountable by the people. Fela had that song, MOP, where he said, one police for soldier fight. Then he said, 1,000 police go follow him. So these leaders, they can't even walk the streets they have because they're scared, because they're not held accountable to the people. In Yoruba system, when the king doesn't do what do they do? Open calabash, go and kill yourself, motherfucker. We don't want you again. You're a shitty leader. Get out of here. Go and die. And you have to kill yourself because you're a crappy leader. That's accountability.
Exactly.
So, but we don't have that. And in order to have that, we have to fight. And we South people, because the North, I'm telling you, if you get a good two strong leaders in the North can be running efficiently better than the South. I'm telling you, because they have the system in place. We South people, we don't even have a system in place again. We don't have principles again. We just have a bunch of, I call us pseudo ADOS and FBA.
What do we need to do? Because we don't want to disturb the
always
stability there is.
complaining. We need solutions.
We don't want to disturb the stability there is, but we want to have a revolution of good leaders emerging across Africa.
Then people have to be principled. When a leader does the wrong thing, and people take a stand and say this guy is corrupt, we can't make excuses. Look at Ibori from Delta, where I'm from. He's a criminal, but I can't go to Delta and say they'll kill me. All those cult boys, because they'll defend him.
That's the problem.
You know what's funny? Hold on, Tribal. You see,
Kifaru plays.
Kifaru. You see this, what's his name, Kagame situation, where he was going to sign a deal to have a lot of immigrants go to Africa and all that stuff, go to his country. As soon as there was so much pressure and talk being raised about it, he seemed to have backtracked as well, because that's not
really
good. That's not good for his image that he's portraying, that he's for the African people and all that kind of stuff. So he seemed to have backtracked as well and say, nah, this is not happening, this is not. But there were deals being signed. It's just that people were calling him out for that. They were calling.
That's interesting.
Paying so much attention. So there's something in which that this guy is right, what he's saying, that we need to make a stand. We need to stand for what's going on. African people need to stand and not accept it. And we need to do a lot to shame these people for the dealings they do. We need to shame them. We have the media to do it today. We need the people to stand and tell them that this is not what we want. African people need to stop being docile and actually stand. But you know what? It's very hard, because everybody has different stresses in their personal life. It's even funny. You can think they starve people so that they won't have the energy to stand up and even protest. Sometimes you can think that.
Yeah, right. They even starve the armies because they're scared of coups. Yeah. That's why they don't fund the armies anymore, because what they realized is if you have a strong African military, the threat of coup is always there. So the political establishment in Africa has now said we're not going to fund the armies too much. So that is also another issue for Nigeria's concern, which we need. We need to strengthen ourselves. But how will we do that when they're scared to make our soldiers strong?
That's it. Exactly. Like my president has got a special army. They call them presidential guard. You understand? That's special presidential guard that they protect him. You understand? And these people, maybe they have some special weapons, some special training. And this part, they still have the army, the navy, but they've got special army, presidential guard, and maybe those people are just people from his tribe because those are the only people he can trust. So there's this abuse of power, and how can you fight an African president that has got all this power over him? Civilians can't do that, and it's true. And they know the only people who can fight them as military. So sometimes they make sure all the military people who can go against them are their closest allies.
But
That's
what
what they
power
do.
do
They know.
civilians have, Kifaru? What power do civilians have against these leaders? What power can they utilize?
No, I say they don't have anything, bro. What
So
do they have?
we have stuff. What first of all, and this is why I keep emphasizing of knowing where we are as a people. You have to know where do you stand as a human being, and where do you stand as an ethnicity, and where do you stand as a people. Things like this, I keep repeating this. Things like this platform, you don't know it, but a lot of young people are listening to this. This was not the fact when I was growing up. Before I could get any news, I had to walk down the road, cross the street, go to the newspaper stand. But
and that news will be government printed, so you're not getting the right
yes, but there's something is happening in the world: decentralization of money, decentralization of information, and so on and so forth. So inputs like this channel are reaching places that they couldn't have reached before. So we need a populace, because what the power structure has done is that it sniffs out dissent in certain pockets of the society, and then it snuffs it out. But what do you do when you have the whole populace, awoke?
Like, listen, do you live in Nigeria?
No.
You live in the West?
I live in the West for now.
Okay, good. In Africa, let's be honest. If you come out to riot against the president, they will bloody shoot all of you. They don't care. That is the fact in Africa. We can say they just need to shoot some couple of people. They'll shoot them with live bullet. They don't care, and the rest are going to run. And if you come out, they keep shooting. These people don't care. Civilians cannot take out the president by themselves. They need military coalition. And this government know very well what civilian in what African country can take over the government. It does not exist. So if you want to take over the government, you need the military coalition. All of you, they will shoot you down.
But brother, I don't think we need to, because I don't want to Nigerians try not to get harassed. We're not advocating civilians should take over the government. What I would say that civilians can do this, in my opinion. I think civilians, if and not everybody is going to be ready to stand, right? But I think what will have to happen is people will have to create regional organizations that are local to your community. And if there is a leader, for example, just starting with the local government, if this guy is not doing what he's supposed to do, right, then start agitating against him on a local front. They can't kill everybody. And people have to now start also stop being afraid. Okay, Mr. President, you killed some people. Guess what? You are not safe on these roads. You're not safe. Because if we make Africa hot for these leaders, when they go to their European masters, then they will say, look, I have to do something, because they'll still kill me. They'll kill me when I get back home. They're going to barbecue me alive. So let me give them some concessions. And that's the only way we can get there. We have to fight and make it hot enough. But before we can make it hot enough, we have to be principled. Too many of us will sell out. We'll sell out for peanuts.
Yeah.
Look at the slave trade. I'm sorry to cut you off. If you bring back Jaja of Opobo, you bring back some of these notorious slave traders, and you sit them down and say, hey, do you think what you did was justified? I'm sure they'll tell you yes. Oh, but I had this and I was making money. I was all about the Benjamins, big meat, la 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 blah. Well, they'll tell you garbage. They're still doing it to this day. Look, let me tell you how bad this stuff is, brother.
That was used in slavery.
Yes.
People they kidnap, and they're still doing kidnapping today.
Brother, let me tell you how bad it is. Because of this, the 419 Yahoo mentality in Nigeria, I tell people all the time, if they brought back some white guys coming with big boats, and they went to Nigeria and said, look, just bring me some Africans. I'll give you $10,000 each for each African. They will start slave trade tomorrow. I promise you. They will start slave trade tomorrow in Nigeria. I swear to you.
Stop shitting on
Those
your
same
people like
southern
that.
Nigerians that are talking, they will do the slave trade tomorrow.
You can't say that. Boy, on the internet, you can't say things like that about your country. So, people are going to take it and come for you.
That's true. Because it's already happening in Libya. It's already happening in Libya. So that's very, very true. I think the one thing that's stopping slavery is because of the international system. If it wasn't, slavery, you see, Boko Haram almost sold those little girls. So the mentality of slavery, Africans have not even evolved from it as well. So that's a problem. You understand? So tonight, these African leaders, right? This is where the problem is, and blame must be ascribed to them. These guys are literally slave traders. They are trading the livelihoods of their people to another part. You have to see them as that. You have to ascribe blame to where it is. And what the people can do is these politicians also, they tend to sense opportunity and they're greedy as well. So if a lot of discontent is raised against a leader, another one will emerge and want to take power. So people need to stand on one ground and show that we are discontented, we're not happy as well. If you don't want the bloodshed way, there's many ways to go about it. You can raise the syndicate and start assassinating.
Look, yeah, that's true. If you could just remember the video that True Niger played, we have another big force that is on control that we can see. You see, the European, they have their interest in African countries, and now they don't have an alternative choice. Until if we want to fight these people, we need to fight the Europeans, because these are the ones putting these people in power. So we are not just fighting these our leaders, we are fighting who's putting them in power. So we need a better strategy, because
but they don't have Kifaru, they don't have legitimate power. Like you see what happened in Mali. Mali is still able to tell France that we don't like this because France don't have the legitimate power. If you're going to go fight a bigger enemy, I know they will do all that they can. You understand what I mean? But you must do what you can to secure yourself internally and remove the traitors internally. You understand? That's where the fight. If you try to directly fight a bigger lion, you completely
because they have their own establishment inside your country. It's been there since colonization.
You fight the establishment within. You don't go and take a bigger fight as well, because they will come directly to you. Anyways, man, you understand.
Can I say something? I think, you see, there is power in some of the ideas we are talking about. I think maybe we are underestimating it a little bit. Why I say that is because if you have some kind of non-governmental or any form of organization that advocates the increase in recruitment and increasing the budget of the military, one, you will have a sizable chunk of the military on your side supporting you. So you don't even, that's part of the establishment that we're supporting. Even if the top brasses that have sold out, a massive rump of them will like, what is wrong with that? He's saying we should increase our salaries, we should increase our numbers so that we are not so stretched. There's nothing wrong with that. So you are becoming part of the establishment, and the best way to replace an establishment is to out-establish them in the eyes of your people. When you have to say, okay, everything you are doing, I want to do it better than you. All the negative ones, I want to get rid of it. I want to do it better. If it's security that you're feeling at, I'm advocating for more security. And how many opposition groups, how many NGOs, human rights activists, whatever they've done that like to criticize the government that's ever advocated for that? They've never advocated an increase in security, because if they did, the most powerful arm of the state of any nation will be on your side. That is not a weak position for in my eyes, because I've spoken to some soldiers before and people in the military, and when you speak to them about this sort of thing, they support it.
Yeah,
they understand it. They are the ones that have to defend their 1,000 citizens.
Their lives depend on it. Their life depends on
exactly.
it.
So they know.
So if a politician was to come and the soldiers were to show that they are not happy with this, and a politician will pounce on that opportunity to gain power, So
exactly.
that's just a safer way of going about it.
So and if you let's say you started advocating those things, and you know, I think part of the things one could do, the strategies one can use is strategies that involve multiple facets. Like the way the Chinese describe these things, you have to understand your enemy thoroughly. You have to understand when you have space. Like that hyena that is being attacked by a lion, and when the lion just turns his back to attack another one, the other one escapes from the other side. So you have to know when your enemies are bearing down at you and when they are not. Like now, let's say this Russia conflict is going on and the Americans are focused on that stuff. That is a good time to go after those leaders, to push pressure them, because now the people that are going to back them up often are not that focused anymore on them, are focused on the greater threat out there. So that gives you more power to influence events on the ground while the others are focused elsewhere. That is one. And secondly, if let's say you are making those changes and you fear that they're going to come after you and stuff like that, you just do it in such a way that you are nudging the idea in and you are not the face. So, and that's one of the things, a strategy maybe we want to learn, where you have a way of influencing people without them even knowing you have changed their minds.
Yeah,
You understand what I mean?
like, yeah,
You make them feel like it's their idea.
yeah, you see, like presently in Cameroon, we had this man they call Kamto. It's clear that he won the presidential election. But this man, I think my brother Act of War can help me on this one. He's just been persecuted. They put him in the prison. They're just intimidating his people. It was clear that this guy won the election. But Franks don't want him. You understand? They don't want him to take over President Paul Biya. It is really clear. They're just making him and all his supporters, they're criminals. They give him all kind of they condemn him of all kind of treason and laws that he's committed against the state, just to make him feel intimidated. What are you going to do if you have a system that is being controlled by this big power like France? That is a problem. How do we fight France? How do we really make sure France does not intervene in our politics or even in our economics? I think that's when I say let's fight France. That's what I'm thinking. Because if you're just fighting this politician, you see, they're gonna put another one. You get this one, they're gonna bring another one and put another one. It's just gonna be the
But they
same
won't
people.
be able to when you are the one on the ground and the narrative is saying that we want certain things. In the end, they can only see. You have to understand, leaders can only operate based on what the space the people allow them. You can't have a leader just come into office and say, you know what, I'm going to convert Libya to Christianity. Good luck trying that nonsense. They're going to take you outside and kill you, because the people's mindset is not for that. You see what I mean? If you set the people mindset in a different way, that leader will have trouble trying to turn them. Even when see, in French they have power, but they are not voodoo priests. They are not going to bring a guy from, no matter how powerful they are, come to Senegal and put him there as president and say convert Senegal to Christianity and expect that to work out. That is not going to work, no matter how powerful France is or the US is, because it tells you something about their power that is limited to where the minds of the people allow
Of the
them
people
to
are,
operate.
yes,
Yes.
yeah.
If you change the
Even
mind of the people, they
yeah.
don't they are banging on a closed door. It's not going to work.
Yep.
Even in Senegal, there was recent protests as well, where the Senegalese citizens rose up and they were burning. Because the current president, was using legal terms in order to imprison all his opposition and all that stuff. So he locked down a very Pan-Africanist kind of political candidate. He tried to lock him in prison. So the people were agitated and unhappy with that, because the guy is using legalism to. So the people were burning down. They straight away attacking French businesses, French buildings, and burning down everything. It forced him. It almost to the point forced Emmanuel Macron to tell the leader to release the guy from prison. So the leader released the guy from prison. But you see, they have to deal trepidatiously with Senegal, because Senegal is where the central bank is that distributes this West African franc. as well. So they don't want that to be. So you see, tonight is right there. There's to a certain level where the power can only be achieved in one thing, either through financial means or military power or by the will of the people. So one of these, we have to have them. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Financially, and anyways, that's all.
I feel that the will of the people is, for me, the most important thing, and the will of the people aligns when they have the same information and they agree upon those information. And I would like to say that the solidarity that we see in Mali is because the people seem to be on one page. That is why they can do what they are doing. I'm going to make this prediction that
Nigeria, by the military as well.
Yeah, I'm going to make this prediction that in a couple of years, and as time goes on, the political elite in Nigeria, they are going to lose their power. For one, they have no ideas, and you cannot govern a multi-ethnic and populous nation like without ideas. Even the US is very difficult to govern, but because they have systems in place and so forth. In China, they have a very oppressive system that keeps 1 billion and over people together. We don't have data in Nigeria. We do not have a government that has created systems. They are living on borrowed time. But the problem with this that we run a risk of going into anarchy, and so people have to start acting instead of shouting Biafra or Oduduwa this. I said instead of shouting Biafra this or Oduduwa this. Not that I don't support these causes, but I think more should be done in the actual systems. Like if you claim you are Oduduwa, start acting like a government rather than going around. Start building systems that when Nigeria itself collapse. One indication that Nigeria has collapsed now is that the remittances Nigerians abroad send to Nigeria is what is holding the economy. That remittance is 80% of revenue and 6% of GDP. How do you even, and then 1%, this is coming from like 1% of people outside, 1% of the population. This shows deep problems. So Nigeria is really fractured, and to mitigate that, people have to start building regional systems. I think to Nigeria has said, we have to start building regional systems and act as if the big government does not even exist. So I'm going to provide schools in Lagos State now. There are in the whole country there are deficits of schools in my country. About 3 million people are not going to children are out of school. What are those people going to become? So we have to start taking more responsibility. So okay, for my village, I'll come together with people and we'll say, okay, we'll build schools and we'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do that, we'll build infrastructure so that when the center doesn't hold, we ourselves will not fall into anarchy. And this is how we need to start thinking for the future, because these leaders have no idea. If you listen, I have been listening to presidential debates. Maybe just one person has a plan. The rest of them have they are not in touch with the times at all. And we cannot wager our future on this kind of people. So we have to start moving different, because they will not allow you get into the center. You must start to organize from where you are. That's how I feel.
You're 100% correct, brother. And that when I was launching in my passionate tirade, that was what my whole message to the people in the South is basically. If you're not ready to build your regions to the point where they are strong enough that they don't need necessarily the so-called center. So when the roads are bad, listen, we're all men. You understand? It baffles me, it frustrates me. We're men, we're there in this particular street. The road is bad. They say, and we tried to fix it. They said no. Who is there? Fix the road, let them come. We shoot 3 of them, nothing will happen. We shoot 2 of them, nothing will happen. But you see, the problem is nobody wants to take that stand. Everybody wants to be passive. And that's why I say the South people, we read Bible too much and we get too much PhDs. So we've lost our ability to fight. We're not ready to fight.
You know what I call the university professors that are on strike? Professors of strike. That they've barely attended university for 1 month, and they go
But
on
to
strike.
but
Those
Tunaja,
people,
Tunaja,
man,
yeah,
go ahead.
Tunaja, on your stream, I think you showed one governor. I don't know, is it a governor of one state? That guy is doing extremely well. How does he succeed in doing that and the other ones don't? You know the guy
Which one,
I was talking
Wike?
about.
Governor
I don't.
Ayade and
I
Wike too is doing okay.
the one that
Governor
built
Ayade
a
is doing
factory
quite well.
to
Okay,
yeah, I
okay.
think it's built social houses for people. He built a factory. He's really outspoken guy. I really like
Because
him.
you know why?
So
Because
how does
him, let me tell you why. Because him and Wike, they are not relying on the center. Wike
Yeah,
will tell you. Wike said all our governors are going to the north to Abuja to kiss ass, begging for handouts. He said, I'm not begging them. And so this is what we need. We need strong governors. Look, listen, like I tell people all the time, Africa is not poor. Remember this narrative of feed the children. When did Michael Jackson make We Are the World? In the 80s, after they did the IMF structural adjustment programs. There was no starving African with a swollen belly and flies on their face in 1960 something.
Nope.
we all know that?
It
We
didn't
all know that.
exist.
Industrial as
No,
well.
we don't all know that. We know it, me and you. You understand? But the
No,
people
where
actually
maybe
think,
for Nigeria. Wait, let me break. Maybe
yeah.
parts of Africa they were starving and they had some wars and where but
No,
maybe
nothing. There was
Nigeria
no,
no.
brother. There was no place in Africa prior that any European can tell you that Africans were starving. Let me prove it to you. Why?
It's not just Africa alone. When you look at it around the world, when the Soviet Union had enough power to contend with the United States, when you look at Afghanistan in the 60s, Iraq, Russia, Ethiopia, Somalia, these countries, everybody seemed to celebrate that the 60s was a time they were growing.
Exactly.
Well, so it's not just Africa, Ghana as well.
All over.
What happened?
What happened is the world systems, the IMF, the World Banks, these systems started to put pressure on these so-called African leaders. It's not a coincidence that everywhere from Iran, you had a puppet dictator. Ghana, they kicked him out. Guinea, they did the same. Nigeria, of course, had the civil war. All over Africa, all over the Caribbeans, all over Latin America, where Fela was singing about ITT, right? So you look at all these things, and then you start to see it culminates, right, with the guy in Grenada and Thomas Sankara, right? You see these things. These are all external pressures, right? So
pressure I'm talking
yeah,
about.
so internal. So but I was just saying that the because the narrative is that Africa has always been poor, we've always been backward. But that is a lie. Because when they colonized us, what they had to do, they forced us from our villages. That's why they say a man in the village is a boy in the city. They forced us from our villages, and when they forced us, we had to pay the hot tax. In those days, I used to talk to my grandfather. He said in those days, when you go to the village, you come back with plenty. You come back with fruits, fish. You come back with meats. You come back with all. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
I think this is gas them up special project to send everybody back to the village.
No, Tunaja, wait, let me tell you why. Tunaja, let me tell you why. Because think about it, right? Look, over here in the US, right? Everybody think like you have like your New York, your Atlanta, your Dallas, your Houston, your Los Angeles, but not everywhere is in New York. Not everywhere is a Dallas. Not everywhere is a Houston. You have small towns that the people are thriving. You have your Idaho that all they grow is potatoes. I mean, they grow other stuff, right? And you have thriving places that they're not as big and developed as a Los Angeles. But you'll be shocked that those small Northern California farming towns are the places that actually feed Los Angeles. So let's make the village great again, in the sense that let's bring Wi-Fi to the village.
I agree.
If for example, hold on, let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, because no, I like I told you, you know me, I don't agree with the whole development. You know, I'm doing juju to not let Africa develop that way, you know. But let's say that I agree with you. Like in the north, they have the Arabic schools. If I'm in charge, all Arabic schools will be modern, up to date. You're not just going to come there to go and learn how to beg. No, you're going to go there, you're going to learn Arabic, you're going to learn how to trade, you're going to learn business. You're going to have laptops. You're going to have computers. Same thing with the southern schools. It will be up to par, right? Now, the villages, what we'll do, They will make the villages just like the Japanese did. You guys love the Japanese. Cool, no problem. Let's go to our village. Let's talk to the elders. We'll consult the gods. We'll tell them, look, we need farms. We need sustainable farms so that now we'll make sure the roads, so you grow your food here, the extra food, you'll be sending it to the cities. Even in the cities, we'll come up because we don't have to copy it wholesale. Now you can create greenhouses in the cities so you can alleviate some of the pressure so that the prices of food can be low in the cities. This can be done within 30 years, 20 years in Africa. If you have a network, if you have systems in place, open up the ports. I don't believe importation, but I know my people. If I tell them you can't import, no more Brazilian hair, no more foreign car, they'll kick me out in 2 weeks. I know my people. So, okay, Nigeria, open up all the ports from the Lagos port all the way to the Port Harcourt port, to Akwa Ibom, to Cross Rivers. Let everywhere have their ports open. So now you relieve the population stress on those mega cities, those slums. Africa didn't have slums. The slums were in Liverpool. The slums were in Manchester. The slums were in Rotterdam. That's where the slums were. We didn't have slums in Africa. They are the ones that brought slums. Like Fela said, we didn't carry shit. They are the ones that taught us to carry shit on our head. Now we're eating shit. You understand? So what I'm saying is that can be done, and that what that brother was saying about creating like regional blocks, so that if the center is not working, then yeah, we don't have to worry about the center. And that's why I said it has to be with principled men and principled women in the South. They know us, especially I'm talking in the Nigerian context. They know our people. They know with crumbs we'll sell out, we'll give in. Any leader come, give us a bag of rice. Yes, hey, leader, thank you. Hey, we'll be smiling. Fela used to say suffering and smiling. That's how we do. That's all we know how to do. Hey, yes, yes, guy, yes, sir. Hey, yes, sir. Thank God, yes, sir. Yes, that's it. We're sick. We're not serious. You know.
Do you think us black men, we lack principles? Like black men, black men, we lack principles to a certain extent because we sold each other to slavery.
I would also like I would like to take a shot at that question, but if after to Nigeria, but if he doesn't go, I'll go.
Go.
I think that about principle. I think we have some principles. It's almost as if our principles have been shifted in the areas that are not of higher priority. Let's put it that way. Our principles have been moved from areas of high value to areas of less value. It's like now, so a woman now, a guy can be going around with their wife in Nigeria, and anybody that looks at her the wrong way or talks to her the wrong way, yeah, he will defend his wife. But when it comes to his country, it's okay. When it comes to his resources that makes his family survive, his whole community survives, it's okay. If white people consider us slaves, it's okay. They don't, that is not big to them. They don't see that as a bigger threat. They see the guy next door, the guy looking at them funny in the hotel, or the guy that sprayed more money than them in the party as a bigger rival than the one out there. So it's because I think human beings, every trait we have remains, but it's either shifted. That is what happens. That's why you see domestic violence grows in some of these areas. Misdirected violence. You know, this ability of man to be able to use violence is meant to be used to protect the family, protect your children, and protect your community, not to direct it at them. But this is what I mean. It shifts and it bleeds into these areas, and I think that's what's going on. And we need to realign it to where it belongs.
Okay. What I think is that I think we have principles, but as you said, we are chasing a different dream. No, we are chasing the dream that has been sold to us, the white man dream. We want to be like the European, and that is a problem. We want to be like them so badly that we want to be accepted. You understand? We want to be in their institution. We want to talk like them. We want to be around them, and that is a dream. That
I see because what Tunaja just described individualism. Individually, we're able to we show some form of principle. I say that we are naturally individualistic, but at the same time, while Europeans are naturally more collective, But now that they've come into an era of capitalism and privatization, they want to be individualistic. But whenever shit gets down, they come back as a collective. But we are naturally individualistic. You can look at how divergent our tribes is. There's tribes among tribes, about clans upon clans, with their all varying different belief systems and all that. And that has seeped into our understanding of the world, that people are just individuals at the end of the day. That
Exactly.
human beings are just individuals at the end of the day, and you must treat them. So that's morally correct. You know what I mean? But when you apply it in the world, we need to be more collective. Well, which is a
I'd
problem. So,
like to add this to it.
go on.
I think that we also need to look at the effect that environments have on individuals, and then spreads into group, and then from generation and generation. Why is the white man seem to be so cutthroat, so precise, and has sometimes no feelings? You have to understand where he evolved from, where it was cold half of the year, and then when he had to go out, he had to calculate that if I spend more than 3 hours here, I'm going to die. So everything he did was kind of had to be precise. If somebody had to be cut down, he cut the person so that he could survive. Now this has formed his identity over, and you can even see a good example in Nigeria, where the northern guy, because they live on plains where there's sometimes you can see your enemy from a great distance. There are no trees to protect you. There's nothing you can. Yes, you have to be nomadic. So northerners, if you are in Nigeria, you kind of know northerners to have daggers and weapons, because the animal that is coming to get you probably cannot run to climb on a tree before it. So I think this also has made us a certain way. And I'll close that by saying I read something some years back, where when the Britain before independence, when the British were leaving, a British superior told his Nigerian worker that Nigeria will not prosper. And the guy was so surprised. But we have everything, and why are you saying that? He said, because your earth is so fertile. When you throw beans on the floor, it grows. When you throw corn on the floor, come back 3 weeks, it's sprouting. So I think we do not understand that. So we have principles, but the principles are not really geared to survival, because, and you see this in southern Nigerians, because you find you walking down the road, there's your vegetable is there. You just go to the pond there. Your food is just around you. You do not need to become almost inhuman to survive.
I disagree, but go ahead, brother.
But we need to change that, because we're in dire times. No,
yeah. Let me
okay,
just add to that. I
agree
something
with
as
that.
well. I read something as well. It was this guy, but he's racist. It's a little bit right. It's like it goes down to genetic racism. He was talking about the difference between the European and the African. His point was trying to explain to people why Africans can never come together. You know, why Africa can never be a democratic state, because we lack that consciousness to come together. No, he said this here. Just like what this guy was saying. He said, like the European, they understand that the environment, the little food they have to come together to keep themselves warm, and they have to share that food among everyone so that they survive as a community. It has always been part of their culture. But they said the African did not have that stress. You know, he had food all time, so he didn't see the need to be in the community. If you don't give me your food, come on, I'm gonna get my own. So they didn't have that communal mentality to come together as a body to survive together. But the European, that has always been part of the survivor. So that's just just to add to what this brother was saying. That is the point.
I disagree.
Maybe wait. Let me just say. Maybe that is maybe that is some of problems that we need to accept, and we see how. If that's some kind of disadvantage that we have, and we know it, let's see how we can fix that. And so if you disagree, you can make your point.
Go ahead, brother, because I disagree with the gentleman. I wouldn't blame our so-called cultures and saying that we're tribal and whatnot to say that they're right that environment plays a factor. in terms of behavior, but not only environment, language, orientation, social structures, and social systems also have an equal or sometimes even greater impact. One thing I think we have to do, we have to take a look into the actual European history, right? So, Tunaja, I didn't forget the email. I'm going to send it to you. If you study the European so-called history, you find out that they themselves are not even so-called Europeans, right? Or who they claim to be related to. They are not Rome, nor are they Greek. These are barbarians. You understand? Seriously, they are
Well,
not Rome, nor are
not
they
go into the
Greek. No,
semantics.
I'm not going
Let's
to go
just
into that. I'm not going into it. I'm just saying, I'm just showing that the people who so-called colonized us, the people who took over us, the Portuguese, the French, the Dutch, the British, these people, they come from an orientation to reality. And what they did, their ability to pinpoint and attack our communal systems, they were only able to execute it because they first did it to themselves. Because if you study the history of those regions, you had different groups. For example, you had like the Celts, you had the Visigoths, right? You had, and they had, even though it was problematic because whatever, but they had communal systems in play, right? They had with the Celtic, they had animalism principles, right? Where you hear like Wicca, where they would tap into the energies with the trees, right? You look at like the Gypsy people, where Tyson Fury comes from, right? Those type of people, they had those things. What did they do? They systemically attack those systems that they had themselves, those communal based systems, and they perfected what we call the modern day nation state today, which if you look at what the modern day nation state does, it attacks communal interaction so that people's allegiance is not to their village, is not to their tribe, is not to their ethnicity, it's to the state. And so we Africans have to contend and grapple with that, because it's like we're living in this type of binary psychosis where on one hand we see and we know that we have an allegiance, we speak our languages, we eat our foods, we have an allegiance. One part of us is telling us, remove the clothes, rip up your PhD, live like an African again. And then one part of us is telling us, no, let's build factories, let's, build roads and live like the European. So we have to walk that fine line. So I'm not going to just blame our cultures and say, oh, it's because of this and that. I agree. We need to look back and say, how did they beat us? How did they attack us? And let's strengthen it. And let's figure out ways to stop it. But I'm not going to blame our ancestors and say that our ancestors, no, I won't take that approach.
No, we're not blaming the ancestors. And I agree with the dichotomy you made, you alluded to at the end of your point about trying to be African and European at the same time. I agree with that. But I'm saying when we are thinking about how we react as a group to situations, we have to also think of how did we come to behave like this, and that's why we're just trying to take a sneak peek into what might have created, that we behave in certain ways as opposed to other groups.
That way individualistic in this way that we're so because were we naturally individualistic, or did the individualism come when they introduced capitalism and privatization to us as well?
Of course, it came after them now, because if you, for example, I can send you guys papers on Bambara society, right? I can send you papers on the anthropologists who studied our society pre-colonialism and after, maybe around like the 1950s, 1940s. Their field reports. There's one of the most top guys, Frobenius. You guys can Google him, Leo Frobenius. He was a German. He was all over Nigeria and all over Africa. Kay Williamson. She's like the foremost linguist. She was based in all of the whole Niger Delta. I've read most of their reports. We had a system of raising people, of raising our children, right? Of bringing our children up in our cultures. It was very much communal and somewhat individual. Individual in the sense that, of course, you would have your plot of land or your space, you could farm, which is why when they say prostitution is the oldest profession, that's BS, because what woman would allow a man in a village in Accra to shit in her mouth when she can plant some yams and go to the stream and collect some fish? You understand? So it doesn't even make sense when they say some of the things that they say about our people, so, but then we also had the collective. Go ahead.
Individualism. What led to the individualism of our kings and those who did the slave trading? Because there was a great divide.
and this is what nobody talks about. What led to it is that you had those Africans who were willing to sell out for European goods. I'll give you a proof.
Because
If you Google it, you'll see
individualism
that are still in power today, right? The Tinimbus, yeah, go ahead.
It's the same individualism that's continuing the corruption.
There's no change.
And it's continuing these leaders selling us out because they think only for themselves.
Yes, but that is not African. But what they're doing is not African. What they're doing is actually an attack against the African system, right? Femi Kuti had a song called Master Plan. And in the song, he says, don't you find it ironic that most of the people that they took to the Americas in the slave trade were the best carpenters, were the best musicians, the best of everything. And they took that genetics and that DNA from us. They surveyed us. They told the Arrows, they told Nana of Olumo, of Nana of Ishakiri, they told the Ashanti, bring the best and take this gene, take the Madras. No, but what I'm saying is, not the best. I'm being facetious. I'm using because English is not the best language to describe what I'm trying to say. But what I'm trying to explain, brother, is that what they did, there was a divide. You had those Africans who said, wait, we don't have to go along with the West. We don't have to go along with these men in ships. That is why, two Nigeria will know this. Oloku in Benin is the Mami water. I don't know in other places, but in southern Nigeria, the mermaid is all tied to what? The water brings wealth. That comes from the slave trade narrative. If you look at, for example, the cowrie shells, you see people wearing African prints, which comes from the Netherlands, by the way. You see them, they'll put cowrie shells in their hair. They say they're African. There's only one species of cowrie shell that is native to West Africa. The rest of the cowrie shells were imported. They imported billions, if not trillions of cowrie shells. You can research this. What did that do? That effectively monetized our economy. Because when they say Africans were trading and doing business, that's BS. You can only trade and do business after you've sustained yourself. So if long distance trade,
you said something that I want to question. Sorry, hold on. Sorry, let me just ask because he said something that I found a little bit either stunning or perplexing about the Mami water thing, that it is associated somehow with the European arrival. I never knew that.
Yes. The earliest references of Mami water. The earliest, and I'm not talking riverine spirit.
Interpretation. We've always had Ogbanje in Nigeria.
Of course, Ogbanje is not Mami water. Ogbanje
association with the water now, isn't it?
Wait, brothers. I can, like I said, I have Tunai's email. I'm going to send you all this stuff. I just don't like to bombard people with email. I'll send again, Tunai. What do I say? I'm not the smart guy. I just copy smart people, so I can send you the smart people I've read. You can disagree with them and tell me where they're wrong.
When you Africans are very careful with the ocean and very trepidatious with the sea as well.
Yeah, because we've had water spirits, right? We've had, for example, in the Yoruba pantheon, they have Yemoya, they have Oshun. Right, we've had water spirits.
The Olokun is also
West Africa.
No, but Olokun actually is from that slave trade axis. Olokun and Mami water are from that slave trade axis actually, because these are the so-called spirits and energies of the water that bring wealth. Which is why in the Yoruba, the Yoruba Babalas, when they in Ifa, they say Olokun came from the sea and tried to challenge the father. And he said, I will wear the most fancy cloth. And every time he would change into a cloth, the father would have the same cloth. So that was how they were able to curtail Olokun, because Olokun wanted to take over everything. And so you even to this day, if you look at anthropologists and these archaeologists, when they dig into the soil in Africa and West Africa, especially Nigeria, they see people who are burying cowrie shells. Isn't it funny that Nigerian leaders today are stealing dollars, pounds, and they are burying it, saying that the snake ate the money? It's the same mentality. There was a divide, brother, to answer the question. Why did we sell ourselves? You had those Africans. Wait, let me answer the question. I'm done. Let me answer the question. I'll be done. Wait, brother, let me answer his question. I'll be done. What happened was that you had those Africans who didn't want to go along with Dutch gin, who didn't want to go along with musket, who said, I'm good, I don't want this shit. And then you had those who sold out, and they sold out. You can read a book, The Two Princes of Calabar, to prove it. You can see what they did with Old Town and Duke Town, how they divided and conquered. So this is what they did. Compare that to the Chinese. The Chinese emperor saw everything that Marco Polo brought and said, yeah, this is good, but I don't need that shit. Which is why they now took over Hong Kong, they attacked Hong Kong, and they forced them to buy American goods. That's why they bombed Japan, Commodore Perry, because their whole system is forcing you to buy their goods. World trade actually means European trade, because Europeans benefit the most from world trade, not anybody else.
Yeah, let's come back to Africa. So all what you're saying is still talking about this individualistic mindset of Africans. So it's been something that it has been with us and our ancestors and ancestors for a very
With some
long
of our
time.
ancestors.
Where did it come from?
So because again,
like for example, let me just finish. Like if I see now, okay, I still see some people, like most Africans, okay, rich people, they will go in this really poor neighborhood and build a mansion of gold, but the roads and the neighbors are in dilapidated condition. That is still a mentality that like really still baffles me, and that is like engraved in us. No, people are just so,
but
like,
brother,
I call
but
it
even in that
selfish.
same,
And if
no,
are
brother,
looking
don't
at
do
it
that,
now,
because
it's
in that
not
same,
something new. It's been
no, but
something that
brother,
has been.
even in that same point, but brother, even in that same poor neighborhood, you see poor people who are working together. It is a choice now at that point. You have the rich who wants to exploit, and then you have those who don't want to exploit. And unfortunately, the Africans who did not want to exploit ended up the victims.
I don't
That's
believe
what happened.
I don't believe Africans are individualistic. I need to put out that there. I think the problem is greed, because I've always asked people around me this for a long time, that why is it that when Africans, when we do not have so much, we share like no other people have seen, because the European is more individualistic, whether they are rich or poor, they are people that like to stay on their own. Africans, we kind of cuddle up, we live almost around each other and things like that. I think the problem is greed. That once people get to a certain point in life and then they feel they are, they are better. I don't know. I still don't understand it, but it's not individualism. It's kind of more like greed. Like people want to have more and more and more, and at the expense of other people.
Greed is kind of individualism, isn't it? Like when the greed is about thinking about yourself and only yourself as well, and not thinking about the rest.
Yeah,
well.
but brother, but what would you say for a woman that's gone to a party and wants to take 4, 5 plates of food because she has kids at home? You see her as greedy, but there is a reason for that. So I don't think greed. I stand to be corrected. I feel
you're correct. You make a good point as well. But greed is the word, but greed is individualistic, and but it's just a semantics issue. But we're talking about the same thing.
Because Europeans are very greedy, but I've studied them a little bit, or at least I think I have, and I think they have, their greed has purpose. Their greed takes care of the majority of their population. But African leaders are so greedy that it does not.
Or could it be they have systems in place to mitigate these ills of human beings and these nature of human beings? They have systems in place to mitigate the greed, the corruption of human beings in place.
Yes, it's called the nation state.
Them over time, and
yes, they have done that. Yes, they have a nation state. They have their own organic nation state. Like when you look at what Shaka Zulu was trying to do when he built the Zulu Empire, right? Shaka Zulu was, even though he was warring and blah blah blah, he took over. If Shaka Zulu was allowed to keep his nation state, if the Zulu nation state was allowed to continue, who knows where it would be today, the country of Zulu. If Benin was allowed to still exist, if Old Oyo was allowed to still exist, who knows what that country would look like. Yeah. Would they say, you know what, but they were not allowed. Whereas if you look at the so-called Prussia with Otto von Bismarck, they did the same thing that Shaka Zulu did. One guy had enough power, the Duke married this woman and this guy. That's what they did. But the problem is local history, global design. They have... Yeah, go ahead.
That's the mob. How did they figure it out to be like that and we not? That's the problem.
Yeah,
No,
How
but
will they
what
figure it out?
what they're doing, you see, because it's like what this is the thing. What they're doing is taking over the world. We didn't have to take over the world. Remember, global trade benefits who? Shaka Zulu, with all his empire, he didn't say, you know what, let me build some boats and go and attack China. Because he was able to sustain and live within his means of the Zulu land. The European, they've, like I said, if you study European history, what they did, they destroyed their own so-called village peoples. They destroyed their own traditional peoples, the people who practice Wicca, the people who are the Celtics, the Visigoths. They destroyed them. The Vikings. Look at how a Viking person would dress with the long hair and everything, and compare that to a French or a German or Napoleon soldiers who is orderly. He marches left, right, left. A Viking was not left, right, left. A Viking was in his village with his cow, his
Why did they
women. They
destroy
would
them?
dance.
yeah.
Say again.
I was going
Why
to
did they
ask you
destroy
that,
them?
Because they wanted to come up with a system of world domination.
brother. But
And it,
could it be that they were reacting to needs? They were trying to. It was about survival. That is why they were
no,
going at
it's
each
not.
other.
It's world domination. World domination. That's the whole point. They want to dominate the globe. That's why, like I said, what did they do when they got to China? If it was only reacting to needs, after they colonized India, they could have stopped. India was the golden jewel of Britain. After they colonized a few places, they could have stopped. It's all about world domination.
I think that there is an element of truth there. There is, you see, the thing about conflict and gains, war spoils, is that when you profit from conflict, why would you want to stop? It's almost it's probably higher than the addiction is higher than the normal drug, because I don't think this is a problem for the current period, because you see the same groups that have gained so much from conflict never want to back down, even when it's not, it's not a smart thing to do anymore. If you are in a restaurant, you are in a Mexican standoff where everybody has got a gun. Everybody standing in that Mexican standoff knows that whoever shoots first has doomed all of them. But yet, that guy that just thinks that, the last time I shot somebody, I got away with it, is most likely to be the one to shoot first. But the one that has been shot recently is not going to shoot first, because that's the nature, because you remember what it's like to lose. Let me put it this way: if you look at what is going on, even in the Ukraine conflict right now, which countries are spearheading it? Just think about it. If somebody can answer which countries are spearheading what is happening now, it tells
That's
you
America.
I would say
America and which
NATO.
other countries,
I would say
which country in
NATO.
Europe.
France, UK.
Exactly. France
NATO
is not
for sure.
spearheading it. France is not like that strong on it, really. Germany is not as strong on it.
No,
The
Germany can,
strongest
because
group.
they suffer the most.
Exactly. France lost its territory to the Germans. The people that are hottest on it are the Anglo-Saxons right now. The Americans, the English, the UK, maybe Australians if they want to join, and Canada. Those Anglo-Saxons, because they have not tasted defeat on their own soil, and they've made so much gains, so they are more likely to want to fight. You see what I mean? And they are less likely to want to concede power. This is the problem that is
Power
facing the world
corrupts
right now.
absolutely. And absolute power corrupts absolutely.
So from that point of view, you see that threat, because the threat that they used to be very, very like the Vikings. I don't know whether you describe the Vikings as completely unorganized. They are organized from what I've seen, that before you go and pillage a village or pillage a whole town, you have to have some element of organization, because those towns know that you're coming, and they're very, very cunning. If you're any predator group,
No, I said compare the Vikings to, because there was a shift in European thinking after they encountered the so-called Moors and the Arabs and the Africans who, I can send you the African presence in Renaissance Europe, right? I was talking to you about perspective yesterday. There was a shift in European thinking. They took forms of magic, science, and mathematics and now applied it, destroyed their own traditional people, and created a universal system, conscripted soldiers. And so there's a key difference between the European after the 1500s, what did they also do? They burned all their women. These were the ancient women who knew like herbs to take. These are all medicine women. They burned them. Why? Because they want to create a medical establishment.
That was due to the spread of Christianity. As Christianity
Yeah, no, also Christianity plays a very big role. The church is highly involved in modernity, right? So, but I'm just showing you what they did. So they burned their women, this so-called age of enlightenment. So now as they burned the women who they burned, they called them witches, but those women were the alternative to the medical establishment that they created afterwards. So because now,
to be
yeah,
fair,
go ahead.
gas them up. They didn't burn them up in the context of getting rid of them because of medical
Of
alternative
course
medicine.
not. Now, they
They
didn't bomb
burned them up
Iraq.
because of heresy to the Christian faith.
Yes,
That is
now, but to Niger, did they bomb Iraq in the sense of freedom and democracy? Maybe that's what they told us. Oh, we are going to Iraq and Iran and all these places because of democracy, and we want to help them. And the best way to help you is to bomb you. You understand?
I get all that,
I think,
but
yeah,
that has never. See, we know that there's other alternative to Iraq, but the only other alternative to the witch burning and persecution had to do with religion. Because remember, they killed each other too. Christians killed each other. Catholics, Protestants, they were burning them on stake too, because
yeah.
that belief was so strong
We
that they
got
were
the
using it to kill
Crusaders.
each other too.
The Crusaders, man, those people were butchers.
I think we
Those
got.
were Christians.
I think we got here because we're trying to understand what is in the black man's mind. That
Yeah, because everyone is asking, because you see, look, they're asking how is it, in my opinion, what the Europeans did was they, after the Renaissance, they came up with new ways of thinking. That's why Tunaja mentioned the Danish and the Vikings. I'm trying to say to Niger that the difference, yeah, they were raiding. There's no, what the Vikings were doing is no different than what Shaka was doing. It's no different than what Oba of Benin would do when he would send a regiment to go and quell any trouble in Onitsha. It's not different. But what I'm saying is that now you have a new system, a reason, what you call rationalism, what you call logic. They now implement a new system of reason, rationalism, and logic to their method. So that is why I said there's a difference between the soldiers of Napoleon and the Viking who, after he enters the village, you kill the men. Oh yeah, you find the girls that have big ass, you choke them. Oh yeah, now you're my wife. You know, you raise the sons to be Vikings, and you know, until the next guy with the big dick comes and kills everybody. That was kind of like everybody had this arrangement, you know. And if you know,
did it work for them? Did it work for them?
It was working. That's what I'm trying to say.
No,
it was working.
It seems like it worked for them. That's why they are what they are today.
No, brother, it works for them, but I don't think we have to copy that because there's a price to pay.
Yeah, we don't have to copy that. How did their own system overtook our own system? How did they came and overtook?
But I just told you, because they practiced it on their own. They had people that were similar to us. They were having like an animalism principle where they had totems, they had veneration of the earth, the Wicca. That's why I told you guys. So they practice. How do you kill tribal people? How do you kill village people? They practiced it on their own. How do you create a nation state? Like I showed it to True Niger in the last platform, me or him or there, right? The idea of peasants into Frenchmen. How do you do that? So they practiced on their own people first. Now they perfected it. Now they took it around the world.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I totally agree with you. But don't you think that at least at the beginning they were reacting to survival? And how do they? I think Europeans react to a threat or survival different from Africans.
Don't give these people credit for anything they did. Come on.
No, I'm not. I'm not giving them.
Wait, say that question again, brother.
I'm saying, can we at least say at the beginning of this whole thing, it was a threat? Like we need to survive, so we need to start doing things in a certain way. And how they do their things, because it's different from the way Africans do their stuff. Because let me give you an example. For instance, if Africa has not been so fertile in land and all that, do you not think that we too will have just ended up as callous as they are? But the African doesn't really need to go fight nobody because he can feed himself around himself.
But brother, that's why I just gave you. You see, because what you are doing is you are making it seem as if they've always been like that. You have to account for the people that they had prior to the Renaissance, prior to their so-called Dark Ages. They were not always like that. They came up with the system, and who is the they? Their elite, in
it seems,
conjunction with. Wait,
to
hold
be
on. In
honest,
conjunction, wait, brother. In conjunction with the Catholic, with the Church. The church, as a matter of fact, the first Prince Henry the Navigator from Portugal, he was the first European to grab Africans from the west coast of Africa. The Pope allowed him to do it because then you had to ask the church permission. You guys have to look at the history of how the church comes into Europe. So when they celebrate Easter and they celebrate Christmas, these are all European pagan holidays.
Yeah, bro.
These
The
are
way
not
you're
Christian
talking,
ideologies.
okay. The way you're talking, you're giving these people a lot of intelligence. So I'm going to ask you: do you think these people are more intelligent than us?
oh my God, don't actually
No,
say it like
I
that.
didn't say anything about intelligence because
because
the brother is saying
the way you're explaining their history, they did this and they did this and came to us and took over us. You're trying to say, okay, they were more, they understood better, they had all
I'm
these things
saying
established, and they came and brought this thing to Africa
I,
and
I'm
took
saying
over
that
us.
I'm saying that if it, for example, there's a term that you call sacralism and secularism, right? So secularism is the state and sacralism is the church. And so what did the Europeans who are so-called revolting, they said separation of church and state, right? For the nation state. But they are so stupid because you can't separate it because the nation state comes from the church. Because the kings had to get authority from the church. That's why I said, if you look at how the history of the church coming to Europe in the first place, right? The church coming to Europe in the first place is actually part of the problem in many instances, because what the church did, the church actually helped foster these ideologies that I'm talking about. So when I'm not saying that doesn't mean that they're smarter, I'm saying it means that they had more practice in terms of colonizing, in terms of abusing, in terms of this power corrupting. The early church fathers, if you know what, why do you think they made the rule that church fathers could not marry? Because the first church fathers, they would choke women, all the land would go back to their kids.
Yeah, that no, I know the way
You understand?
you see the way
Yeah.
you're spewing European history. You understand?
Yeah.
You're making them
I was
look
also
like
spewing
they were
African
really
history too.
organized people. You know the way you're saying, no, they had all this system, the church, and all these things. So what
But
were
it
we
no,
doing in Africa?
no, see, brothers, why you? I see, sir, you're being defensive. What I'm saying, brother, again, I was just spouting African history. One, me talking about European history. First and foremost, the church is even alien to the Europeans because the whole premise of the Bible is in Arabia, in Aramaic, and the so-called Middle East. Is not European. That's one. It's alien to even they themselves. That's one. Two, when I'm saying their history, what were Africans doing? For example, Africans were performing C-sections. For example, in Mali, we had universities. For example, we had the ability where a woman could pee on certain plants and you would know if she was pregnant. She could pee on certain plants and you know if it's a boy or a girl. What were Africans doing? We were eating some of the healthiest foods. Like one brother was saying earlier, we didn't eat rice. We're eating healthy roots and people are living long. So we had advanced science. I'm not saying we are in savagery. That's
But
not what
you
I'm
have to
saying.
admit, though,
Yeah,
you
go
have
ahead.
to admit that it looks to an extent like Africa struck the first blow. Because at first, when we look at history, we like to think that Europeans just came and did what they did in Africa first, but Africa went into Europe first. Through the Moors, we went into Europe. We did a lot of stuff, and we seem to forget. The Moors ruled Europe for 800 years. When you think about that, it's still longer than the Europeans have ever been in Africa.
Of
So
course.
so let me just finish the point. So they ran Europe for 800 years. It took Europeans coming together to kick them out, and by the time Europeans did that, they hated Africans. So
Tonight, not
that
Europe.
they
It's just
followed them down
it was
into
Spain.
Africa with that
It was
anger.
Spain, and it's
No,
not
brother, it was
Africa.
not
It
just
was
no,
Arab.
it was Europe. Tunisia is right. They went as far as the Pyrnes, I can't pronounce it, in France. Look at Zwarte Piet in Holland. I wish Jose was on the platform, Jose Bronze. He'll tell you the whole history of the Netherlands. We Africans, I'm going to send it, I'm going to email it to Niger. I just downloaded the African presidents in the Renaissance. Africans have been all throughout Europe. The whole Spanish language. Yeah, go
okay,
ahead.
the reason why I said that was because it's the Islamic faith that triggered that movement into Europe, not our own tribal faith. It's the Islamic faith that we adopted and we just ran with it into Europe. Then even the Christianity that you refer to it as moving into Europe, they took it and moving into Europe. After the Jews moved into Europe that were Christians, then they adopted it from there. They were not conquered by Christianity from that point of view. They used this as their own tool to unite Europe against the other
Islam.
The Islam.
Yes. Now here's the thing. Here's the funny part. The hero of Spain, of Andalusia, El Cid. There's a documentary on YouTube because they even have the documents. Funny enough, El Cid, they celebrate him in Spain every year, right? El Cid, funny enough, you come to find out he was actually a Moor. So there was an internal division. The Moors betrayed themselves. That's what actually happened. That's the same way the African chiefs betrayed themselves.
What's wrong with the African?
So we have an issue.
When we see people of whiter skin, we tend to betray our own.
Because we say, hey, the white man. Every time we see them, we say, hey, the white man. Something's wrong.
But we didn't do that for 800 years ago. So
no, of course not, Tunaja. No, I'm being silly. Yeah.
But Tunaja, you know those Arabs also, they preferred white women for sexual slavery. They will go all the way up to Iceland to get women from there as well, and Ireland and all that stuff. So what is it about the white person that just sends the colored people? I don't know if that's. I don't know.
To be fair, if you look at
it's just something different. It's just something
they belong
different.
to similar family.
Doesn't mean anything.
See, they belong to similar family of people. They were in the north there, and remember, some of all these traits is relatively recent to even the white race as a whole. It's relatively recent in terms of the evolution of the lighter skin. So, and from what I gather, just about 3,000 years ago, just before the Hyksos defeated Egypt, that was the first foreign kingdom to defeat Egypt. That was when sexual selection started favoring the lighter skin, and during that period, the expansion of the lighter skin race was massive. Even the Aryan movement you heard about in India and all, it's massive. And for me, when I look at that in terms of evolutionary changes, it's almost like a threat, a massive existential threat for the darker races. So if you look at that is a scary scenario, because now they didn't just expand and during that period in the ancient Egypt and all the rest, to the current day, they expanded into continents that they were never present before. So something is happening, but the only saving grace that makes me have a bit of hope is that while all this was going on, it was amongst their own groups. That's, in other words, they were expanding among their cousins. Even the Chinese and all the rest were people that left Africa. The people that they didn't encounter was us. We, the Bantu, Niger, Congo people, always remained in Africa. We never really bothered to travel as much.
Yeah,
but Tunaja, can I ask you a question?
Interesting, yeah.
Because Tunaja, here's my only thing. I agree with your analysis, right? Here's my only problem with it. I think for me, we should step past or get further than that, in the sense that this concept of race is a Renaissance phenomenon, right? Especially even like race in America, where you create the miscegenation laws. Nobody was analyzing, for the most part, race amongst the Isoko or the Yoruba, or even in Spain. People don't know. Rome was in West Africa. Rome touched West Africa. They were in Tunisia. They were in Libya. They went as far as West Africa. You had black Roman emperors. All those statues that they show us of Greece and Rome as white is a lie. They were actually painted in color.
Now.
Bro, I think
Tunaja, I'm not lying.
No,
Tunaja.
The name is telling us though.
Tunaja,
you're going far
wait.
now.
Tunaja, yesterday I proved Tunaja, I proved the point on Horus. Tunaja, wait. Tunaja, I didn't say that. Wait, Tunaja, hold on. No. Hold on, teenager. Remember yesterday I proved the point on Horus. Would you like me to prove the point that the ancient statues? I didn't say they were painted black. I
Yeah,
said they were painted
gas
in
them
color.
up.
Would you like me to prove
No,
that?
no. That's a fact. I know that one. I think
Yeah.
I agree with that
Uh-huh.
one. But you were
You know,
saying it like the
and
Romans were black.
look,
No, but I'm saying
look,
that they were black Romans. That nobody was analyzing race in the Roman system. That
No.
a black
Let's pause
Roman.
there. Romans recruited any soldiers that they can
That's all
recruit.
I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Do
To
you
the
know
point
what?
that you had black Roman
Do you know what a
emperors.
southern? Do you know what a southern
What?
European?
Black
Do you know
Roman emperors now?
Yes. You want me
Where?
to prove it to you?
Oh my God! I
Google
don't
it.
think.
Just Google it right now. Tonight, go to Google right now, right? And type in Black Roman emperors
Oh my God!
and
It's
see
gonna be.
what you see.
It's still gonna be in
Black
the
Niger,
Oxford.
Black Niger.
No, and it's not going to be.
It
Oxford
seems to be
University
true.
report.
And no, I
Now
promise
be
you,
true.
you
Tonight,
can
now be
Google it.
true.
You guys can Google it, and I promise you, it's not going to be any pro-black website.
you know,
It's not going to
my
be any.
problem, see,
Yeah.
my problem with all these blacks were this, blacks were that, blacks were first, black. What the fuck do you do to your own continent? You know that's my problem. We all come and say how great we were part of this, we were built that, we were part of this. Yeah. So how did that help your own continent? How? How did you bring all the technology, all the science you learned? How did that help your continent? How did you bring all that knowledge back to the continent? And
It helped my continent up to the IMF.
some people that just came and destroy it. How were you that
No,
great?
no, that's not even true. Even with so-called colonialism, our countries were great up until IMF. Like, this is the part we forget.
Good. I
Even with
know.
colonialism, up until 1981, most African countries were okay and decent to live in.
Gas them up. Listen.
Oh my God! Gas them up. You see,
Gas them up.
they were not okay. They were colonized countries.
So we can sit here. We can talk how we had this great African tradition, great African spirituality, great African religion, but it just took some few missionaries to make our forefathers abandon that shit. How was that possible?
Because they were
Okay, but I just told you. Okay, but I just told you. Even let's say I give you that, right? Because I can go deep into it. But let's say I agree with you. But even with the defeat, even with the missionaries, Nigeria, outside of the Civil War, in 1967, Nigeria was on par with any nation in the world. There was none of the stuff that we associate with Nigeria today. There's no 419. As a matter of fact, the Yahoo, the 419, the Nigerian scam actually originates in France. It originates, those letters originate in France and Spain. You can Google it if you think I'm lying, because you guys just said I made up the Black Roman Emperor stuff. But I'm trying to tell you guys, even with colonialism, you look at the metrics, 1971, there was no African country that was going through, unless it was because of environmental issue, there was no African country that was going through severe famine, starvation, or any of those things. So,
well, how does that get us to this situation where our defenses have been let down?
That's the thing. So that's
severely.
my point. We keep talking about
It's really
how great
severe.
So wait, it's so severe. So in 1971, so if the Nigerian state was
1971 too,
it was severe in 1971.
Yes, it was just
okay. Now you have to prove that one.
Nations have never been founded like a solid country. It's only one country that I saw in the past that seems to have a reasonable level of security level, but it dropped again. I think it was Mengistu in Ethiopia that recruited a sizable military, but it collapsed again after his fall. So no African nation has ever stood like a normal standard, nation out there.
So Ghana Ghana independence was not strong enough for your liking.
God.
Well, I'm asking.
They were not. See, you have to remember they didn't defeat their enemies.
Okay, but I'm asking.
They were not strong enough. They were never strong.
So wait, I'm asking you. So you're saying that Ghana, independence Ghana, right? That even though they didn't have the type of soldiers that you're saying, their citizens were okay. Even Liberia, I'll give you Liberia, right? Even at that time, so let me not touch Liberia because you guys will bring up the civil war or whatever. But let's look at Ghana. So Ghana at that time, people are not starving. Country is working. They're on the brink of so-called industrializing, which I'm not for, but whatever. You're telling me that because they didn't have the number of soldiers you want, that's not good enough to Niger? I don't you think you're splitting
Yes.
hairs?
No. See, I'm not splitting hairs because that is the time you should be the most paranoid. You just got out of jail, and you need to get your act together and make sure that never happens again. So you see, your people were enslaved from your country, like in Ghana. Now, let's say somebody was taking all the years they were enslaved, and from Nigeria, you just got free. I would have thought the first thing to do is to make sure that never happens again. If your first action was to worry about how you are going to be in the good books of your the colonizing powers and enslavers, that is concerning.
But to
And
Niger, if you are in charge of Ghana at that time, to Niger, let's be honest. You see, that's why we have to be careful with our ancestors. If I put you in position in power in Ghana at that time, you most likely would have done the same thing. Hindsight is always 2020. And for those who are laughing at me about Black Women Empress, shout out to Bibi Rodriguez in the chat. She put one of the sources you can check. There are many other sources.
That's the mob.
You know,
I'm just looking at these people. There are four of them.
Bibi Rodriguez is your
I don't know
librarian
what
or
to
something.
consider black.
Bibi doesn't even like me. Bibi will tell you she doesn't even like me because I'm friends with Jose. Bibi doesn't even like me.
That's the mob. I'm looking at the names of
But I love you, Bibi.
emperors that they say they were black. I don't know what you consider black because when you talk about black, I'm talking about Bantu, Niger, Congo person. But these people look nothing like that to me.
Okay, so all right, I understand. So basically, you're now
black.
So basically,
like Tuareg or some kind of North African people.
So basically, if that's the case, then every light-skinned person that ever existed that we claim, Muhammad Ali, we'll throw him out. Steph Curry, we'll throw him out. Who else is light-skinned? Shema Moore, we'll throw him out.
No,
because they don't look like a typical black man, dark, big nose, big lips.
It's not about the light skin, it's about the features. It's not about the skin color.
Nigeria's point. I think this line of discussion.
Yeah, thank you. I'll stick to the point. But no, what I'm trying to tell to Nigeria, because I think sometimes we're too hard on ourselves. Because look, if we had ended up the way of the American, Native American, right? Look, we would have had the Toyota Zulu. All of us would have been dead. We would have the Toyota Zulu all-wheel drive sedan. That's what we would have become. We would have died like the Native American, who has come back in the form of the. I'm telling you. So we survived. We have to at least.
Like the Native Americans. Let me tell you something about it.
Yeah, go ahead.
The Native Americans. The Native Americans were cousins, basically long distance cousins of the Europeans. And the Europeans, their genetic makeup was not as robust as that of the Europeans, given that Europeans were closer to Africa. So when they got there, they got ill. Most of the the Native Americans died from illness, actually.
And I'll question that history. I'll do some revision on that.
Look, to Niger. Can you give your ancestors some credit? To Niger, can you give your ancestors a little bit of credit? They survived.
Can I just
give them some credit?
Point? I'm giving them credit. Can you just let me say what I want to say? I'm not bad mouthing them. I'm just saying that there's a reason why they call West African coast the white man's graveyard, because our people are hardy people. We have a genetic makeup that is very, very robust. We dominate the continent that originated human beings. So
one guy
I don't know how
to make Tunaja, somebody's posting some porno sites.
Right click on my name.
All these people that don't have a job.
And you see something.
They want to turn your site to a porn site.
Yeah, I don't mind them. We want to start putting all kinds of stuff. So they came to our continent, and of course Africa is massive. They can't exactly man the continent the way they man other places, and they couldn't decimate us because the forests were not very accessible. They die. They literally died. Mungo Park and the people that came to Nigeria, I think he came with more than 100 or so, and they got back only 2. By the time they all died of illness. So it tells you that they couldn't survive in West Africa and the Congo areas as much. So this is why we survived. It's not because we fought them. Yeah, we fought them through. We gave them a lot of headache until they got their act together with the Berlin Conference stuff.
But to Niger, here's the problem. I agree with you, but to be honest, and this is where my juju kicks in, if Africa were to do what you guys want that would mean, like I said, you guys can check out that book, From Peasants to Frenchmen. You guys, like what the two Niger tell someone earlier, nation states are born of blood. Nation states come about because of taxation. What you guys are essentially asking and what you guys are essentially looking for is that there should have been some West African leaders or African leaders, tribal existence, right, that industrialized, created nation states that would have been very bloody internally to create these strong nation states. Then we would have now have to start extracting resources from our land the same way the Europeans did, to now come up with the type of military defense to fight back against those people. We would have done what the Japanese did. But let's look at a lot of Asians don't like the Japanese because of that colonial thing. Because Japan, yes, they did fight, they did industrialize against the West, but they killed so many people. They even got rid of their own, the Innu, their own indigenous people. They colonized. So that would have been the trade-off. In Africa, a lot of because a lot of that would have been the trade-off. There would have been bloodshed to force people to become industrialized, to force people to be in the factories. Now we have to fight against them. That's a tough sell. That's a tough sell.
It's like saying, because you are going to have to go out for an operation, for kidney issues or appendix. And you say, oh, I'm not going to do it because it's going to cut me. I'm going to see blood. I'm not going to do anything. By not doing that, now you've given the right for this thing. Like let me put it this way: what the Russians did, what the other people did that led to a lot of bloodshed, as you describe it. They did it themselves so that foreigners don't come and do it to them like they are doing to us right now. The lives that we think we are trying to save, we are losing them. People are dying on that continent every day because of poverty in slow motion. Because our men didn't decide to do what you said they needed to do. They didn't want to do the hard thing. This thing where we think that gradual survival is going to lead us to actual survival is a lie.
But to Nigeria, people have always outlived the empires. See, that's the funny part. Historically,
you may outlive the empire, but this is not that time where you can outlive the empire. We have seen empires that have decimated whole continents now.
Okay, and but to Nigeria, look, as mighty as any empire thinks it will be, eventually it collapses on its own weight. Look at the Mongol Empire. Look at Genghis Khan.
Before you say that, empires, when they collapse, the countries remain. Italy is still a country and a strong country. Turkey is still there. United Kingdom is still there. What we are talking about is the Aztecs were basically almost wiped out. The Red Indians were basically almost wiped out. That is the difference about falling. If you don't want to do the hard work, what are you saying? What kind of example are you setting? Everything is
to Nigeria, anyway. I don't just operate on the physical plane, like I told you. I'm an occultist, so I look at things from the juju plane, right? The voodoo plane. And so
if you want to follow juju plane,
I didn't say
that juju plane has rules. The rules of this world says that there are certain things you have to fulfill in this world for you to be able to get anything. And the rules are already set. If you are not willing to face the challenges that the world brings to your way and defeat it accordingly or surpass it, then you are going to face the consequences. In the case of us, if you say you want to survive and you say that I don't want to do the hard thing that requires me to survive because it's too hard and it's too bloody, then what do you think? The alternative, you have to pay the price. The alternative is some other person who put you out of your misery.
But to Nigeria, in life, there's no such thing as a pain-free decision. Right, as we become adults, we realize that quickly that there's no such thing as a painless decision. Every decision will have pain, whichever direction we go. And so, yes, they killed the Red Indians, but guess what? These same Americans that did the so-called country of the USA, United States of America, Republic, now they are facing it spiritually because guess who's coming back to take that land? They're coming back in the form of Mexicans. So as they say, you can kill us, but we don't die. We retaliate with hate and we multiply. And slowly but surely, the Mexicans are overrunning this same country. And they'll be the ones to reap the benefits of it. They are the ones. They are the heirs that will get it at the end of the day. So wait, wait,
see, they
Tunaja,
don't bounce back. See, let me make
wait
this
now.
point. I think this point is very important because I'm not going to be letting you get away with it. The point I'm making here is that the Red Indians, see, if you follow history, you will see a pattern. When the Red went into America, they didn't annihilate them overnight. They they had a hiatus, almost like what we have now, where they had a peaceful period, where they had skirmishes now and again. Then they come back to collect for more. They make a big strategic change, and then the Red Indians will be like, okay, we survived. Okay, we have to a new normal now. Okay, this is the new normal. We are okay now. Then see what is happening now is that the Red Indians are making their moves right now. I think they don't see. They're not stupid. If you see what is going on with the this in the Trump movement and all the rest, they are seeing in advance. When this thing what they call it in the Chinese, what did the Chinese do? The Chinese didn't kill anybody. They didn't kill one American. They didn't
Yeah.
seize an American territory. They didn't do anything. But why are they so hostile to China right now?
Oh,
Because they know China is going to cause problems for them in the near
Yeah,
future.
I think
Tunaja,
They want to
Tunaja.
guys,
forestall it now.
I need to leave you guys. Let me just make my point.
Yeah,
Okay,
sorry,
go
man.
ahead.
Okay, so this is the thing. I know where some of us were so proud about African history, but to me, that history is gone. There's nothing we can do because I know it's good, but we don't have control over it. What you have control is now and the future. So I
Okay.
think for me, we should see what the mistakes these people did in the past and try to use it to build the future. And to me, to build the future of Africa, we need to invest in manufacturing companies, industries, agriculture, whatever that's going to make our economies powerful, so that we can make decisions and be part of this global economy. So that's just what I
Okay.
want to say. Yeah. So
Well,
it was nice
that's a
talking to
good
you
point,
guys, and
brother.
yeah.
All right.
So
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks for coming
Thank you,
in,
brother Kifaru.
yeah,
Faru.
yeah.
Yeah,
But
you've been
Tunaja, see, look, listen, I've told you this already. You are a materialist, and there's nothing wrong with that. You believe in what you see. For you, seeing is believing, right? At the end of the day, Brother Kifaru made a great point, but here's what Brother Kifaru doesn't understand. He said African history and all that stuff. If I give him a piece of paper that has American history, he will gladly accept it. And that's called the US dollar. You understand? It's interesting that people will say, oh, forget your ancestors, all that stuff doesn't work. But if you give them an American dollar or foreign currency from one of these European countries that have an ancestor of these nation states, they will gladly accept it. So, on one hand, you want me to throw away my ancestors. On the other hand, you want me to embrace the technology of these other people's ancestors. We have to be very careful here. I will say this. I cannot justify the deaths of people in poverty. I stand against it. You heard me passionately speak that, especially within the southern Nigerian context, the men need to be strong. However, I'm still spiritually and occultically inclined to believe that nothing goes unpunished. You will definitely reap what you sow, and it comes back. So even if they have the so-called birther movement, guess what? The Oyibos are not choking. Their birth rate is dropping. You think that's ordinary eye? No, it's not
see, it's
ordinary.
not ordinary
It's
eye
dropping,
because
and
they
so
are enjoying
so
themselves so much
good.
that they don't have time to be doing that anymore.
Good. So to Niger, see in life, that's why they say pikin when say mama no go sleep, into no go sleep. Continue enjoying this your colonialism, Mr. Oyibo. Keep doing your thing. Guess what? You will enjoy till it kill you. Shebi sweet tastes good. That same sweet will turn to diabetes in your body.
Okay.
It will kill them. They will die. They know what will
See,
happen to them.
oh
They are
my
trying to
God.
prolong
See,
their death with technology. And I think sometimes we Africans, we fall for it.
I
We
think I
fall for it.
understand both of you. Can I come at a midpoint? Like,
okay.
because I'm also spiritual and I kind of agree. I agree with you, and I also agree with you, Niger. And used to be totally spiritual, but recently I've understood that the physical is just as important as the spiritual. So why I read some history about when the Portuguese first came in contact with the Benin Kingdom, and some of them they said that, well, the Benin Kingdom is not so different from ours. What they meant that in capacity, the army and the production and the day-to-day activity that wasn't so different, and that was like what maybe 1500s or so. But what has happened now is that the Europeans have grown militaristically and technologically, so much so that in the worst scenario, they can end us if it comes to war now. And so therefore, to buttress to Nigeria's point, we have to build the capacity for defense. That does not mean we have to use it. And if you look at it, the Russians and the Americans were on an arms race, and one of the reasons America hates Russia till today is that just as they were discovering the nuclear weapon, Russia too was. So they thought they would be on top of the world, just them, but Russia quickly equalized that, and so therefore we need to create these capacities. On your own point, guys, yes, there's always spiritual repercussion, and I try to keep spiritual stuff off this platform because I try to be as practical as possible. But truly, this somebody I've seen something, and this is nothing practical, so you can take it with a pinch of salt. Somebody said they have looked into the future and seen that America becomes a brown country, which means the white are even probably non-existent anymore. So therefore, all the atrocities that they have done will come back to them. This is a natural law. There's no escaping that. But at the same time, we have to do things because the physical is a reflection of the spiritual. And even when you're in the spiritual realm, you have to look dangerous to your opponents, or else they will take over you. So we have to build that capacity, whether they are coming or not. It doesn't mean we have to go about and doing the same thing they did. I already mentioned that we are basically different from them. They advance by cutting everything down. We don't do that. But we have, if it comes to that, if we have to say, okay, let's close shop, let everything go to smithereens, we should have the capacity, not to say that we should use it. That's what I have.
No, I agree with you, brother. And I'm going to also be leaving. To Niger, thank you very much for hosting this platform. All I would say to Niger is I agree with you. However, you and I know I've told you already. If for your dream to exist, you have to have the system in place. We don't even have a tax system in place to fulfill this type of dream that you want, because that's the real lifeblood behind what that's the juju of the magic behind the Western nation state is a strong internal tax revenue. So until we get that, then we might be able to contend with them. But again, like the brother was saying, look at how the spiritual system works. To Niger ancestors, look at this brother there. We don't know ourselves, but we're on this platform using their technology, spreading ideas. This didn't happen by any happen chance. You understand? This didn't happen by coincidence. So I believe, like the brother said, in the practical, of course, we go to work, we pay our bills, but there's a spiritual underlying behind everything that I believe we do. So I wish all of you guys the best of wealth, health, success, many, of all the good things that you want in life. I will guys will be exiting now.
All right, please.
Thank you for coming over. Thank you. Nice discussion with you too. Yeah, I appreciate that. You see, the thing for me anyway, in terms of spirituality and the physical world, I believe that they are all the same. And people like to demarcate that, okay, they may not be exactly the same, but I don't like to differentiate between both because they are all interwoven. Nature doesn't necessarily, it's like water and solid. It doesn't mean that because they have different natures, they are not still existing in nature. They are all part of our existence. And at all times, you have to be referencing some of all these things and realize their this thing existence. So I don't necessarily go with only it has to be hard data like that, but it has to also make sense, and it also has to make sense in terms of the spiritual realms too. Because some of the people that talk about spirituality a lot, they don't understand natural laws. Spirituality is basically saying things that we don't normally understand about natural laws of life. There are certain things you don't do and expect good things to happen to you. You don't expect to treat your own parents and your own bloodline so terribly and expect the outcome to come out well. That it's not going to come out very well. You're going to be cursed. So there are certain things you don't do in life. That is what I mean by in this world, you have to obey certain rules. It's been created by whoever is responsible for creating the world for us to fulfill. And part of it is this world doesn't like weakness. It simply doesn't like weakness. If you look at it in the animal kingdom, if you look at it in even in the heavenly kingdom, it doesn't like it. Even the story of heaven, God, Lucifer tried to behave out of his destiny. He was kicked out. In the end, he wasn't strong enough, and he was kicked out. By a war happened, and he took a third of the angels in heaven down to hell. So, if you look at any direction, the same patterns repeat themselves. And for me, if those things are telling you that this is how the world works, even in the Bible, the Israelites didn't go and take over the promised land by throwing flowers at them. That is not how it happened.
No.
Even God's people, with God's direct intervention, didn't say, you know what, by the time you get there, I will arrange 5-star hotels for you. Everything will be booked in. Your jacuzzi will be there waiting for you. No, you still have to fulfill the ritual of this world and slaughter people, including the children and the animals, go and get what you want. So it tells you something about life. And we as Africans, we knew this already. After all, they learned some of all these things from us. We knew this is already. Somewhere along the line, we lost track of it. That first things first, you have to have the ability to defend yourself. The rest will start making itself up later, because no matter how well you run your economy, especially in those days, you run your economy when there is famine. What are you going to do? Economy, what are that going to do with famine? Famine will starve you all, and you still have issues anyway. But if you don't have security when you can do it, you don't have the room now to say, okay, we have surplus, let's store it. Nobody's going to go and steal it. So those are what things is how you grow. And Europeans have done remarkably well. Not necessarily, I don't think it's just necessarily because of their own ingeniousness. It's because they arrived at the right time for that to happen. When this in the world, this in advancement, technological advancement was reaching a stage that necessitated the current state of affairs. And I don't know whether what we have now is the leap we've made now is greater than the leap that the Egyptians made to get to where they got to. So we don't know in the bigger scheme of things. Egyptians ran the world for like 2,000 or so years. They were just like supreme for that long. These ones,
Did they really run the world, or did they run just the region, the known region?
Exactly. Their empire. In those days, that is a massive region to run. They ran Egypt. They went to Libya and Kush and the Canaanites, all those areas. They are region. They basically ran their region, which is the nature of empires those days. In those days, people were living in small towns. They barely had nations.
The Chinese had a longer continuity as well,
The Chinese were not that old, You see, that's one thing that surprised me. When we talk about China, they were never that old. I'm not even sure they were barely 3,000 years old. You see my point. This is before when I heard about it, but the Chinese had continuity more. Their continuity. You argue that they have continuity? They had different, just like dynasties.
They had civil wars, but like their borders always remained. I think it's just the major disturbance that came for them was the Mongolians. The Mongols actually disturbed them. Other than that, they had major civil wars, change of systems as well. They had even a legal system, a time where they preferred more legalism as well. So it kept just changing with leaders. So, but it all stayed within that idea of the mandate of heaven. It's now on these people as well. So but it never, their borders never really changed.
Yeah, no, that I agree with you. But because their border didn't change, it doesn't necessarily mean they were one nation all the time. They were multiple nations, and then they came together at one point. And I think after they came together, they went apart again for a little bit. So at least some regions went apart, then they came back again. So it's just that yin yang thing that they were doing in that region. And in a way, it's similar to Egypt, really. When you think about it, it's similar to Egypt. But the areas that Egypt had a sphere of influence was greater than that of China. I don't know whether you can say that categorically, but in terms of a different other peoples,
Yeah.
The areas the Egyptians traveled to by sea,
Yeah.
you can say that the Egyptians went a bit further than the Chinese
The,
from
the
that point of
Chinese,
view.
then the
Yeah.
Chinese. Yeah.
So,
The
but
Chinese almost did it, but of course they turned around and built a whole wall around themselves. So
they decided that they were perfect as they are. I think that is the thing about the Chinese, and it tells you something about them internally. People think they are very much like Americans, and maybe they are. Maybe they've changed. I don't know, but
maybe perhaps they've changed and they have seen that the Europeans have spread themselves around the world and they want to do the same thing as well. So
exactly. You can't.
that change is there.
Mm,
But yeah, go on.
I think that the Chinese, what they are going to do is they want to spread themselves. They want to spread their influence. I don't think they want to spread themselves necessarily, because they don't like other people. And technically, if you ask me, I would say if they will find themselves having children that are bigger than them, and the peoples that they are going to be mixing with are bigger than them.
I think to Niger, they want to maintain their core, but at the same time spread themselves across the world to just be like how Europeans are. Wide across. I think that's the aim, but the core shall
But the
never
Europeans
break.
didn't do it like that, though. You see, that's the thing. I think I think it would be almost unrealistic for the Chinese to expect that, because how are you going to convince the Europeans to absorb you in the way they expect the Europeans to absorb them in? And that's the way
I
you
think
describe.
Africa, they're looking at Africa quite greatly. I know, me, I'm not anti-China or something, but they're looking at taking advantage of Africa. I think that's one of the things. One thing is that Africa will, the potential for it to be a very, very mixed, very, very mixed and all that kind of stuff. So they're looking at, because to Niger, if you can spread your people around the world and all that stuff, just like how the Europeans do, now you have a say in the world. Like you're not just some backwater nation in another corner of the world. Now your people are all over the world. So that is not, it doesn't become a kind of European war where they are all over the world, in Africa, in Australia, and all that kind of stuff, which emboldens the exceptionalism around the world. So the Chinese want to have that same effect, that
But
influence.
I would like to think that if I was a Chinese man and I was smart, the place I would target is Australia. Australia just had 20-something million people. All I need is to send one province in there and turn them to 20 or 200 million, and they will
I
outnumber
think
that
they do.
area.
I think they're doing that. If they were doing that, I think usually the Australians caught on as well. The
See,
Australians caught on, yeah.
you know what I say to I talk about when the Australians do all these things and say they are just trying to hold the tide. This is not going to last. Sooner or later, that dam is going to break, and the Chinese will be all over that place. I don't see that lasting. They're not going to make it. Okay, let me just knock these people out from this camp people. I don't even know where they show up from. Okay, so I think that the Chinese, I think they may realize that Africa is their hope to be able to have any semblance of success or
I think they
proper
realized it a long time
existence in the
ago.
next.
I think they
But they're not
realized
acting
it.
like that, though. They're not acting like that right now. To be fair, if you to ask me, they've not fully embraced it yet.
Yeah. I think they're cautious. Even with Russia, you can see how they're cautious. Even with Russia, and now Russia moves as well. They're playing caution with it. But
You have to give the Chinese for that. They are very, very cautious people.
You understand? So with Africa, especially with how the mood swings go with some people are in for it, and especially they cannot fully trust African leaders at the moment. Tonight, I agree with you. For me, from my point of view, I agree with you. With when I was first getting into the conscious movement, there was a Zimbabwean friend of mine that was introducing me to this and all that, and the debate we had, a huge conversation. It was between what we really need in the world, and I say we need power. I said we need power. We need to defend ourselves. That's the only reality. And he said it was economics. We need money. We need to focus on the economy improving and all that kind of stuff. So it was a debate in which I conceded. I said, "Oh yeah, I can see your point. We need to improve our economy." and I conceded that. But over time, of course, I as I grew, I realized that it's power that makes. If you have the power to bully around, you understand what I mean?
That
That's
is
what
what
makes.
matters.
That's
See,
what
and
matters.
let's not even mince word here. What we are talking about here is the survival of your children. That is at the end of it what it's about. You want your generations to survive into the future, people to survive into the future. Money is beyond money. And this is why they are against China right now, because they fear that what the Chinese are doing is undermining their ability to have that guarantee that they can just keep riding high on everybody's back. Basically, that's why they don't like China. China didn't attack them. China didn't do anything against them. It's just that China is trading with Africa, and they know that their real power is backed up by the resources that they get from Africa. Because if they take that resources from them, their only power then is to trade among themselves, just like the Chinese, and the Chinese will have a stronger competitive advantage. Chinese doesn't have any backwater continent that they can be taking resources from. They don't have that,
Mm.
but they do. The Western powers do, and this is what they are doing. They are trying to bottle the Chinese in there so that the Chinese don't have space on the continent. They are going to Zambia now. They are
Yeah.
trying to spread themselves on the continent to block the Chinese. And Africans are sitting by and allowing these things to happen. Because
Right now,
if they
Africans are
succeed,
complaining
we are in
about
trouble.
Chinese. And right now,
Hmm?
Africans are complaining about the Chinese still, that there's a Chinese, the Chinese and the Chinese and all that, while they don't see what's really happening. Man, Tunaja, man, something about this topic about military, right? Something has to be done. And something also needs to be done. You need to make a show where we particularly address solutions to actually curb the tribalism issue. Because I think I have a very, very legitimate solution, and I've been saying it over time, and I don't think some people have picked up on it yet. Where there could be actually great representation if the regional bodies could work as well, or the African Union could work for the people. The way the representation for each and every tribe could have a voice in a regional body like that, so that to make that those regional bodies work properly, because in these nation state contraptions they're in, one tribe will be a majority and they will think that the law only they can uphold the law. You understand what I mean? And the other minority tribes don't have a voice. So if they can have a voice in a greater court as well, that will be, you understand what I'm trying to say? That is a way to kind of remove the tribalism from, say, this tribe can't have anywhere else to complain. There needs to be a place they can complain. You know what I mean?
I a kind of outlet. I get exactly what you mean.
So I think
Because if they are
greater
in the
integration.
country,
Yeah.
the tribal makeup of the country might work against them if they complain inside the country. But if they complain in the regional body, could that still not play against them? Because you can see tribes that will be like, oh no, those accounts of Ghana, they're not going to favor me, Igbo man, because they look like Hausa people.
I get that. I'm just saying, this is just a great lead. I'm just saying, ultimately, what we want to have is a greater integration of policies, military, defense, and all that kind of stuff. But this is a great way, because when you have that, right, now you can't see, like, if let's say Igbos are complaining, Akans are complaining, it just forces people to compromise a lot more, because you're now not the one greater tribe as well. So you know what I mean? It pushes people towards compromising.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to say about this because I like taking a look at things from different levels. We Africans were so in love with our cultures, but at the end of the day, everybody is an individual. And what does that mean? That means that they are concerned first and foremost about their survival, their roof, what they wear and what they eat, and how to feed their children. I feel that this puts more pressure on pan Africanism and pan Africanism all over the continent to really we need to be producers of not just solutions in theory, but as much as we can solutions in practical, because people align with anything with personal, with some selfishness. What is it profiting me if I forgo being this being come if I forgo tribalism for this greater cause? What are the benefits that I get? But if Pan Africans can, bring these systems together, not just systems together, but economies whereby our systems do not discriminate on certain on gender and whatever, and tribe and all that, and people begin to see the benefits. It's really a tall order, but if people begin to see the benefits, I think that people will gradually, because I think now, and I've seen from young Nigerians that are younger than me, nobody really wants to talk. They are not ready to talk so much. They will listen to you if at the end of your talk you seem to prefer practical solutions. I feel that at the end of the day, we have to start looking for how we can farm the lands, get the best brains to create new things, new technologies, things that can really be practical. Then I think that gradually people will just fall in line and with the bigger picture. And I think Pan-Africanists, we should at all time, anytime we come to a panel, I beg you guys, we should try to bring solutions that somebody can listen to and say, okay, this is kind of practical. I can run with this and do this in my own small space. Than
Or
I
bringing
wanted to jump in.
examples, yeah, or bringing examples of what's actually happening on the ground as well, I guess.
Yeah.
May I say something, please?
Go.
Yeah. So I think we need to bring back our chiefdom system into on the national level. For example, I cannot go in my village today, where I was born, and say that the chief of the village has been ruling for 5 years, and it is enough. We need to, we need a new chief. That doesn't work in the African paradigm, in the African way. Democracy doesn't work for us. It's not a system that works for African. We can see that on the ground. Democracy is an ideology created by the Western world in order to infiltrate our system so they can pick and choose whoever they want, someone who will serve for the benefit of the Western powers. So we need to learn and educate our generation and those to come that our president should be someone who will sacrifice and work for the people and not to serve the interest of Western power. So that's one thing. The other thing I wanted to touch is when it comes to relation between tribes, we should use the different tribes we have on the continent for our own benefit. For example, for someone to be a governor in the Igbo region, he has to be an Igbo man. You cannot take someone from the northern region and ask him to be governor in the Igbo region. No, you need an Igbo guy because that guy will serve the Igbo people. That's one thing. Another thing is what we're doing now is very important. I was born in Cameroon. We have a Nigerian on the panel. We have other folks from different Eastern Africa on the panel. We have to network together. We have to exchange. For example, I can ask a brother to Niger. Nigeria is manufacturing product. Which product Cameroon can be using instead of buying imported product and putting money in the pocket of Western power? I would prefer to give my money to a Nigerian brother. I would prefer to invest, spend my money and enrich my brother instead of enriching those Western countries. So, for example, one small thing we can do together, and everybody should do it on a small scale, and it will grow. For example, I live in the USA. When I have to go out and eat, I always give priority to African restaurant. I always search around me. Is there a Ghanaian restaurant or a Nigerian restaurant? I go there and eat. Why do we have to eat hamburger, KFC, McDonald's every day?
No. When those white people come to Africa, they are looking for places that sells Western food. How many white people, when they go to Africa, how many white people eat fufu? How many white people eat pounded yam? How many people eat egusi? None of them. But we are the only one who are trying to assimilate ourselves and try to be like them and eat their food, trying to accommodate, So we need to educate our younger generation. Be proud of where you come from. Be proud of your culture. Be proud of your food. Another example is when I go out to shop, I always go to Nigerian or Ghanaian or Cameroonian shopping store. That's where I go, even though I live in the USA, because the little thing coming from the African continent that I'm buying is going to make a change back home. And if 10 people, 20 people, 100 people do the same, it will increase the productivity. We don't see that, but it will make a difference. It will increase the productivity. If more people eat yam, for example, if more people eat yam, if more people eat beans coming from back home, then our mother and father, doing farming, they will increase their productivity. They will hire more people in the village to work for them. They will put money in our brothers and sister pocket. That's how we can bring about change. So I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I was going to say, Tunaja, do you notice that us Africans, we say we're not principled. To an extent, we are. But sometimes we do tend to show a lot more solidarity or willingness to die for our own tribes and people, even as selfish as we can be. Like, if you hear like another tribe is getting persecuted elsewhere, the Africans in their comfort will rise up and go fight for their people. There's a semblance of loyalty to nation state there, but it's only towards our tribes, but not to this nation state that we have contraptions in. So do you understand that that zeal and patriotism that's required to build an army is only within the tribe?
I think one, I agree with you that I addressed it earlier on when I said that we have a misplaced form of this honor system and our need to defend our own folks, and it's normal, to be fair, to do that. It's just that we have not translated that to the greatest level of threat that we face currently. Because we still, it's almost like we are operating local when there is a remote fashion or situation that we are facing right now. We have a higher level of threat that is up there, and we've seen it. It's not like we've not seen it. They enslaved us, they colonized us, and we still remain local. And that is, I don't know what kind of voodoo to.
But don't you think the Europeans also operate? And well, I think they've transcended that now. They've transcended that local. But the English tribes and the English and the French and all, these were also tribes. It's just that they've managed to have huge swabs of land and they become almost like a nation state. So our tribes are actually nation states as well.
Yeah.
But they should be federations as well. We should be able to transcend and say and collectively come to and say we are perceiving one threat. Why do we struggle to actually come? Is it why is it so hard for us to come together?
The people that we are trying to catch is there, polluting the discussion and making sure that we don't get to that point, because it's not in their interest for us to be saying, oh, you know what, these guys, Europeans, you are not good for us, you've been causing us too much trouble. It's not in their interest. So they encourage us not to discuss it. If anything, they encourage us to be learning and thinking about them as good people, and they did a lot of good things for us, and they are helping us. Anything they tell us, they care. They even make it look like they care more for us than our governments. Like they will tell our government, oh, don't treat people badly, who uphold human rights and all those things, while they are the ones inflicting it on us.
The exceptionalism, yeah.
So they make the people start thinking that they actually care for us more than the governments do. And
Mm.
it's almost like they are priming us for recolonization. There was a time I was on this panel, on this show, Nigerian TV program, and they were doing this advert where they had, they were talking about coming together as a tribe in Nigeria, and then at the end it was, funded by some non-governmental organization that is funded by the
Mhm.
British Commission or something like that, and the map of the UK was there. Then I wrote it. I said, why is it that you have the UK flag promoting our own unity? He says the one guy went on and said, "Oh, it's better. They are better. They are better people to run this country than our leaders."
Mm.
It tells you what is happening, and it happens subtly. I didn't even that the leap the guy made
Mm.
tells you why I complained in the first place. He made a massive move. This advert was just about the tribes getting along with each other and with the flag there. Then I complained about the flag. He says these people are better at ruling us than these leaders. That I wouldn't
Mm.
mind it. I said, you see, that is a problem there.
There's
We
a
are being
mentality.
conditioned. We are being conditioned to see them as benevolent saviors of ours. And we have to change that mindset, and we have to change it fast. The
You
only
know what's worrying? What's worrying? The fact that we you see the thing that was done to African Americans for them to not just be consumers rather than producers as well. Like they I feel the same thing is happening in Africa. That approach where they come to Africa and just sell and sell and sell, while Africans don't actually produce nothing. So in a way, well, it is this the lacking of ideas to actually produce something. You understand what I mean? So that's what's happening, because I see a lot of foreign media, especially a lot of thankfully there's a lot of different alternative foreign media. Then people can have different perspective. Although I'm not happy with it entirely. That's why Abiy Ahmed said that we should have our own media and all that stuff. But what I see is there's a lot of push for selling consumer stuff to Africa a lot. You understand what I mean? But not necessarily. There's no necessarily any push for Africans to be producers, and that's a worry. That's a worrying situation.
I think that it's been established that the West do go out of their way to make sure that you are not a producer. They did it to South America and they did it to Africa. They do it so that one, they keep you dependent on them for all those resources just as much as they depend on us, and secondly, so that you don't become
Compete with
industrialized.
them. Yeah, you don't
Yeah,
compete with them.
you can't industrialize when you can barely even grow your own food. So they did this deliberately. It's not even by accident. They come to Africa. They encourage our leaders to pursue policies that are not good for the people, knowing full well this is what is happening. You see, this is a cut by 1,000. This is what they call death by 1,000 cuts, as they describe it, because they come to one leader and say, "You do this." That leader will think, "I don't think this is a good idea, but how bad can it be? Let me just do it, and they will let me be, isn't it? I'm
Yeah.
done with it." He will do it, and the next guy will come do their own. This is an accumulated stain, and that is why it's hard to see an African leader think that they are terrible leaders,
Mm.
because they actually think they're doing good things, but they don't know that they compromise one key one every time. And when they compromise one key one, the next one compromise one key one, and that's how they wreck this in the nation.
Oh,
It's a very, very slippery, insidious way to fall,
yeah.
because it's hard to detect, and it's very easy to just slaughter your own fellow this in African, because you fear that they are overtly traitors. But if you speak to this leader, they don't see themselves as traitors. I can tell you right now, if you speak to a passenger today, he will tell you he's extremely patriotic and a black man. Then you begin to wonder, where is the problem? But yet, if you speak to Obasanjo, he will tell you that there was a deal he signed or some law he passed that today clearly is not in the favor of our people, And maybe at the time he knew it wasn't that good for his people, but he just said he should let it flag through.
Because is what was preached to him as what is the top priority when it comes to nation state development. What was taught to him as well,
Mhm.
and this
because
this is the thing. Yeah.
because they're not going to tell you in one go, don't build your army, don't don't build your steel factory, don't generate power. They don't tell you in one go. They
Yeah.
just do one at a time, and
They told them, and that's why you hear some Africans say, let's focus on the economy first and all that kind of stuff. Let's focus on develop. When you have enough military power, you can stand on your own and all that stuff. Do you expect to develop your economy when you have somebody else who's benefit? You imagine this: you're competing in the market with somebody else, and there's no rules because the world is really no rules at all. They say the rules, but there's really no rules. So you're competing in the market, and you don't even have your goods in is very secured in a place. Yet you're competing with this guy that's already ahead of you as well. You understand? And in this case, there's no rules. How do you expect to win? The guy will just steal from you and just take by force.
hmm
Simple as that. You
the,
understand?
the rule is power grab. That is the rule, and power grab in a way that is sustainable. Because
Yeah.
these people, what they've understood, you see, the way it works is that I'm not even sure they understood it. I think maybe I'm giving them too much credit for it. They emerge based on the experience they've had from the Moors, and they came to the south. And to be fair, to an extent, you can also argue that I do see some level of humility in the English that most people don't ascribe to them sometimes, with the way they approach things. And maybe that's why they got as far as they got. Because when you see one Englishman, you see, this is the thing. I said it even in my previous example. The stuff doesn't happen all in one time. You will see a guy come to you, and this guy is a nice guy. He talks to you normal, and maybe he even believes what he's saying. But as a machine, after he compromises you, the next man will come, compromise you, and they will keep that gain. They are not going to redress you. They're not going to apologize and say, you know what, this guy came and sold you a garbage information. He didn't know. So we'll redress you, take your money back, and that's it. No, they will keep the money and they will come with another person again, and that person will come and steal more from you. On and on, because that is how they see life. They believe that once you've made a profit from something and the damage is done already, like if you make the profit from something in a negative way and
Mm.
the damage was done, they will just say, okay, it's done now. Let's just get on. They will basically wrap their hands around that their person, and that's the end of it. Because it's not their own that just got burnt. It's some
Yeah.
other group. This is how they roll. Maybe originally they wouldn't have done that, but once the damage is done, they'll back their own. That's it. Go
Mm.
away, and you become the outsider. This is how they run people down over and over again. And we have to understand that this is how their machine work. And I think the Chinese really, man, you have to get the Chinese, man.
The Chinese understand
They
them.
to a
The Chinese
different
fully
level.
understand them.
Oh my God! Even they respect each other. I've had one analyst say, "You have to give it to the Chinese. These people are great students of history." That is the way he described the Chinese.
Mm.
He really he felt the Chinese knew them. Can you
No,
imagine? Till
no,
today,
The Chinese understand that it's a racial thing, and that's why when you look at China right now, it's actually mobilizing the East Asian countries to understand this is a racial thing, a civilizational thing. So South Korea, even if you look at it, the former president of South Korea was definitely pro-China, but he was hiding it very well as well. I'm sure Korea will definitely want to unify and all that stuff. Even the Japanese to themselves want to shake themselves off, but they are in an entrapment as well. So
they
China
are
is
waiting
in a
for their
way
time. They are
they
waiting for their
understand.
time.
Yeah, the Chinese understand that it's a racial kind of thing as well, and nobody's mistaken by that. It's just some black people want to not admit that this is about
Aha!
race.
You see, it's only black nations that it kind of they don't see the weakness of the West in any way. They just assume they are almost omnipotent. They don't understand that there is a dynamics of power playing out in the world out there that they need to pick up on. Because I've said it before that the way the West is acting with hubris in at least in the way they talk about it in the media. They act with hubris, the way they describe the Far East. I've said it for that thing they're doing is not realistic. It's not going to happen the way these people are narrating it. They are just using it to cover up, in case African leaders are watching, they don't want to reveal their backside. These things where they say, they will use India to check China, they will use Japan to check China, they will use South Korea to check North Korea. It's not going to work. They think it's going to work, or at least in the media they talk about it like it's going to work, and there's already evidence today showing that it's not going to work. Because when Russia attacked Ukraine, they expected India to back them and turn against Russia. No, India didn't move. It's anything. India is busy buying Russian oil, enjoying themselves, and they are still forced to go to India to still form alliance with India against China again. Because in the end, I said it, these people, I call it the differential of power. It's not that great. You don't have that much influence over these nations to expect them to just toe your line just because you say so. It's a terrible mistake the West is making.
I think Africa is the only one left that could change entirely everything in one go, because most of the actual power comes from Africa.
We don't know it. This is it. Our leaders, at least our leaders, don't tell the people that, you know what, these people, they say they are this powerful, but they're only as powerful as after their enemy punches them, whatever is left. That's as powerful as they are. Because you have to understand that there's dynamics of power in the world. You can't just say, oh, they are powerful because it's like they are just going to come and attack you only. That's not how it works. They're not going to deploy all their military against you, because all the other people, if they do that, the other powers will be like, thank God. They will just come and pick them to pieces.
Yeah. How I see, I don't know. I think, for me, from my point of view, I think security definitely is the paramount thing as well. You can see what the Chinese did and what everybody else who's free today, what they did immediately. They got themselves, they acquired nuclear weapons as soon as before before the act will be. They acquired themselves nuclear weapons, and it's those nations today that are free to determine their destiny as well, and also the nations that focused highly on security as well. Even Singapore will also focus highly on security at that time as well. So I think African nations were on that track as well. I guess they didn't do it as fast enough. Especially for those countries that like the Soviet Union and China and India, the Soviet Union had proximity to them. So for African nations, they didn't move very quickly in acquiring those nuclear
They
weapons.
didn't go nuclear on time. They didn't go nuclear on time.
Um,
And the problem with the closest nuclear power to Africa is Israel. And Israel is basically, like America. They are not like, they're being allies to Africans, or even trying to share technology in any way. Um, I just feel like maybe one African country may be working on something, and I hope so.
in
Guys,
South
guys,
Africa,
let me ask you guys a question, because I want to add some nuances to this. Arming this arms race, or arming oneself. Um, I sound to be corrected, but I think that really why the Soviet Union, one of the reasons at least why the Soviet Union um, fell was that they concentrated too much on technology, especially military technology, while the US concentrated on more economies of scale and producing food and other, even simple household items. And I feel that China too, although they are very militaristic and they have always been, I think that at some point the whole world thought that China was just concentrated on being an economic powerhouse for the world. So I ask you guys, do you think that arming oneself and being economically viable, like providing for your populace economically, can go hand in hand, or one
yes.
should, or one should come before the other, especially when we take a look at a country like North Korea, where we can say the populace they are dissatisfied, even though nobody is going to bomb them anytime soon.
It has to go hand in. I think it has to go hand in hand. To be honest, because the Chinese also did it. Although they had the weapons first, they had the weapons which were enough to act as a deterrent. But then they focused on the economy as well, or a way to grow the economy, which is they turned their people into slave labor because they preyed on the greed of white people for cheap labor. So they turned that, and then and as now the country has now gotten to getting its foots together, the Chinese are now focusing on securing what they have achieved as well. So they're focusing highly on military, but the weapons that they had was enough of a deterrent as well for them to have the space they need to operate the way they are. But for us, we're probably gonna have to, because you don't want to rattle the snake. We're gonna have to take a more what do you call it?
Radical approach.
Not a radical approach. A radical approach is such as, oh, let's go for nuclear, will completely get us against the entire planet. So we have to, yes.
Oh, no. I don't think the entire planet is going to be against Africa. Actually, it's only the West.
Are you sure that the whole entire global system is not going to be against us if we want to go nuclear?
India doesn't have any to fear. Maybe India has a little bit to fear, given that they have a caste system. But China doesn't have any to fear.
No. I don't mean like the entire planet will go against us and fight. I'm saying the international order will not be for us. The act will stop us from going nuclear entirely. You know what I mean? Unless if we were to look to go nuclear through as power generation as well, like that. But if you were to say making nuclear weapons, then you will have the whole world against us.
No, they won't. I think we will have allies. I said that because I think that we'll have a big ally. If you say, let's say one African country just decide to go and people discover it and they want to start sanctioning, you will have one major ally. I think either the Chinese or the Russians will step in. You know why? Because they will understand strategically this is going to be an important alliance to have in the world. And I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be totally shocked that if an African country comes out and they discover it, then even a Western country, if they fear that if they do what they try to do with Iran and all the rest, it's going to backfire on them on a massive continent like Africa, they might even consider backing Africa to do it. They will not do it openly. They will not go after them as aggressively as you think.
I hope Mali does it as well. The greatest gift, the greatest gift, the greatest gift Vladimir Putin could give Africa is the schematics too. Well, even if we had the schematics, we don't really still have the space to even start building them as well.
Not hard. It's not hard. You know what I say? I've always said it. I said, any superpower out there, any nuclear power, give Africa, African country a nuclear technology and to build their own, you'll be forever a cousin of Africa. We will never forget. Africa will never forget you. That's what I say. If they want a new partner, an undying alliance, if they give Africa, any country that any superpower that provides Africa nuclear technology now, is going to be the friend of Africa forever. And it's very powerful. I don't even know why none of them have even done it. Because can you imagine if China goes to like Nigeria and says, you know what, I will share this with you, no matter what. That would be like revolutionary kind of move. And the West, because what that would mean is that what Nigeria and China will do then is whatever happens, because they will know the whole world is going to come after them. Not necessarily, Russia is not going to do it. It's the West that are going to do it. And the people that are going to be most pissed by it are the Europeans and the Americans. So the Chinese now will say, okay, we are with you, whatever happens. And once that happens, they're going to do sanctions, they're going to do everything, but it's not going to work. It will be too late. The moment that happens, it's too late. And I think that because they will know it's too late, they may go the other direction. They might decide that, okay, maybe we are going to put sanctions, but those sanctions are going to be so meaningless. It's not going to be, it's not going to represent anything. In other words, that's their way of saying you can go ahead and do this stuff. You see what I mean? That they gave there was sanctions against China when China was designing and testing nuclear weapons. I remember in the 90s when they were testing it under the sea and stuff like that. There were sanctions against them, but it's not very biting sanctions. The same thing with Iranian sanctions. Some of the ones that they give them, you think is a biting one. No, it's not. The Iranian sanction was never anything close to what the Russians are going through right now. You see what I mean? So yeah, they spend how many decades talking about how the Iranians were the axis of evil and all the rest of it. So even the so-called axis of evil that was Russia, the sanctions were not that severe because they have to make it look like they are doing something. You see, this is what I was talking about with this thing, ECOWAS. Sometimes you have to appear to do something because African countries will see that in the case of the way they sanction China and Russia and Iran, they will think, oh my God, this is what they are doing just because people get nuclear weapons. If we try it, this is what's going to happen to us too. And that is deterring African leaders or Africans from even looking in that direction at all. That is the whole point. But I believe if we go for it, they are not going to be able to do as much. The moment it's done, but if it's not done, they could come and stop you. They will, if they can find it, they will find a way to destroy it. They will definitely come for destroying it.
Yeah, I believe so too, because I feel that many nations are looking forward to having a bouquet of superpowers in like by 2030, 35, because nobody really wants just the West. I think it's a more threatening position for just the West to be, the superpower of the world. People want to have, to somebody they can ally with, and so I think a lot of people secretly support Russia, support China, but Africans, not. I feel none of this is really our business until we create our own capacity. Because what if all these new superpowers, they can't really go um head head to head against them? So what if they just say, okay, let's just come together and just sit on the African continent and really double down on it? I think we have to just create our own capacity. And yeah, I don't think we will be disturbed much right now. At least I heard you on the other to Nigeria, on the other on Afro Millennial, talking about this window that we have as African. I think that is true. We can do a lot within some 10 to 20 years to place ourselves better than we are now. Or else, as you said, and I agree with, we are going to really suffer in the future.
You do really listen quite well. I've not heard you
Yeah,
speak before.
yeah,
You're Nigerian. I
yeah.
can't believe how well you know some of all
And
these
he
facts.
doesn't shout as well, just to say that to Nadia. He
Uh,
doesn't shout to
I
get his
think
point across.
you know what? This is kind of people you want to put in front. Then you put someone like when they put this guy in front, and he tries to say, you know what? He tells the Europeans, "I want to go nuclear." Then they top him. If they knock him off, then I come in. I said, "I want to go nuclear." They top me. They tribal Africa show up.
Tribal African.
I want to kill
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Tribal African
No,
is something else.
I think
I
tribal
want to kill you.
African, he has no tact at all. He's quite intense and has no tact. That guy is.
Yeah.
It should be the leader of a cult. But we also need those kind of people that passionate. As long as they are really for the cause. I really prefer a tribal
But
African
tribal
kind of
African
guy.
looks like the one that will make a lot of mistakes as well in the front line. You know
Yeah,
what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah. That is
Like
He's
the
true.
way
going to
he's
cause more
excluding
trouble.
different type of
He's going
people
to
as
cause
well.
so much trouble along the way.
Yeah, that is the truth. But his heart is in the right place. I'd rather be on the side of that kind of person and tell him, okay, this is what we should do here, rather than be with people who are, Africa has produced so many traitors, and I've actually tried to learn. Is there a fundamental reason why people are traitors? And I'm thinking of that, and I've been doing some research because I don't just get it. What causes people to be from,
I,
from
this is
what
why
you,
my explanation is. I tell you this. It's not that clear cut. This is my. They don't think. Many of them don't necessarily think they are traitors. Even as a matter of fact, they lie to themselves. They are not.
mm,
Because it's so subtle. Like I said, these people, they don't come to you and say, you know what, don't increase your military size. Make sure your healthcare system is there. They don't do that. They will just ask for one thing, like that subsidy that you're giving to your farmers so that they can grow farms. Don't do that, because if you do that, can't you see you're hurting our ability to sell this in products to you, and that is not fair. You know, if you do that, we're going to put sanction on you, and we're going to remove you from so and so organization, and so and so and so. The leader will be like, okay, if that's all it takes, then to let me just remove the subsidy. He doesn't know the damage he's just caused. The next time or some other leader will come in, they don't demand this change from one leader at a time. The only one leader that had done more damage in the case of Nigeria was Babangida. He wrecked from when he came in. Nigeria was relatively sound. By the time he left Nigeria in chaos. That guy destroyed the country completely, and he is one of those people that literally, even till today, when he talks, he doesn't even seem to understand the amount of damage he caused.
I think he does. He just doesn't want to take any responsibility for that. I think he does. I think he's a very smart man. They said he used to play chess, and I've seen how he elaborately planned the coup that brought him into power. I don't think he's an idiot. He's quite smart. He's just trying not to feel any remorse, and that's where I feel my personal opinion.
Or he doesn't care.
Oh yeah, that could be.
Or he doesn't care. He knew what he was doing. Like you said, he is a mastermind. He knows what he was doing. It's not like Buhari that was more like an innocent person. Did you know that Buhari didn't even know about the coup? They informed him a few days to the coup and tell him to get ready. So the guy was always like, one of those kind of consensus kind of candidate. He's not a tough guy, really.
Yeah.
And even when he was in office, he was a Diabon that was a tough guy.
Yeah.
It wasn't him. People thought it was him, but it wasn't him.
Tonight, all I gotta say is well done for today for opening this show as well. It's been long needed because people have misunderstood what you're trying to say many times as well. They misconstrue what you're trying to say. So I've heard and all that kind of stuff. And I always you're somebody that I respect and all that stuff. So I always hear people taking a piss out of you and all that kind of stuff. But it's just bandwagoning most of the time. So don't worry about it. Yeah. But well done. I think everybody respects you. I enjoyed the topic. I enjoyed the conversation. I gotta go to bed. I think we're off the bank holiday, isn't it, tonight?
Yeah, to be fair, I think maybe we should close it down now. And Son of Ra, I don't hear you a lot, and maybe it's a good thing. There has to be some people that do more listening than mouthing off like me and a few people. So it's good because sooner or later these things will start manifesting things. I actually believe that because
I think it's going to take the people's awareness to start producing the right leaders to Nigeria. I think it's going to take the uplift of people's mindset in Africa to start making some changes as well. That's what it's going to take to Nigeria.
See, I really appreciate you coming over today, and a lot of people, to be fair, has been very supportive of this me doing this. You know me now. I would rather just walk around and not bother doing some for this hard work. It's not hard work when you think about it. It's not even that hard, really. When it's just streaming videos and having a discussion with very nice people. Nobody really went off the rails today. It's gonna happen, and it's not like I'm against people, having a go and the whole thing, but it just shouldn't get out of control and unseemly. So I appreciate you coming. You can go and rest. And Son of Ra, if you have anything to say, you can have your closing statement so that we can wrap it up.
Okay, let me quickly wrap it up. I wanted to say that the second point artifact of what made about buying black, basically that was what he was trying to say. I think that is if if it's not really a practical solution, it's a path. It's just one way that something that is theoretical can actually lead a person to acting in a certain way. And I think this is one of the things I was talking about. That if I know that at some point we'll have to ramp this up. The whole of the Pan-Africanists, we have to ramp this up to be more practical. But just what he said, that is something someone can run with. Or if I've been buying, burgers every day at McDonald's, I can now go to the Ghanaian shop. That is one thing. And altogether, I think that I I know that you always have a lot to say, but the people who are used to Twitter, it has just some about 40 characters. They don't allow themselves express themselves. They never let you land. So I'm glad that you have your own platform now where we can really express ourselves.
That's
Well,
good. That's good. I
yeah.
definitely up for having people express themselves. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's just about it. And I think the proof of that is that this discussion actually went for 7 hours. And I will not be able to do this every time, but this is the inauguration, and so we had to go on.
Yeah, I can't believe you did. You came on because you don't normally. You
I
rarely come
came
on
halfway.
before.
I came halfway anyway. So I
Mm.
think so. Anyway, well, thank you and well done.
Yeah, well done too.
Peace.
Artifact of War. Are you there? Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have the closing statement, please?
Yes, my Oga, this is perfect. This is good, man. You have to keep up the great work. And Son of Ra, thank you for coming. Brother Darth, gas me up. Kifaru, if you guys are listening, please subscribe to my channel. I'm doing a similar work like to Niger, and we need more of you to join the movement. We need to connect also on Twitter. We need to be on the Telegram. The Telegram is much more secure than WhatsApp. So I truly invite you guys to connect on the Telegram. It's awesome. You guys will love the future on the Telegram. So keep up the good work, brother Tunija. I'm looking forward to continue working with you. We need to connect on the Telegram. I will, maybe next live show, I will share my Telegram link so we can connect on the Telegram. So let's keep up the good work and let's keep this thing continue. Yeah, let's keep this thing going, and then hopefully we will come all together and make our country strong again. We need to defend ourselves. Without any defense, we cannot grow. So that's the number one thing we need to think about. How can we defend ourselves and our countries and territories? So thank you, brother Tunija. Thank you.
Yeah, well done, well done. I think I learned a few things today. Something crystallized in my mind about how these changes can happen and how our people can, for once, maybe stop worrying too much about what the leaders are doing. Because if you focus on the people, they will be like a brick wall that the leaders cannot change. Then the leaders will have to change themselves. And this is why if we give the people the information that they need to understand that is going to be beneficial to them and they are buy into it, the leaders will be forced to buy into it. And I think there is no colonial power that can change that. And I think that is a very, very powerful thing to realize. Because what we tend to do is we somehow believe that these colonial powers, they come in, they tell our leaders what to do, they can manipulate things and get all these things done. But on this one, they don't have power over it. The only way they have a power over it is they can change the minds back. And I don't see how they can do that. The only way they can do that, to be fair, is to cause division between tribes. Have one tribe go and kill somebody, carry out special operations, and then suddenly the tribes erupt. But if you educate the people enough to understand that too, to understand that all this is going on in their environment is not the natural processes that is coming from somewhere else, and that your people have to work together, convince them that this is what is going to grow your society. This is what is going to lead to better prospects in life. If they buy into that, those leaders don't have a choice. They will have to change themselves. No bribery, no power can change their mind. Like I said, the example was like, you can't have a society like in the north of Nigeria that are practicing Islamic faith that they already believe in. Then you come and change their mind. No matter what leader the Europeans bring, or sorry, I wouldn't call it, the people that want to influence our countries bring, no matter what they bring into, they put into that leader to come and rule over the north and convince them to become Christians, it's not going to work. Because those people will be like, no, we are Muslims. You can't convince us. You should become a Muslim. Otherwise, you are not our leader. Get out of the way. Because the narrative has already settled. And I believe that if we settle the narrative that we need better defense because of all the evidence that is abundantly available, if we settle the narrative that our governments have to be accountable because all the evidence that is already available says that this is what needs to be done, good luck to any leader that says the opposite because he went and took a bit of a kickback from the West or whatever. They'll be like, no. If our people understand that putting a military base next to their countries or inside their countries is a terrible idea, the leaders will not dare do it. Those are the kind of things people need to understand. It's not because if it's only the elites that understand it, they will get away with it, because then the only people that will complain about the leaders doing these things are the elites. And then the masses will just be like, what are you complaining about? Let them do whatever they need to do. Or they will not even care. Even if they really don't like the idea, but they will not care enough to push the leader not to do it. That is the kind of change that needs to start happening. We need to start convincing people about ideas that are good for them. And to me, it's not that complicated. We just have to find the right language to convey the idea to them. Obviously, there's a level of campaign that needs to be done. With the right resources, you do a mass media campaign that all the youths in many of these countries, they go online all the time. They're all on the internet. They're all on YouTube, Instagram. Your adverts pop up everywhere, giving them all this information so they understand. When they start understanding it and internalizing it, now, when a military base is about to be opened in any country, they'll be like, no, why are you opening a military base? Clearly, this is not a good idea. This is not what anybody does. You don't build a house and have another man come and put your own security guard in your house. What is that security guard coming to do in your house? Remove it, please. If they want to pass any weird law, you will stop them from doing it, because the people are aware. That is at the heart of changing minds. The Iranians, that is in a way, that's what they did. The Chinese, that's what they did too. The people mind changed and they were able to take their country back. And that is what we need to do. It's not going to be easy, because we have to have the right language to translate it to people so that they understand. Most people right now, they are speaking the language of the people that want to keep them oppressed. The language of tribalism, the language of distrust for their leaders, and the language of hatred for even their nations. We have to learn the language to be able to tell them so that they understand that these things are not the solutions, because there's a bigger war going on. Anybody that has better ways of translating that, we are going to be having conversations about solutions. They are welcome to share their ideas about the solutions to these things and the way we need to simplify it. We really need to simplify it and make it simple. That even when they put it through the filter of acceptable statements, they can't find any faults with it. Nobody will say you are attacking the West. Nobody will say you are attacking the elites. they will be like, you know what? Yeah, it sounds right. There's nothing wrong with that. This guy is just saying that the politicians need to be, the government needs to be showing us the accounts of the money they are spending. What is wrong with that? Do you have anything to hide? This guy is saying that you should get more people to go and defend the country. Do you have any problem with that? You want us to be kidnapping, getting kidnapped? If you, and one of the trick too, is to get them to think that the idea sometimes comes from them too. If people believe that they also believe in, they can even think about the ideas for themselves, you can't spoon feed them. There is a higher level of way of conveying information that makes them think that they can buy into it themselves, because you have to allow them to arrive there. It's a very subtle science. And people that know about all these things, that have ideas about it, they can come on, we discuss about these type of things. Because for me, I'm here to learn, and I'm here to reach solutions, because we've seen our people suffer. This is it's becoming an anthem now. We suffered all over the world. Enough of it. And there is a window. Thankfully, there is a window, and we need to take it. So we'll meet up again, and I'll probably get a topic about reaching solutions that did suggest it earlier on too. So regarding solutions to this problem that we are facing, and about lack of our defense, and we'll be talking about how to make our systems the most transparent in the world, actually. So good night, and I really appreciate everyone that has come through today. And I didn't even I didn't even expect people to be this supportive. People are really nice, so it's weird how people are nice, and we just think that our people are often mean. I didn't have to do a lot to convince anybody to come here, or they just came. So I really appreciate that. Good night, everyone.